I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4. We are back. It's potentially, I believe, the last MRC of the year as we are rotating through the 2-month system. I am Tetcher, once again joined by Ryan Central. We are back from the Americas, Ryan.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty good way to cap up what Grand Finals is, just more action for MRC. But I think if anything, it was a great flagship end to the Ignite circuit that we saw. But here, this is kind of where the bread is buttered, I think, right? This is tournaments that anybody can enter across all of the different regions, and also PC and console different tournaments with MRC. So we're getting back into the swing of what esports is all about, which is the grassroots stuff like this.
And it's exactly what we are seeing here. We were talking about it before this broadcast started. The amount of new talent mixing with some of the older talent here is quite heartwarming to see. Every time you see a load of teams you don't recognize, a load of players you don't recognize, is always fantastic. We absolutely love to see that stuff, as we're going to be having it going into those games very shortly. But before we do, a quick reminder that the Immortal Beast has risen. Huado, the Immortal Beast of the Undercity, finds and saves all of those who are lost with feral ferocity. Lava drips from its aged fangs. Burning rage erupts from its its scarred body. When choosing a new immortal weapon, the hunter found immediate kinship with another warrior who, much like the first dog brother, was worn by timeless battles and losses. The Wolverine first appears in Marvel Rivals Season 4. Unleash the fury of the Wolverine Dog Brother X costume. Available from 2 days ago, November 6th, and you can now play it and let your rage burn brighter than steel.
Perfectly said. I think really it is a fantastic skin, but if you didn't catch much of what was happening in the Grand Finals as well, since Halloween, these free skins, free stories reimagined, as we see obviously some very inspired skins from Marvel Rivals. The monstrous shadow creature from beneath Manhattan, a billionaire steps into the spotlight and it isn't Mr. America, sorry Dustin, and the Queen of the Dead rises once more. So new costumes for Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Scarlet Witch, which are inspired by, of course, Marvel Animation's Marvel Zombies. And that is in-game now, pretty much has been since Halloween, so you still have some chance to get into game and to grab them yourself.
Make sure to face your fears, embrace the power, and make sure that they remember your name. And a lot of people are remembering the name of Iron Man, as it is a spectacular skin. I know that's one that the second I got back from America, I immediately picked up, because nothing suits like a suit.
No, nothing at all. It's a shame that we've seen a little bit less of Iron Man in the esports scene. We saw him briefly at the Grand Finals, but
yeah,
it was missing that team up of Ultron, who was not having the best event, I think, since he was very dominant in stage 2. But this, is basically boils down to a tournament that's been sort of in the works throughout each of the seasons. Pretty much caps off what has been a great chance to test out some of the new content. Obviously, we've had the likes of Daredevil and Angela hit the servers this stage, as well as the Heart of Heaven map that we saw a lot of action for again in the previous week of action in Atlanta. And you're right, this is the last time that we're going to see MRC this year, but it is going to be early January the next one if this cadence of content still goes up, which again is sort of probably going to be a good way to cap out not only what is going to be next season, all of the new stuff there that we're still waiting to hear more information about, but year of Marvel Rivals in game. Like, it's almost been a year. But to break down today and also what this tournament has gone through specifically, it pretty much started October the 25th, so it's been going a couple of weeks. We've had like open qualifiers to closed qualifiers, and then into the double elimination brackets. And these teams were pretty much whittled it down to our final 8, I believe.
We just have a few teams remaining, like you say. We've got our upper bracket semis and our lower bracket quarters still to go, and this is what the teams are fighting for. 14,500 USD, with a champion getting 600. That is per region, and also for PC and console. We're just going to be covering PC today, but I'm sure someone will be potentially getting those console games up on the internet. And also, if not, you can go check them out in-game. There's a tournament tab where you can not only see a lot of your Ignite games, but also check out all of the MRC matches. And here is our bracket. In the upper bracket semis, we see Silent Lover, Planet Signage, or as it's written here, Plant Signage, Youngstar, and Crownfall, all sitting with that buffer. They can all lose one series and still be in the tournament.
Meanwhile, I think we're starting in the losers bracket, and the first game we're going to be covering is Virtus Dano and Legends. Then you got Croc's Brain versus Ego Breakers in that losers bracket. These guys lose, they're going to be eliminated, get some prize pool for making it this far, but you really want a big chunk of that, a 15k, which feels weird to say after we've said they want a decent chunk of that $1 million from the grand finals. But like I said, none of these teams really, even some of the players, there's maybe a handful of them that were in Ignite or in previous high finishes for MRC, or just even like qualifies for the Invitational and stuff right at the start of this year, because teams have been focusing on stage 2 or the grand finals, or taking a break after they've been playing through the main circuit this year. It means that there's a great opportunity to highlight other and new talent. And we're old enough to be around esports, Tetra. We know that whilst these guys might not be household names, there's always a chance that people that we see in this like bracket, in this broadcast today, could very much be part of the big series that we see next year.
Can't believe you dropped "We're old enough" on me at the end of our first year of Marvel Rivals. How dare you? But we are jumping into our first series of the day. We're starting off with Virtus Dano versus Legends, or Legions, or Legends. Any way you can pronounce this, we're going to assume the safest here and say Legends.
Legends, yeah. So as well, one of the main differences between this and Ignite is it is more the neutral bans and protects. So for the Venom that we saw Legends banning out, that's not only a ban for Virtus Dano to not play Venom, but them themselves. So we're seeing the Jeff also being removed. That symbiotic shenanigans combination isn't going to be in play. And the protect onto the Groot and Emma feels like this is going to be a pretty brawly, rush down kind of composition playstyle for both teams on Celestial Husk.
They love a little bit of brawl, of course, starting on Domination here, very similar to our Ignite stuff. Angela taken out, has been extremely aggressive, especially from players like Polly, especially on this map, in fact. With the open skies, Angela's really starting to get a lot of value here. But Luna, we normally see a little bit of a priority onto Invisible Woman, but when those bans are universal, Luna going to be taken away and try and prevent some of that flanking support. Of course, you can drop the Idle Aura on anyone who tries to flank or dive, and keep them healed up while you keep your front line sustained.
It feels very... Okay, the Protect of the Atom's interesting. What is also a character that hasn't been taken out yet, which is quite surprising, is Mantis. That sure, we've seen a little bit less triple strategist compositions, but in the early drafts, I think that we've seen throughout Tier 1, and I'd say that this is more like Tier 2, Tier 2.5 with the teams of the players that we've seen. It is interesting to see that she's been omitted so far, and a Protect onto the Moon Knight from Legends is very, very interesting.
Moon Knight is a very interesting choice. We basically only see him on convoy maps a lot of the time, but seeing him on a domination is a little bit risky. Moon Knight plays very well into where your opponents are forced to group up and play, but on this map in particular, the points are very wide and offer a fair amount of cover, meaning you can stay quite split and not get punished by a Moon Knight. So Legends potentially looking to lean quite heavily on the Season 1 strategy of Moon Knight and Groot. If your opponents are grouped together, you force them to be with that Groot and then drop that Hand of Khonshu and capitalize with that. So Virtus Dano, with that Adam Warlock, may have to lean a little bit more heavily on the positioning there to make sure that Adam isn't caught up in that combo so he can res the team.
Or villain. I'm not
Yeah, the Adam Warlock was protected alongside the Emma for Virtus Dano. And I'm seeing like a Lord Moon Knight, which makes sense, I think, for Infected Twist to be picking him up. But yeah, naturally we would see Bucky played in that position too. And it seems that the hover over is going to be more of like the triple strategist. Mantis left it open for both teams, quite happy to go and play it. But it does feel like the back to front approach, I think, is legit RC put very eloquently for FlyQuest when he was on the desk briefly at Grand Finals. I feel like that's what both these teams are wanting to try and copy for themselves, right? Really make sure that they have some fundamental strong team play, or just rely on the bodies that they're going to throw onto the point when they go for these fights.
They're definitely looking to try and make something work out of this, like you say, the front to back from Legends with the Emma and the Groot to capitalize on that, although they're moving potentially away from that triple strategist lineup, as we do see Star-Lord starting to be hovered here to give them at least a little bit more sustained damage to combo with that Moon Knight, whereas Virtus Dano, they have brought themselves out the Captain America here, so they have a little bit of dive potential of their own, which is something that Legends do not have, and the Star-Lord was abandoned in exchange for the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, you don't have the Luna and the Invisible Woman in this one too, so I think the Galactic Legend from Star-Lord can maybe find a little bit more fruitfulness, I suppose. But back into the action for MRC. A great way to sort of end what esports has provided for Marvel Rivals this year. The Legends versus Dano, not quite the same team that won Grand Finals, but close enough.
On that one.
Yeah, it's. I think that's the point, but I live for it.
We love it. Sometimes, as long as it's not like 2 p.m., a little bit of trolling in the team lane, especially in the MRC, is always a delight. So, Emma on the high ground, trying to push on down, create an opening. Head looking for a push up here, but it's going to be Infected Twist with the Moon Knight. We had doubts if they're going to pick up the first KO here, but already Debated brings them back with that Battle Rebirth beacon.
Point is looking to be taken over for Virtus Dano, able to put a bit more pressure onto Legends that are trying to play from the inside, trying to bunker up and not take too much damage, but it does seem like Lavanda has not really been spotted so far in this top position. Able to disengage and actually find a really nice angle as the Amplifier is going to be used, maybe provide Legends a way to push through with a Hand of Khonshu also thrown in. The Protector of the Moon Knight finding quite a lot, but Lavanda is still up here uncontested, and it's allowed the rest of Virtus Dano to find their footing.
Galactic Legend, and with the assistance from the Captain America, creates an opening. They're able to chase back onto the backline, and they rout Legends. And in fact, they're staggering them very rough here. But Legends were able to delay onto the point for quite a while, with the last two going down being the Vanguards. But that they were able to charge up to 40%. Now, that's obviously not going to be a 99 where you can get one flip and retake and win the game, but it does give them more of a possibility to put pressure onto Virtus Dano once they are able to force out that Karmic Revival, which Lavanda, like you said, from that uncontested position has already charged up for the first time.
Agree is very close to having that Strangling Prison, and I don't think it's going to be long for Infected to be able to get that Hand of Khonshu if he's still putting out this damage. Life Cocoon is going to at least bring back Lavender, so his elimination isn't going to be too long for this world. The Legends try to be proactive. They've used the Silent Seduction to go for the offensive, but the Soul Resurgence is a little bit late. Lavander's been able to get the pick onto the Moon Knight, but the Be Right Back means that he's back into this engagement. Now Legends need to try and combo and synergize these ultimates together because they're not finding the picks realistically onto Virtus Dano.
Trying to keep everyone topped up. Rocket up to the high ground. Infected Twist is once again going to be punished. Moon Knight doesn't really have... has a lot of mobility tools, but Captain America is very mobile himself and can try and disengage. Beautiful play by 4.3 to take down Adam one more time, but this time there is no life cocoon. Dragon Prison, the full rocket out of the air. Debated goes down.
60%, and then the Galactic Legend just a little bit late from Anshi as well. It just felt like they wanted to try and be the hero and make things work, but the point is flipped over in progression for Legends. The Amplify means that it's going to be a little bit more comfortable to hold on to, and when you have got that Karmic Revival to go with on Legends' side, I don't even want to pretend I know how to read the name of them, but you have a Hand of Khonshu just to isolate these battles if you want to.
Unfortunately, me and you are subjects of the British education system, meaning we can barely read our own language, as they're going to keep the pressure on Lavanda. Rather just cope on down, sticking mostly with the standard population and post-company clusters, then saving them from quick bursts, and looking auto cancels as well to help deal with those brute wolves and those chain heals. The team comes up, the Avatar live stream sending in the Spore Bomb. The OG man has a great zoning potential set up here, trying to prevent that dive into the backline, but needs to deal with this front line as well. Galactic Legend coming on out with the Soul Rejuvenation from 4.3 to try and cancel out Adexi with the extra counter from the side of Seduction to try and lock them down, but so far everyone's been able to avoid this on the side of Legends, except finally Infected Twist goes down, but BRB brings them back with Cosmic Guard Amplifier for the capitalization.
It did feel a little bit like, okay, you had the Galactic Legend used with Soul Resurgence, Sand Seduction, and you were only able to get one pick in the end. First to know did well to hold on, and now that the eliminations are coming through, the Counter Revival just in time, the Life Cocoon for Lavender means that he's going to be able to get away too. And how much of this map has just been us watching him and seeing him completely uncontested in these positions, throwing out a metric ton of damage. Strangling Prison is going to be good to at least isolate one target from the OG man himself. But it's only that focus that's coming in now. Legend still having control of the objective. Virtus to know, holding on for dear life. A portal play might be needed as the Strange is still allowed in play. You can see that somebody's gone, but I don't know if it's going to be there in time, Tetra.
The hold is good, and Legends able to hold that first point. Not even using the Hand of Khonshu here. Going to be saved until the next round. So we're going to be heading to the Celestial Vault. Very solid start here, keeping control of the objective. And that is going to be extremely useful. Virtus to know, they burned quite a few abilities to try and turn that around. They burned that Carbon Revival, and as such, they're going to swap off of Adam. Looks like they may be looking for a Hela. We do still have them on, not banned out in this ban phase. They could go for that classic combo.
I think we have casted Alexi before. I feel like that's a name that I recognize from either our previous adventures in MRC, but even also in Ignite, potentially. Starting to see a couple of friendly faces, but I think the biggest difference that we're seeing here is just like you have some big ultimate combinations and some easy synergy to make, but you know, stuff like the Hand of Khonshu not always lined up with the Strangling Prison. Target priority might be a bit of an issue because Lavender has been getting away with playing on the high ground and being a threat. Now that they've gone over towards Hela, which is a reminder, you've got that Tidal Dirt combination with Namor. They're both still available in play, and that's what Virtus to know are going to go for on this point. If Lavender's left to his own devices like he was on that first point, he's going to farm freely.
Setting themselves up for the attempt at a turnaround. We do see Virtus to know trying to push onto the point to create an early opening. So far, no one finding the early advantage, and Axie is actually going to be dropped a little bit low, forced to retreat. Rocket keeping them topped up at least for now.
And these first fights on this point of Celestial Husk can go on for quite a while with the fact that you could use this big tree bark as protection. The walls are nice, and it is going to force out a bit of a panicked Sonic Seduction. And it's a little bit more of a messy engagement as the Horn of Proteus is thrown into the fray. Soul Resurgence just afterwards. Again, I want to see those things lined up a little bit more because of the damage that the Soul Resurgence can provide in these kind of fights. Yarn Amplifier especially is going to give that damage, that lethality over towards Legends in this fight, but still nobody's been able to take the point just yet.
Huge Tidal Dirt. Both the frontliners able to drop massive anti-kills, and as such, we see Emma falling down as well as Adam, who does have that Life Cocoon to bring themselves back for Karmic Revival if they want to in the fight, and they will do so. Brings back everyone, but doesn't reach Emma. Emma respawns before the Karmic Revival gets to them, meaning that they will still be in a 5 versus 6 for the remainder of this fight, trying to take out those monstros. So even with the revive, they're down in numbers, and Virtus to know we're just holding the point right now, Ryan.
Yeah, because of that Camera Revival being off the point, it means that there was enough of a window for Virtus to know to take control of this. And like you mentioned, there was no Emma, which means that this counter-attack has to be a bit more staggered for Legends. It might not have been worth it in the end. We have got a Goddess of Death. You have got a Horn of Proteus ready in the hands. The Yarn Amplifier alongside a Meteor M would go wonders here into this fight as the OG man is taken out, but not before he's able to get Andiko onto the Mantis. Now this damage is starting to really come through from Legends, not needing the damage boost. But Lavender, again, is just playing from the high ground. That, like, Goddess of Hell is just absolutely serving up a plate for Virtus to know as they're able to hold on to the point.
What a flip in this round compared to the last one. We're just seeing an absolutely dominant performance for Virtus to know. They've not given away a single percentage yet, whereas Legends, they are about 58% of the way towards their own Karmic Revival for another fight. Remember, last time they were staggered a little bit. They don't have their wombo combo because they no longer have that group. They're kind of stuck here, just trying to commit to this with that Silent Seduction as the main engage till Fortis is going to drop and try and pull out Virtus to know, but Infected, Debated, sorry, is going to have to retreat around the corner, getting chased on down to Soul Rejuvenation to turn this around to give them the extra sustain that they need. But this is just a solid hold. That was a lot of tools from Legends, and they have found exactly nothing.
Really feels that Verstino's composition is just so well suited to what Legends want to do. And there's no likes of Venom available for Legends if you want to play something that's a little bit more divey, but you still have Cap, you still have options. There's no Angela available. It just feels that if Legends want to play this like front to back style where they're playing close together, Verstino are just going to outrange them with the Namor and the Hela, and they've just got away with so much for scot-free. We had seen some adjustments, right? The Hela was pulled out from Legends towards the end there, but there was no chance. Once they got off the point to do that camera revival, the Celestial Vault was in full control of Verstino.
Dominant hold there by Verstino, even gets up on this first map. The first one looked pretty heavily in favor of Legends, but nowhere near as one-sided as that second round. The Verstino, they move into this with Media M still charged up and a Horde of Proteus, which if they could land them, they don't have a huge amount of setup outside of potentially a Soul Drainer or a Silent Seduction, but if they can land them, that is still going to be a huge blow-up.
He said that? Oh, I'm gonna...
I am kidding.
I've seen the Cap actually come in for Legends. I do like that. And I think you see why Mantis was one of the hotly like first banned characters of Grand Finals, with the amount of not only just damage output that they can do, but just even the healing in some of these fights. For Legends, it is just adding a little bit more synergy. The Psylocke certainly helps. You have that team up with Emma Frost too, so you get the clones to put out a bit more damage. But I think it's whether the Cap and the Psylocke for Legends, even the Moon Knight to an extent, can have the focus on the right kind of target, because there's so many options that you want to try and isolate.
Already looking to try and get into the back line, but we do see the Magneto has them spotted already. But from above, finds the squishies, and we're seeing Android dropped extremely low with a heal back up. He's playing Patty Came at Lavender once again, uncontested, finds the rocket with the blow-up, and Verstino, where was this round one? The Tidal Dirge to remove all the healing. Hand of Khonshu comes out, but they find almost nothing, only one extra pickup onto Andreko, and this right now is just Verstino just taking one by one. BRB will bring back the Psylocke, but Verstino have control of the objective once again.
And they have so many ultimates to just sit back on and feel comfortable. Even when you have like Rocket Mantis as your backline, it still feels like there's enough healing and support to keep the team alive, especially when they're playing like this. It feels like Magneto and Emma have enough mitigation between them. And then Anxi and Lavender have been fairly free in the sky. Up until then, that was a lovely play actually from Infected Twist to be able to catch him up into the high ground. And now the Dance of the Butterflies is going to come through, able to at least isolate Andiko as the teammates, instead of trying to heal each other, try to separate and split up, exactly what the Psylocke wants. Be Right Back means that they're not going to be out of the fight for too long. And the Goddess of Death from Lavender is going to provide some more suppressive fire and a couple more eliminations to keep Verstino in control of the point.
Block up the high ground to try and chase down Lord, able to pick them off, as right now the control is heavily in favor still of Verstino, picking it off Legends one by one. Tidal Dirge for the chase to try and get onto Arcade 2 QT, and they're not going to find him. They're going to be able to escape at least for now, but they do find Psylocke. And Legends, again, their combo that seems to work so well in this first round, in this more wide open space, seems to just be finding no luck in actually getting any picks onto anyone.
Yeah, I've got this push up from Legends or Horn of Proteus. It was a nice position, but actually the one that uses it is the one that's taken down. 4-3 is able to at least catch him on the other side as Lavender is able to pick off the Psylocke. Does it seem like it's going to be too much out, but Legends are a player down in this fight just as Verstino are looking to get to 90%. Now they're starting to string the picks together, and you can already see OG Man wanting to make sure that the Magneto goes down on the other side. Finally, Legends are able to take the point since the first area of Celestial Husk. But they have to pretty much hold it. Verstino win one more fight and they get this first map.
Roll currently in their favor. 8% for Legends to 94 for Verstino. But Legends do have that Cosmic Guard Amplifier. They have a little bit of a speed boost. This will assist them throughout them, at least the early parts of that next fight. And bear into Lavender to charge up a Soul Rejuvenation to keep that chain going. But Verstino finally charge up as well with Jebaited, able to get their own Cosmic Guard Amplifier, and Andreko is just a little bit behind. So both teams sitting kinda even right now in terms of strategy, but not in terms of people who are standing. Psylocke is picked again by Lavender.
OG Man's able to trade it though, so it's a 5v5 fighting onto the point. Not for much longer though. These Spirit Backsides certainly getting their money's worth from the rockets, and the Yan Amplifier might be able to add on the impact of the Rodent in the backline. Soul Resurgent has to be used from Legends, and it's going to be used on the other side now from Virtus to know. Andy Ko is trying to lead this line to retake this point, and OG Man is taking so much damage. Silent Seduction was grabbed instantly and instantly used to try to suppress some of this ongoing threat. You can see the stall just at the last second from the Captain America. Wreck-It is able to at least fight on, but it's still not going their way as the elimination feed is full of Virtus to know Sapphire Blue. 99% a touch for overtime at least, Tetcher, but it's back in control of Virtus to know.
Back in control of Virtus to know on 99 as time ticks down. 4.3 looking to portal in. Will reach in time for one last hold to try and delay this, but it's an absolute massacre. Tidal Surge on the exit to the portal. Soul Trader onto the Doctor Strange to bit them off as well, but they're tagging through for at least a little bit longer thanks to that freedom charge, but it's delaying the inevitable. The portal will be closing any second, leaving just Captain America to delay as long as he can. Retreats through the portal even as round goes over and map goes over to Virtus to know.
Virtus to know were the ones that wanted to protect the Adam Warlock, sort of play around that triple strategist potentially, but that first point didn't go well. They sort of spotted very keenly that, okay, we can still play Hella Namor. That Deep Wrath team up is still in play. And since then, it was easy pickings. It probably was Lavender to an extent going, guys, I was just up on the high ground playing Adam Warlock and nobody was looking at me. Can I just go Hella? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I think it did quite a lot to get this team going. And it felt that the composition, whether you're protecting the Moon Knight because maybe Infected Twist only plays Moon Knight, we're seeing less of that nowadays, but it did really feel like the composition that Legends wanted to run. Once Virtus to know switched over and pivoted to this like pokey comp, didn't really stand a chance.
Seemed to get picked up pretty quickly. Lavender showing us just what they can do with these hit scanned characters, able to pick people pretty consistently, not just with that Adam Warlock, but also with that Hela once they rotated over, finishing it with 18 final hits, 30 and 7 by the end of that series. Very solid performance, Virtus to know. A little bit shaky at the start, but like you said, once they got back in control, they barely even paused, even for an instant.
Yeah, we saw just how much healing was being thrown out as well from Debated on the rocket. Andy Ko switching over towards Strange at the very end. But a good way to sort of start off, right? You could see just the play style. Looking at the drafts at the top, you can see, make sure that you get rid of the Luna, you get rid of the Jeff, you get rid of the Loki. You want to make sure that you're limiting triple strategist as an option, but then you're also protecting Adam at the same time. It's a little bit weird, but it might just be like, set up the compositions to a certain thing that you can lean towards, and if it's more Hella Namor, yeah, that's naturally going to fit Virtus to know very, very well.
Virtus to know taking control of that first round again. You did see some moments of brilliance, and this is a series. This is not a best of one, just quick show match. We still have more maps to go, so there is still a chance for Legends to get back in. And well, we've seen how well they work with Moon Knight. If they want to try and take us to a convoy, potentially, as they have map choice now, that could be a pretty solid choice for them to try and bring this back.
Yeah, this is also one of those ones too where for Ignite you had to pick specific types of maps. We weren't allowed to go to Domination, for example. You'd have to go to something else. This isn't necessarily the case here. You actually do have the choice if you want to go for it. You just can't play the same map again. And actually, it's Spider Islands that we're seeing Legends actually take us to. Yeah, so it does sort of line up very well. We have seen teams that just want to go through all of the Domination maps because it seems to be a good game mode for them to just take chunks out of each other, and that suits them. But Legends, hoping that whether they're going to sort of still play around the Moon Knight or not, it's hard to gauge. Like I said before, we have had teams that have been full of like one tricks of niche characters. Platinum Signage, I think, was one of them, right? But even they're starting to be a little bit more flexible with the characters that they've been playing from what we've been going for.
We're going to be heading into that next map very shortly, but I think I heard our producer say that we have a quick break, so when we come back, we will be heading into map number 2 of Virtus to know versus Legends, so don't go anywhere. Can Legends bring it back? Find out after this. Like how
간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 우리들의 승리 완명해. The weight of both the worlds is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
And we are back, getting ready for map number 2. I apologize for some potential tech issues we just had. Hopefully it's a little bit better now, as we're preparing for map number 2 of Virtus Dano versus Legends, with Virtus Dano currently up 1-0 in his best of 5.
It's almost as if it's like watching Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, right? Because we saw Na'Vi bring the actual Virtus Pro to Spider Islands in 2 occasions for the Grand Finals, and it seems that Legends are trying to do the same here. So, yeah, I'm curious about this draft, like sort of learning a bit more about the team, the players, what they want to try and go around. We saw some nice like adjustments, right? A bit more cap usage. The Psylocke especially from Legends with the player that I think their name is in kanji as opposed to Hanzi, but I could be completely wrong. But also lineup, I suppose, that if they are playing Psylocke and want to sort of cosplay the part a little bit better, that having a kanji would be good. But you get the point. It's a chance now for Legends to choose their map, to go up against Virtus to know. They've chose to be the attacking side first, but this draft should tell us a lot about what this team want to identify themselves around, right? And I don't know if I want to see more of the Moon Knight, to be honest.
The Moon Knight on attack, I could definitely see it. Like we've talked before about big spawn holds. It very much depends what your opponent is doing, though. If they start to go for a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, then we see a lot of Moon Knight with either Mantis or Storm, and you just massively try to damage boost Moon Knight or Punisher, and they just proceed to annihilate all the Vanguards. They stand next to each other, build up an ultimate in about 25 seconds, and usually at least take that first point before portals. But when you're on defense, probably a bit less so. While it's very tempting to just drop an Ankh outside your opponent's door, see if you can lock them down, drop a big chunk of damage, it can be pretty different in terms of actually, once they get out of that door and come running at your face.
At least the Angela is being protected from Virtus to know. There's so much of the map that you can knock them off. Certainly past the second checkpoint, it's an area that can go around the Legends. A wise ban, I feel like, because it was left open a little bit carelessly beforehand, and Virtus to know used that deep Wrath combination of the Hela and Namor to really find a lot of footing. A completely different draft so far. Sure, you have the Venom and the Jeff Bumby both been taken out at the start, but protecting Luna might open the door a little bit for just that typical Luna-Loki combo, which we've seen quite a lot in MRC. And the group being banned out means that we might not have that rush front to back kind of playstyle. We might have something that's a little bit more divey and coordinated, which at this level you kind of want to see because teams always need practice in it.
Visible Woman going to be protected, one of the highest priority strategists throughout the entirety of Ignite, and Emma, one of the highest priority Vanguards. We're going through the basic full rotation when it comes to these high priority bans and pickups here, with Luna getting a little bit higher priority in MRC compared to Ignite.
Yeah, Rocket being taken out, I think it's good because of the amount of Be Right Backs that we saw find a lot. Also, Mantis has been able to get through this draft, and Bucky hasn't been touched at all in either of the drafts that we have seen. So, might be a case of playing more around the Psylocke. I think the Loki ban's a good one when you have got the Luna still protected on the other side. The combinations and compositions, you still have the Moon Knight to play around, but Legends, maybe they were worried it was going to get banned out, but it doesn't strike me as they're a team that can't really play much outside of that. You know what I mean? Like, it seems that they are going to be able to get around it no matter what. Or actually, I think that their resident Moon Knight expert has been substituted out. I don't see them.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I don't see him either. So we do not have the Moon Knight player coming on in here. So perhaps looking for a different strategy as we head on into map number 2. Will we see Virtus to know head up to match points, or will Legends able to bring this back?
Also, it's a full best of 5. I don't know if we mentioned, because I'm pretty sure that these games for last season were all best of 3s up until like the higher ends of it. So more games, more reps, certainly for these teams. All of the Ignite players that were in for stage 2 unable to play in this one because it sort of clashed a little bit. Means that you do get to see a lot of new faces looking to surprise, and it's been a pretty successful first year of Marvel Rivals esports and Ignite. Imagine there's probably a lot of orgs keeping a close eye on some of the talent here. Virtus to know Lavender is back on the Adam Warlock on this defensive setup, and they're going to be playing that triple strategist, triple Vanguard to try and hold the defense here.
And they've gone for the Invisible Woman and the Luna Snow here. Not going to go for a Mantis or a Loki for double revives. Good pick up there from Adrico. But they can run it this way, means that they have a lot of good anchor strategists, meaning that Adam can be just played a little bit safer. It's a more secure way of playing the heavy revive composition. Sometimes you'll see it with Rocket. This one is just heavily trying to protect themselves so that those Vanguards can be kept topped up in the front line. The problem with that is you see the second way of dealing with these heavy triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineups. You'll see, of course, the ability with a Moon Knight to just try and melt through them or a Punisher, or dive. The Vanguards will not sustain if they get burst down.
So far, Virtus do know have done a good job of being able to sort of win out these fights. Invisible Boundary is going to be used to allow this pick, and it's a great grab over onto the Captain America to keep this fight stalled out. Legends now in a really precarious position to try and break through here. They're not going stuff like the Moon Knight, the Punisher, these kind of bunker breaking comps that you might start with at the start of a round, which is kind of crazy considering the fact that they were playing Moon Knight before, but they have been substituted out. This composition for Virtus to know, scary to try to deal with. Legends picked this map, but it doesn't feel like they have much of an option when it comes to trying to break this triple strategist, triple Vanguard.
They took down just a couple strategists really early on, but now they can't seem to be able to capitalize. We see Psylocke get taken out, and Invisible Boundary comes down after that, meaning the FBI, they have to be the ones to capitalize on the Galactic Legend, but they need to make sure to stay on through as the Invisible Boundary will expire. Here comes the Freedom Charge and the Eye of Agamotto for the turnaround with the lockdown into the counter. And dropped a little bit low. The Freedom Charge dances the butterfly. Everything is being sent from both these teams, but neither one is falling.
It's a good pick, actually, from Anxi. Meteor M thrown into a spot. Looked like it might be able to connect through the window, but not quite just yet. Galactic Legend from Legends finding a little bit more, but it still seems to be in control of Virtus to know. At least the objective is able to stall out the majority of time. The 4 minutes that was allocated at the start down to just 1:40 now. There's going to be another fight for Virtus to know very quickly because the portal is going to be in the hands of Anxi. Seems that they're going to just dive straight into this engagement.
Lovely turnaround here. Virtus to know, looking to regroup, go for one more contestant here before this first point comes on down. Onto the points with the portal, using it for a little bit of cover, but the backline is just getting absolutely gagged up on Captain America, and Star-Lord sent deep into the backline to take them down immediately. Virtus to know going to be able to turn that round though to sustain through the initial dives, able to flip this fight, push on through, and Legends are once again halted.
Yeah, Virtus to know, maybe laughing a little bit with the name that they have to cosplayers. One of the, well, the best team in the world now, I think, after Grand Finals, but it's more than just like a cosplay in a lab. Like, the theory is good, the fights that they're taking are strong, they have the right combinations of utility in the right places to deal with this, and they know where the bread is buttered on game modes like this. They always have somebody on the point. It's always been stalled out, even if Legends might be winning the fight. Virtus to know are just staggering themselves to make sure that this objective isn't moving in the slightest. And now Legends have some ultimates building. It is FBI that does go down, not quite close to having the Galactic Legend, but Invisible Boundary is going to be used to allow the rest of the team to try and fight the Side Destruction, trying to shepherd them out of it, or at least into the combination with the Eye of Agamotto.
They're trying to hold this, a dozen. The butterfly takes out Lavender, but they're going to come back with the cocoon. They don't have the card of survival, but they want to make sure they have the numbers for the contestant here as they push back the members of Legends one more time. Nord has a fate of both worlds here, but with overtime, it's going to be forced to be dropped early. Visible Boundary being hovered, being held. Meteor M for the turnaround from Alexi to take out Nord, removing the healing output from Legends. The Invisible Woman will make their way back into the fight, but now that's all the healing that Legends have for this fight, and they're only 50% charged, whereas Virtus to know are sustaining through this beautifully. They're pushing them all the way back to the door, taking out the attackers, and they will hold on points one before anything is even taken as the overtime evaporates.
And even if there was like a big team wipe for Legends, you had the counter revival just in the back pocket of Virtus to know. It's not going to get carried over to this side. But yeah, for Legends, it's a little bit rough. You've chosen this map, but there is a reason why I think Spider Islands is probably the least popular choice for teams in EMEA. It's because of the spawn holds like we just saw from Virtus to know. They're so hard to break. And if you're not adjusting to compositions, right, stuff like the Storm that we've seen Lavender lock in, you don't have the Jeff, so you can't Sharknado. It just feels like you are running into a brick wall, quite literally.
Now with the brick wall of Virtus to know swapping over to become the closed fist. Virtus to know bring out their own fist, the hand of Khonshu themselves, as Anxi will be bringing out the Moon Knight for a little bit of turnaround potential with that Storm for the damage boost. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier on.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Now, seeing Lavender actually play the Daredevil. The Storm was hovered, that makes sense. But I think if you want to sort of continue on this divey sort of proposition, see a lot of Daredevil because it hasn't really been a high priority, I think, for bans across the 8 teams that are still left in MRC. Legends, though, it has to be a good hold in the end. They're also going to be running the triple strategist, triple Vanguard. But I imagine that Angshi, if he's doing his best Knuten cosplay, might farm up a good hand of Khonshu very, very quickly. He's already got 8% of damage by the time I finished that sentence. 20% now. Good God.
Legends are going for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist, which means Moon Knight stacks up. We did abandon that once again. That Daredevil in exchange for the Storm, for that damage boost, 41% for the Moon Knight. Captain America, a little bit of pressure, quick retreat. You're just trying to hold the cart, step onto the point to delay as long as possible. And again, what is it with the Lunars in MRC where they're just getting snipes over and over again in these matchups? OG Man goes down, as does FBI, and we are seeing Legends getting routed early, and we may have been forced to see a Doctor Strange being brought out sooner than I'm sure they would have expected. And there it is from R2.
Yeah, it's halfway for FBI to be able to farm up the camera revival too, so need to be very careful. Portal has to be used, and in the time the first to know I've got here, it took Legends 3.5 minutes to try and get to this point. Portal is going to allow a fight from the high ground, but the hand of Khonshu is so nicely placed, it is going to force them onto the ground, which means Alexi gets pretty much a free pick onto the OG man. That's one of the Vanguards down already for Legends.
Trying to hold it, trying to contest it. OG Man being taken down, and that portal will not be there for much longer. Invisible boundary going to be coming out. They're going to try and take out the Adam Warlock to remove the chance of a revive, but they still have the Cocoon. But a Mega Hurricane to delete the defenders. If you can't, you don't need to revive if the cart's already there. What a push from Virtus to know. They're going up 2-0.
With their I's dotted and T's crossed, Legends wanting to try to shake things up with the Spider Islands pick. But Virtus to know, not only in name, but in nature, know how to play these maps, know where the win conditions lie in compositions and combinations. And in the end, a pretty good second map. It has to be a 3-0 if they want to take this out cleanly, but you have to imagine it. Legends' mental might be broken a little bit, hoping that that might be the ace up their sleeve, and they get full held on their map choice.
Always rough to have anything like that happen when you chose the map. This is your chance to turn the game around. This is your weapon, and to just get held completely and so quickly, it's going to be rough to deal with. They have one more chance to make their way back in to try and turn this round, because Virtus know they are on match point. Legends, they've got to win 3 times in a row now. The legendary reverse sweep is the only way they get out of here.
And they have to win on 2 of Steno's map choices if they win this next map. So
yes,
loser always gets the choice of the map so long as it's not been in the series so far. So there is still plenty of options, but I have to imagine, you know, you have free reign of any type of map to pick after you lose the first map of domination. I would assume that you would pick your strongest. And if that was Legends' strongest, like, choice potentially, the map that maybe got them so far in this tournament ahead of time, it hasn't worked here for Virtus to know. Like, if you want to go to Convoy, you need to make sure that you have an answer for those, like, bunker setups that we see at the start of defenses.
You know, all that's left in terms of series that they have not played yet is Convergence, so perhaps they have something up their sleeve for that, maybe something for a little bit more of an aggressive hold, but so far, Virtus to know, outside that one first round when they got hit by the Season 1 flashbang of Group Moon Knight, they haven't really shown what they have available to try and turn this round yet.
It's also like if you see the player that was the Moon Knight extraordinaire on the side of Legends back in the server, you would just ban them out instantly, right? When you know that this team also bans out the Venom, so you don't, you know, it's first bans for Venom and then Jeff for Legends and Virtus to know respectively. I would imagine in that case you could just first ban out the Moon Knight and just ban out the Jeff a little bit later on. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be part of their bigger plans, right? If they're banning out the Venom, you would assume that they don't want that combination with Jeff themselves. So yeah, it feels a little bit like one of those of you're kind of like stuck in a corner if your Legends try to adjust to this.
We're going to be heading to a break while we get that third map set up, so don't go anywhere. We're about to find out if Legends can begin the reverse sweep, or whether we'll be seeing Virtus to know trying to replicate their namesake and move on in that lower bracket. Don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up! Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
And welcome back. We are currently 2-0 in favor of Virtus Dano, whereas Legends, they're going to have to pull off quite the reverse sweep, Ryan.
It's going to take a lot, and they want to go back to Domination, back to Hell's Heaven, one of the older Domination maps that we have in the game, to try to find a win. And to be fair, they're able to at least get that first point on Celestial Husk a little bit earlier on, but it still feels like a little bit of a challenge, I suppose. Virtus Dano seem to have warmed up to the occasion, and I do see Infected Twist back in the server for Legends, who was the Moon Knight player beforehand. I am curious to see if Virtus to Know are going to first ban out the Moon Knight, considering it was the first Protect I think they came in for Legends, naturally.
We'll have to see. It did make quite the difference in that matchup when they used it. They rotated away from that composition pretty quickly. The question is this the same idea? Is the idea just to try and force a ban out onto that Moon Knight, which may just be because of targeting, even though on these kind of matchups, especially on this map, he's not like the toppest of top tier? Or is this just for the fact that they do intend to just try Wombo again because it's the only thing that's worked so far?
The toppiest, I think.
The toppiest.
I think is the grammar, I suppose. The gamma. Don't have quite that combination with Namor and Hulk anymore.
Grammar
and I
team
think it shows because Hulk is missing, I think, after that team up dissipated. So it seems that the bans are going to be the same. Naturally, both Venom and Jeff individually are some of the strongest in their roles. The Protect for First to Know was on the Angela beforehand to allow that potential dive, although it didn't see any play, I think, from them. It wasn't needed, frankly. They are going to protect it again. I imagine that Infected Twist's Moon Knight is going to be protected here just in case.
If that's what they intend to roll with, because you look at 4.3 over here, they're hovering at the board. This might be, as we mentioned earlier, a bait to try and force your opponents to ban something that may not be preferable, especially with that Groot going to be protected early. They're very much telegraphing, hey, we want to try and do this again. So if they can force Virtus to Know to essentially burn a ban on Moon Knight, then they might have opened themselves up to play that Hell in the Mod composition, if that's the direction that they want to go.
It's whether you're willing to play chicken, really. The Mantis is banned out. I do like that. I felt that Mantis getting through didn't really benefit Virtus to Know, especially if they want to go towards their Hella Namor, which hasn't been banned out from Legends thus far. Protection, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what it has been before. I think it has like been a little bit of like Luna. You go for the Loki ban a little bit later. They are going to protect the Hella at least. So for Legends, yeah, if you want to stop that team up from happening, you need to ban out the Namor potentially.
But is that the direction they want to go? Because again, 4.3 is hovering it. No, they do protect the Moon Knight. So they weren't planning on just using this as a bait. They did intend to bring out the Mark, Steve, and Jake combo. And they're going to try and utilize it to just burst through their opponents. And there it is. They go exactly down that route. They hover it like they're going to go for that team up. See if they can bait it out of Virtus to Know. But Virtus to Know don't bite, then they remove that tool themselves.
Yeah, Namor, at least that team up isn't going to be in play. But Hella on their own is going to be strong enough. You don't have that combination with Jeff, the symbiotic shenanigans. Hella is also involved in ever so slightly. But Mantis being banned out means that the strategists overall haven't taken as much of a hit. You don't have the Invisible Woman, you don't have the Jeff, but you still have Loki, Luna, you don't have Mantis. So a 2-2 setup for Virtus to Know, I think it's going to suit them a lot more no matter what. We have seen them like hover over the Daredevil, have played a little bit of Psylocke themselves, Star-Lord, the like. Feels that Legends want to try and pull this back into their favor with a 2-2 setup of themselves, with 4-3 actually on the Cloak and Dagger, which I think on this map finds a lot of success with just how narrow some of these chokes are, means that the damage boost that you can get off of the Terror Capes, yeah, it can certainly provide a lot of extra damage for a Hela and a Moon Knight.
We're not actually seeing a lot of tools from Virtus to Know that can really just... Normally we talk about it for a Jeff, but we can talk about it for Cloak and Dagger as well. That could really nuke the Cloak and Dagger while they are in that Eternal Bond situation, as all of the damage that Virtus to Know have takes a little bit to come into effect. Devil Hour, damage over time. Captain America, damage over time, has to punch you until you go down. Dance of the Butterfly is the closest to burst that they have, along with Heaven's Descent. So in terms of being able to deal with that Cloak and Dagger, they might not have the tools to do so. Whereas Legends, they do have a wombo combo that can be activated extremely quickly. Straggling Prison plus Eva, Goddess of Death, only 2 shots needed to really pick someone off that way, or of course, that Hand of Conscience.
Yeah, Legends trying to find themselves that first map win in this best of 5, and because we are starting in the elimination bracket, it could be the end of their MRC campaign, at least for this season. No picks so far, as Alexi wants to try and put the pressure over onto the objective itself, try and force away Virtus to Know into some more awkward fights, as Legends now trying to catch off the Daredevil. It's a lovely pick from Infected Twist as the Anks trying to connect onto the backline, able to actually find the way onto the Lunar Snow. Point was very close to going into Virtus to No's favor, but Legends responded well, similar to Celestial Husk, by taking the point first.
It's got duel, but FBI comes out ahead, able to take down Draco with that Hela versus the Adam Warlock. And as such, we do see Legends. Again, the Moon Knight works. They swapped off it last time, but it seems to be sometimes when you're in these competitions like MRC, where you have the opportunity to be a little more experimental with the different draft stage, comfort takes a bit more of a higher priority than it would in a tournament like Ignite.
You just don't really get the experience screaming up against it frequently too outside of like individual moments, but Dance of the Butterfly is going to be used. It is able to get the pick onto the Moon Knight, but it has still seemed to balance out in favor of Legends. The point, yet again, very close for Virtus to know to be able to grab themselves, but they've lost too many people. There's no Karmic Revival. It's going to bring this fight back and keep the tempo into their favor and keep the numbers up for them. So Legends able to hold on from the offensive front of the Dance of the Butterflies to hold on to the objective.
In the flank once again, though, is building up a lot of bombers. Dragging Prince are going to be coming on out with the hand of Khonshu directly above, and Axie is going to be the one to fall punished for that as the continued chase takes down Lavender as well. The revive from the Karmic Revival and Draco keeping the team back into this fight at least for the moment, as it is at Draco on that Adam Warlock instead of Lavender this time, because Lavender is building up towards that Let the Devil Out on the Daredevil, but already losing Axie and Lavender dropping low even with that revive. They just cannot sustain, so they are going to retreat back up and look for one last push.
Yeah, Legends holding on nicely. That's always the problem with running the Adam composition for Virtus to know. The Karmic Revival's nice to bring people back into the fight, but if you're not able to take the objective off the back of it, you're just stalling things more in favor of the team in control of the objective. Lavender switched over towards the Bucky, not too far away from having a Kraken's impact, but the point needs to be touched fairly soon. It's getting into the 90s now, and Ken is trying to see if he can catch on to somebody. Not in a part of the map where the eliminations off the side of the map are going to be easy, certainly off of the point, but the fact that you lose the Psylocke this early on is a bit of a troublesome position for Virtus to know to find themselves in.
Lots of damage from the Spectre Twist here, chasing them all the way back to spawn with the arc for the lockdown. That is going to be the first point going over to Legend, who are looking to try and bring themselves back into this series.
It is similar to that first map, though. First point did go towards Legends, and then any pivots and adjustments were made for Virtus to know. Unfortunately, though, they did go for that combination of the Deep Wrath between Hela and Namor. They don't have that combination to work with, because whilst the Hela is in play, Namor got banned out right at the end from Legends. So now it's whether anything's going to change for Virtus to know. It seems that they're quite happy with the comp. They don't feel it's an issue there. It is just trying to move off and away of the Adam Warlock, which is what they did on Celestial Husk too, and it looked a lot better for it. It's hard to play that comp with Adam.
Yeah. Going to be bringing out the Lunar Snow instead. Lavanda going to be moving onto that Hela as away from the Daredevils. They can't seem to find those backline targets. And Alexi going to be onto the Magneto, which we already mentioned. How do you deal with an Eternal Bond? Sometimes you just need something that can get that one shot. We saw some incredible ones in the Ignite Grand Finals. Sometimes you just need a big, hefty ball of metal to nuke two good friends who are attempting to heal up their entire team.
Got it?
It feels that OG Man, with the protection onto the group, might be able to get through quite a lot. You know, Daredevil can find use Wolverine. Not as much, it feels, nowadays. But I think Angela, also, we saw Ken playing it a little bit beforehand as they've moved over towards the Emma Frost on this part of the map. Seeing if that might be enough to just provide a little bit more CC, as OG Man might be able to get away with quite a lot. Speaking of which, he has got the Strangling Prison and the Khonshu both available as the point is about to open up. He must be trying to look for a grand opportunity to combat his ults.
Building on setting themselves in here, like you say, the hand of Khonshu and the Straggling Prison. But if they're both down already, then it will not matter, because actually sets that up beautifully. While you've got the Wombo, Legends did not have anything defensive available, and they fall to Virtus to know.
It felt, again, like we sort of feel like you've got those two big ultimates. Okay, it's an easy win condition, but maybe Legends didn't feel comfortable. Virtus to know maybe felt that in the back of their minds, okay, they might have Strangling Prison now. Start to spread out a little bit, use the terrain, the high areas of the map to remain separate. Legends held off on an opportunity, maybe saving it for a perfect position that just never seemed to come to pass. So not only do Virtus do not take the point, they still have 4 ultimates to work with, almost 5, as the fate of both worlds from Andri seems to be very, very close to use. It was just that Dance of the Butterflies that got used.
Able to get enough damage output for their team to finish off the majority of those pickups. Dragon League Prison going to be coming on in. It's a pretty large group up to follow up on terms of the damage. Everyone's zoned out from the point. The hand of Contra comes on in. Lavender forced to take to the sky. Win back Giannis and Death 40 attempts out the turnaround, takes out the OG man. In fact, the twist goes down, and Virtus no, turning it round again. It's the exact same as last time. Quick adjustments seem to be working out in their favor when they head into round 2. And Legends, they need to find something to deal with this, because Virtus have not given up on the momentum.
OG Man has switched away from the Groot to Magneto, wanting a bit of more mitigation and that combination with Emma Frost to work with for Legends. You do have the Silent Seduction, and outside of one moment, I think, on the final point of Celestial Husk Catcher, once Legends started losing these objectives, they found it incredibly hard to take them back. That's what I'm a bit worried about. Now that Virtus now have control, it's 80% at the moment. Legends still need to try and bank stuff up, group up together, and this Dance of the Butterflies might shut any chance of an opening on the second point.
And trying to keep topped up, takes a little bit of damage, but it's going to take that Light Force wall for at least a little bit of extra sustain on that first part of the point. Legends to try and move on in. FBI takes out Lavender, but 4.3 is down, losing a lot of healing output for Legends, forcing FBI into the sky. Trying to siege Dark Horse teleport to avoid, but Defend is still going to get caught out of position. Now for the zoning of the reinforcements to try and take them out, but it's Axie with the Dance of the Butterfly, taking out both backliners and also one of the frontliners as well. Takes the duel, escapes with the bubble and with the wraparound, chasing onto the Astral Clock to finish off FBI, and that evens up the score on map 3.
One thing I did notice, and this isn't like, again, I'm not in a position to like criticize or like tell players stuff, but generally what I was going to say is like, one thing I've noticed about Silent Seductions in like Ignite, in Grand Finals, is just how hot tempo it is, because you can get it quite frequently. You want to use it preemptively at start fights because you can kind of force something out from the other team. So in moments like for Legends where they had the Silent Seduction and that ultimate wasn't used at all, it's a little bit odd, I suppose, with that fight, because Silent Seduction is such a versatile ultimate, right? You can use it in so many different situations, and it's got a long duration. It doesn't require too much aiming, whether you're focusing on one target or all 6 of the opponents. There's good moments for it, and it just sort of felt for Legends there that it very much got out of hand because they were panicking too much on the point. But Virtus know, bringing it even, and it feels a little bit like that Celestial Husk, where Virtus know if they take this point first, I'm very worried for Legends.
As am I. The lack of Strangling Prison, we've already mentioned, could be risky for him here. We'll see if they have enough tools to really focus them down. This map is going to be at least a little bit easier. The point is a little bit smaller. It's harder to get away sometimes due to those moving platforms that can actually block you in if you're not careful. But now both teams are trying to take control of the high ground, going with the early seed. Moon Knight, Hand of Khonshu charged up,
nice
into the backline, takes out on Draco, but Axie is still pressuring on the flank, trying to get onto the backline, onto these backline members. Infected Twist will be removed already as FBI is trying to avoid a similar fate while getting some extra pressure. Drainer to take out Lavender, beautifully executed.
BTR seeing if it can connect. Fate of both worlds is going to try and keep people alive, but it isn't going to work for FBI. He gets absolutely dunked on, and Virtus to know 90% of taking the point for the first time, as it's still in this neutral. Nobody's able to make progression for the time being, but you can see the Legends trying to get the bodies on there. Angsty's been able to get quite a lot of picks for free, and the Dance of the Butterfly, as soon as it's available, is going to force out the Eternal Bond, but it leaves the Lunar Snow high and dry on their own. Fall Free just tries to dash out to fight on the point with Eternal Bond, and now Side of Seduction is going to be used on the other side from Ken. Seeing if the Meteor M is going to connect from Legends, it isn't. It's still trying to hold on with the Bulwarks to try and mitigate some of this damage. It isn't enough. Virtus to know able to take the point first.
That was a long fight for the first point here. Twist being forced to retreat, dropped low, able to escape. Regroup being forced out for Legends. And again, lack of engage tools seems to be a bit of an issue for them, whereas Virtus to know they're just taking shots down range. They have burst damage needed from the Psylocke to just win fights 1v1, whereas Moon Knight seemingly needing at least some kind of setup. Hannah Country comes out, retreats to the high ground. Alexi is now a bit trapped away from the rest of their team and is extremely isolated, tries to use the illusion to get out of danger with the X-Men team up. They're just staggering themselves here, but they have escaped at least temporarily. See if they can make their way back to their team from the flank. Yeah,
it's taken so much of the attention away for Legends. Like, they're not fighting on the point, which has provided more space for the rest of Virtus to know. Alexi is still alive. Like, he is doing so well here to just split the attention of the attackers as they try and retake the objective. Meteor M's even going to be dedicated as he wins the fight against Infected Twist. It really is a case of he's just locked in the back room, but you're also locked in with him. Angsty is so close to farming up another Dance of the Butterflies. The Virtus to know have taken this very whimsical situation and actually turned it into their advantage off the back of Alexi being insane.
Alexi now on the flank, putting the pressure on, keeping the members of Legends zoned away. Looks for the burst. Good flip, though. Giant Fist able to avoid the first hit up as they've got for that percentage damage. Good lockdown onto the Psylocke. Take it out, Anxie. Enough of your flanking. Alexi falls as well to Arcade 2. And finally, we're going to start to see Legends trying to push up onto the point. That Goddess of Death buys a little bit of time, but it's going to get blocked out by the Mind's Aegis with the tracking. OG-Man trying to wait for them to come back down and catch them out of the Astral block.
Yeah, Iron Fist down play for Infected Twist. I did see the portal being used from Alexi, so they tried to stall this up to 99%. Great Meteor M going back to Andraco. He's going to be out for the time being, which means that there's more focus going on to Jabate that has used the Eternal Bond to keep this alive for Virtus to know. There was Ken having the Silent Seduction, but goes down before he has a chance to use it. And now the elimination starting to come in thick and fast for Legends. OG-Man and I think Ricky are able to sort of swap the Vanguards that they're playing on to have the Emma Frost in OG-Man's hands. Now finally able to grab it, but one false move, it's not only losing this map, you're out of the tournament for MRC Season 4.
They need to try and recover this. 11%. It's time for the hold. Infected Twist on that Iron Fist. On the flank, waiting for anyone to step up out of position. The OG-Man is leading the charge. Good Mind's Aegis there coming out from Ken to try and prevent that healing output onto the OG-Man. But for now, a lot of space being given up by Legends. They don't want to get caught out of position by Virtus to know. FBI going to be looking for a Bionic Hook when they start to see people step up onto the point, see if they can get a counter pickup. Lavender with their own Winter Soldier snipes on the backline, takes out FBI in the 1v1.
And now we have the Eternal Bond being used from 4-3, but two players have gone down in the cast. Now it's for Legends holding on as they sort of make their way up towards 50%. Meteor M is being grabbed from Alexi, but it is going to be the Kraken's Impact from Lavender that's going to come out first. Seeing if these can combo together, smash down on one target, and a Dance of the Butterflies even first to know are dedicating a lot to try and win this fight. But I'm seeing nobody from Legends end up in the elimination feed. In fact, Lavender's the first one to go down as a living Chi is going to be used from Infected Twist. He's going to get grabbed up by the Emma Frost, but he's surviving and able to block some of the oncoming damage. And this Gravy Train is still going for Legends.
Sacrifice him a lot of time. The extra balls from that Terror Cape not going to be able to find the target. Forcing out the Dark Force teleport from Jabate to just try and get away. Daggerstorm for the healing to keep Magneto on the point. We're up to 79 to 99 right now. Meteor M from Legends as we're seeing Virtus no zoned away, pushed on back. But FBI and Infected Twist went in too deep. They're picked up. Alexi is going to be able to take down FBI. Arcade 2 is down and have Legends pushed too greedily here. How are they getting punished? As Lavanda goes in for the Biodefense, see if they can get an early pickup. The silent seduction finds nothing as Axie is building up towards almost at 50%, but does not need it. The assassin in the backline.
It's really Angsty able to get these eliminations off the back of nothing. The Captain America now focus more on to get in onto him to make sure that there's some aggression against this person that is hounding their backline as the point is still stalled in favor of Legends, but there's a good amount of overtime with for Virtus to know to flip things back, especially now that the picks are going their way. It's going to be into their hands, and now things are starting to look a bit more difficult for Legends. Able to touch the point, but the picks are staggering themselves one after the other. Nobody is able to touch for Legends, and Virtus to know continue on in the losers bracket of MRC Season 4.
Nicely done. Again, we see Legends taking the first round of a domination. Domination does seem to be where we're seeing Virtus to know maybe with a couple points where they need to adjust, but once they do adjust, they just take back control every time. And it's going to be very hard to beat this team. But the fact is, they're in that lower bracket. They are fallible.
Definitely. I mean, some teams have been able to sort of beat them here, but it is going to be a clean, full best of 5 series, a 3-0 sweep. And certainly when you get to these points, like we've sort of mentioned, not an awful lot of Ignite players in this tournament, if any. These are players that aren't as experienced with being on broadcast. And naturally, when you are on a broadcast, even though it's just us, we're just chilling. We love EMEA. We're like, you know, sitting back with our cups of tea, just enjoying the action, enjoying the chaos from this region. It is still nerve-wracking to be on a broadcast because you don't want to be criticized, you don't want to embarrass yourself. And I think that whilst this has been difficult for Legends, I'd say it was more Virtus to know being very well prepped. They know how to make the adjustments compositionally. They know how to play around what other teams do with the meta, with stuff like triple Vanguard, triple strategist holds on Convoy. They felt the Legends, their individual prowess and their team coordination got them this far. But Virtus to know are just a step ahead with some of the theory and some of the cohesion as a team, I'd say.
I think that's a pretty accurate statement. The cohesion does seem to be coming on in with the teamwork, especially of Axie and whoever is playing dive on that team in the first round, which I believe was Alexi. They had a really good synergy in those earlier rounds as well, so that was always great to see. Debated always was playing, utilizing a lot of verticality, making their way to the high ground very often, so that they could keep the other strategists alive, not just for self-preservation. Virtus to know, very solid synergy as just a full roster here. Commiserations to Legendary. We hope to see them in the, well, MRC Season 5.
I mean, we have Legendary on a team, I think. He's on our favorite one tricky plant team, I think. Or he's yeah, signage, that's it. I was trying to think of the word. I didn't want to look it up because I'm trying to like test myself a little bit more and not rely on my notes. But great start. So yeah, I think they're in the upper bracket games that are happening a little bit later on. But like we sort of mentioned, we have 8 teams left in this tournament. Well, 7 now, as we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Legends this time. We should be narrowing it down to, I think, about 3 by the end of today. Some of the action we are going to be mostly broadcasting as like an open look, but also you can go into game to catch some of the games that we might be missing if there's a couple happening at any given time. But the main stuff that's going to be happening is tomorrow, right? The losers bracket and the grand final of this stage. A lot of action to be watching for sure. And like I said, it's a celebration of the teams.
It is a celebration of the teams. It's a showcase of new talent, and we have so much more to bring you. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be heading to a break while we get our next series set up. I hope you're all enjoying MRC Season 4, and we'll see you in a bit.
지르면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 우리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 색이 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 색이 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 색이 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 색이 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬라는 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 색이 오면 눈이 부신 모든
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
We continue on with the action for MRC Season 4 in EMEA, but this time we're going up to the upper bracket. So whilst we have eliminated, unfortunately, a team already, we are going to check on some of the teams that haven't dropped a series just yet, whilst we have to wait a little bit longer for like the plant signage. I think is it the debut for them on a broadcast, because we've known that they've played a lot of the MRCs, but just haven't got as far to be on a broadcast day. But regardless, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, so we're going to be looking at Crownfall versus Youngstar.
We have seen Planet Signage on a broadcast before. I think it was Season 2, where they did get to play, but they did lose that game. So this is the redemption run for them. They've had some pretty solid performances, honestly, throughout MRC, and even Ignite Open qualifiers, coming within 2 series of qualifying for Ignite in the past. So Planet Signage, or again, as they've written it in game, Plant Signage, are very entertaining to watch. We've talked about them being a team that seems pretty happy to run Triple Duelist in the past, but rumor on the street is they're kind of going a bit meta right now.
A bit meta or a bit meta? Meta, yeah. I mean, we do have a lot of meta teams like Middle East, North Africa, like Saudi, UAE players, which is great to see because we start to see that a little bit more in Ignite. I'm pretty sure we have seen Whoops as well play beforehand, if it's Whoops or if it's Wu2PC. There's too many names that are like very, very similar, I suppose. But we are starting in this series of the best of 5 on Celestial Husk yet again. The Venom is going to be banned out similar to the last series, but Rocket is going to be first banned out actually instead from Crownfall.
Reminder that we are once again in the MRC ban system, meaning that picks and bans are universal. If you ban it, neither team can play it. If you protect it, both teams can play it. This is not Ignite system. And of course, we're in the upper bracket, meaning that whichever team loses this still has hope. They can still fight their way through that lower bracket. As Psylocke will be protected by Crownfall.
I think we saw very clearly like why Psylocke would be strong here, and the Protector to Daredevil is nice. I think it's given a clear indication of what these teams want to do with their like compositions. You're not really going to be running triple strategist with a solo Daredevil or a solo Psylocke. Maybe, but it's going to be the likes of Bucky and stuff. So I imagine the dive stuff is going to be set up pretty well. Bucky is going to be banned out alongside the Venom, so stuff like Jeff is still available. Maybe the strategist will start to be cherry-picked out from Crownfall at this point.
Let's have a look. Like you say, Jeff, Mantis, all of these big characters, even Adam, all of these big characters for triple strategist compositions still available. Although, once again, in the Ignite Grand Finals, we did see a little bit of a move away from triple strategists. We saw a lot more focus onto the 2-2-2 setup. Very cool to see the adjustment here. And there
Yeah, Adam Protect's
going to be coming in.
I think it's like a good thing to sort of leave on the table, because I feel like when it comes to characters that can really define a meta and a playstyle, Adam is hard for not every team knows how to play Adam comps well. As we've seen, even teams in the grand finals, I think, struggling with trying to play and fit the Adam Warlock in, not only with just stuff like the Karmic Revival, but just making sure that the Soul Bond is well timed and well set up. You have got to protect onto Jeff, which is interesting that Youngstar also banned out the Venom beforehand, but the fact that Jeff has got through this much is a little bit surprising. Angela's going to be the final ban out, but it does feel a little bit like the Vanguards have been hit hard with like having the die via rush down kind of comps. Imagine it's going to be a lot more Groot, Magneto, Emma, and the like.
In terms of dive Vanguards, all we really have left is Hulk. If you really want to put him into that role of dive in, dive out, cause a little bit of harassment going. And Mantis sneaks all the way through the ban phase. We're going to see the Invisible Woman as that final ban out here, leaving the main anchor strategist of Luna. We do, of course, still have Jeff and Mantis available. And we're going to see Youngstar looking to at least hover that early setup.
So yeah, it's an upper bracket games above these teams surviving on the line if they do drop this best of 5 series. But we are getting to the upper echelon. You win this series, you win the next one, and you're in the grand finals of MRC Stage 4, or Season 4 even, to be played tomorrow. So it's a good run for these two teams. You are missing a lot of the scarier squads like Virtus Pro that have done a lot of damage in previous seasons of the MRC. Means that there's a great chance to show and prove yourself as some of this new nascent talent that's coming through the EMEA region.
What we come out with, like you say, with 2026 on the horizon. Who knows what that's gonna look like? It's time to show your stuff, as we will likely see some rosters be adjusted heading into the next year, as we are going to open the doors and head on out to Celestial Husk. No portal engages like Citadel strats, or even from Gale and players like that. We're just going to immediately go in for a very aggressive composition for Youngstar with the Daredevil and the Silent for quick burst. Whereas Crownfall, they go for something a little bit more long range and defense with the Namor and the Hela.
Feels like Youngstar, if they can get their coordination in check, would have the advantage with the comps, just trying to hunt down the Namor and the Hela in the back line. But the Jeff's also got his work cut out for him to try to disengage his team as much as he possibly can with a lot of that movement that he can help with. Mantis, I think, is still on the board for both teams too, if they want to try and include that option themselves. But it is both teams trading out a lot of damage, and I guess most importantly, Tetcher, a lot of ult charge.
Ult charge being built up, especially for the Jeffs, one of the fastest ult charging characters in the game, but along with Psylocke, with already 81% for IJD, as they are looking for that answer. The butterfly very early, which will easily outpace the majority of the strategists on the side of Crownfall. Like them to go for a very early pickup to see if Youngstar can take early control. The lockdown Daredevil diving on it. Soulbreeder was able to take them down here, but the dance of the butterfly turns that into a 2-for-1.
It just made sure that the Hela's attention was split as both strategists were taken out from Crownfall. Means that there's not going to be much support coming in for the rest of the team. But it doesn't seem that they need it. Now that Whoops has won that fight, he's still up on the high ground. It's a bit like Lavender in that last series. Just not really under any pressure up until the Jeff tries to get him. But the Crow is able to dodge, and he's able to even get the fadeaway shot to just have to shut down. The symbiotic shenanigans is going to be, I think, in play a little bit for like Hela being able to get those connections. But Youngstar not able to get the point first. It was a long engagement, but Crownfall surviving.
Missing the venom for that symbiotic shenanigans, but a spiritual one nonetheless. That upgrade on the astral flock, though, from a couple patches ago, allowing the teleports to come out even quicker, meaning that Watts was able to escape that without too much worry. But now we see a big push out from the side of Crownfall to push Youngstar away from the point. But Youngstar, they're creeping forward, they're making space and starting to get closer and closer to that objective. Psychic Spin does a big chunk of damage, but Monkeybot able to eat it thanks to that Selfire Bulwark.
Meteor M in the hands now of Monkey Boy, seeing if he can find a good spot to do it, as Crownfall are very careful to try and contest the objective. Goddess of Death now in the sky alongside the Horn of Proteus thrown out, and it gets the stun onto the backline again from Youngstar. There's at least one of the characters taken out. Jeff, very close to having that ultimate, has gone down. And now the pick still going in favor of Crownfall. A Tidal Dirge is very clean from Fox to just absolutely tidy up. FHD even. Able to at least win out that fight, 60% on the board.
Crownfall in control control right now. Youngstar not able to find the opening. They got the first duel packs that does the butterfly, but since then they found zero momentum so far. Gonna make their way once again, pushing up onto the point as Cramfall hold control. They have Media M, they have the Fate of Both Worlds, and they have the It's Jeff. All fantastic defensive tools. Youngstar, they also have the It's Jeff and the Fate of Both Worlds. They had done the butterfly, but once again, IJDXS has been taken down.
I mean, fantastic names and username to have to deal with when you got the action like this too. But Goddess of Death almost in the hands of Mexon. Seeing if he can get up to high ground, dodge the It's Jeff, and the Psylocke Dance of the Butterflies is going to cut through. I don't think he was really able to connect too much as there was a lot of mitigation, both bulwarks diving out of the way to make sure that the Jeff wasn't able to catch on to much, even if it wasn't needed. Silent Seduction now going to be used from Crownfall, trying to hold on as 99% has been hit. A pretty inexpensive ultimate with this fight as Youngstar looking to finally take the objective for the first time this series.
Finally able to take the duel. Great play by JDX as they are able to get onto the flank, keep control, and even survive with almost no HP for a while before they were able to get some quick backline pickoffs. But the difference is they used a lot of tools for that. Dance of the Butterfly, Fate of Both Worlds, and It's Jeff all utilized. They do still have Silent Seduction and that Goddess of Death though, so Youngstar have some defensive tools and they will soon have Meteor M. Crownfall on the other hand, they were able to hold on to their Horde of Proteus, but again we have the same issue that we saw in the last round. What's the setup? We're kind of limited on Soul Drainer, potentially if it's Jeff you can get the right angle, or that Silent Seduction from MLK.
Crownfall having plenty of time to just sit back here and don't want things to get too out of hand, trying to isolate and see which targets might be able to be ripe for the picking. Youngstar seeing if they want to go a little bit more aggressive. Not comfortable to see Crownfall contesting the point now as the Goddess of Death is going to be thrown up into the sky. That combination with the Emma Frost of Lettuce Fruits has a Silent Seduction in hand, but frankly not going to be needed as now 50% is hit for Youngstar. Crownfall banking up some of these ultimates a little bit more, but considering how unclean that fight was from them, they might start to get a little bit worried.
Youngstar also starting to build up their defensive tools, but they're going to be matched by Crownfall, and using that Goddess of Death and the Meteor M in that fight, Youngstar are starting to run a little bit lower on resources here, but they do still have control. They really need to win one fight, and Dance of the Butterfly is all you need. Just have to time it well. Horde of Proteus drop early, snipe Soviu, meaning that we've lost a huge amount of extra sustain, and with Jeff down, all of the sustain for Youngstar is gone. Crownfall trying to capitalize, take them out quickly, get the flip before they can portal back, because we already see the portal being set up by Jakes as the point flips over. It's going to be a race against time for Dr. Stray.
I don't know if he should be able to get there now, certainly when you have got the contest coming in, but you're going to be down the Psylocke. Nobody else is able to get on, and I would imagine, considering how much time Jax was over on the Strange,
yeah, they used
Portal probably got used up, yeah.
That is a rough situation to be in for Youngstar. Crownfall with the flip exactly when they needed it. JDX tried to dive the point there, really committed to try and just delay for a little bit of time by stepping on, but they immediately got stunned out by that mag cannon from Teller, and with that, Crownfall were able to delay just long enough, meaning that Portal is now on cooldown for Youngstar. They have lost, they didn't lose any ult charge luckily because they'd already utilized a lot of those abilities, so Jake's going to be just coming in here with the 37% already on the SJ.
To be fair, we only get to see like a small amount as well, so maybe there was a chance that somebody from Crownfall was able to just get up in his face and stun him out of it, just disrupt him in any given way. Because it did feel like there was enough time and window for him to be able to go to Strange, get the portal, and get onto point. So you never know. I'm just saying that there might have been something that we just missed. It's worth checking out. And of course, you can watch these games yourself, like also the replay. So have a gander of that one. I might do in the break if my PC could hold up of having like all of the streams set up and then opening the game all at once. But Crownfall having so much still in hand, 5 ultimates to go with. I imagine that like ML is looking to see if they can get that Silent Seduction in hand. That would be a great thing to start off this fight for Crownfall.
Sending shots in from the high ground, but Monkey Boy already going to be dropping down, looking for an early cap and a dive on in with the Carbon Crush. Monkey Boy forced to drop that Iron Bomber to try and tank on through the Goddess of Death into the sky. What's going to be sieging on down from a bomb, trying to get that extra damage out of the Fate of Both Worlds from Soviu. Is allowing Youngstar to sustain through this, but that's all they have. All the ultimates now expired, Jax is taken down, and immediately they fall like dominoes.
Never seen somebody just eliminations off of clean left clicks. Not only from the Heller and Namor, but we are seeing a lot of Lunas do it, like you mentioned earlier. So yeah, FHD sitting with the Horn of Proteus in hand, MLK having that Sonic Seduction. Really, it was everything else that was used from Crownfall to keep things in control, but Youngstar able to at least take the point back last time. Have options themselves, it's just whether they have to leave it till 99% before they can get things to string together in the same vein.
That's going to be coming in, JD. Able to get a huge pickup, incredible Psylocke play here. It's just they've only been able to just get one or two at a time until they're charged up for the ultimates. Jax came in with the It's Jeff looking for anyone in the backline. Not able to find a finishing blow, but Woods will be finished off here by Soviu. Once again, the Lunas are the ones who seem to be popping off so far in this round.
Seen a lot less Luna this stage potentially than we have done in the past for various reasons to do in the meta. So it's nice to see that it's still in play. It's so clean though from the Heller on the other side. Instead, it's Mexon that's able to get the connection onto the Sonic Seducting MLK as he's able to pull it out. And the fight is a full team wipe for Crownfall. Youngstar able to take the point, just shy of Crownfall hitting 50% on the objective.
Lovely setup so far. We have Goddess of Death from Mexon. Lettuce Fruit already at that side. It's Seduction. They're almost built up towards the fate of both worlds. So they're a little bit behind, but also creeping in here. It's Jeff for 7 throws. Crownfall more than will have enough tools to try and retake this. But Youngstar, if they choose to go aggressive, they do have a very small window. They can try and capitalize and make the play here. But Crownfall not looking to let them have it. They're trying to play aggressively themselves with the speed boost from the bubble. Here comes the Sonic Seduction to try and delay, try and buy enough time. But Crownfall, the longer this goes on, the more offers they'll have. But if they lose Whoops, then they're starting to just get picked off in terms of numbers. This might go very badly for Crownfall.
Yeah, they might be staggered out here just a little bit more, but you don't want to be dedicating ultimates as well into a losing engagement. Everybody seems to be back here, and you have got a Horn of Proteus now for FHD. You see just how aggressive Youngstar are getting, but that Bulwark is able to keep the Emma Frost alive. The Meteor M is now going to be used into the fray and able to catch on to one of the strategists. The Jeff goes down, whilst the other strategist of Luna was using the fate of both worlds. In the meanwhile, Whoops was trying to go for a flank and gets picked off and taken out from Mexon. They're able to hold on really nicely into this fight, incredibly cleanly, as Crownfall tried to go for the more offensive play, ended up suffering because of it. Even the stall.
Massive pickup there once again onto FHD. They even staggered them out a little bit, meaning that we will have MLK porting the team back in, but Youngstar with the numbers in their favor here due to that delay. FHD will be respawning and rejoining the fight as quick as they can through the doorway. Media M to try and absorb as much as possible down to the butterfly onto the actual objective to remove the defenders. Tidal surge for the turnaround, and with the extra healing from the It's Jeff, they tag on through, and Crownfall, the portal opens and try and flip this. If they take this, they're going to be going up 1-0 in this series.
Oh yeah, Jeff has managed to get the catch and the spit off onto the Magneto, so he's going to be down. But 99% for Youngstar. Some ultimates were dedicated, some big ones especially. Now it's a case of whether they can find these picks. Crownfall might overextend a little bit like they did last time. Horn of Proteus might be able to save some of it, but you have to be looking at what Monkey Boy has with the Bulwarks, because he's been able to block some of these big hitters for Crownfall. Horn of Proteus hits onto a lot, multiple stunned, one even picked up in the end as 3 players, 5 players from Youngstar, all dropped to the sound of Namor, making a big splash on this point. 85% on the board. Youngstar might need to pull up the portal themselves for the Strange.
See if they do so, because we're at 89, 90. If Jeff could get the knockback here, if they send out a right click, they can try and interrupt that portal play as we see Youngstar trying to make their way onto the point. The Eye of Agamotto interrupts it. Overtime's ticking down though. We just see a quick touch. A couple members have been able to make it onto the point, and Crownfall are immediately having to rush on backs. We're 99. Youngstar with the delays, with the distraction. They brought a Spider-Man to try and contest this with the extra roll-down speed as everyone just rushes to the point as fast as they can. Fate of both worlds about to inspire. Sumio is making their way onto the point themselves with their own, with the fate of both worlds for delay. Down to the butterflies from JDX to take down Nil. Remove the dragons. It's Jeff finding very few here to delay MLK and forcing them off the point. But numbers are currently in favor of Youngstar, at least for the moment, with 2 down to the members of Crownfall. They get 3, and Youngstar break containment. Final stand from Vexon onto the point. FHD is waiting on the flank to push on in for a little bit of overtime of their own right to try and delay this. Spider-Man with the spectacular spin takes out Nil.
Night Monkey's coming to the rescue, or Night Monkey Boy, as I guess it would be in the case. Youngstar able to turn it around with whatever they had on board. I'd say it was with panache, it was with style, but I think it was just whichever characters were fastest to get onto the point. But when your Vanguard player, your tank player switches over to Spider-Man and is able to survive long enough to get an ult off, I'm not surprised that Crownfall were a little bit perplexed with how that one went, but what a great second point. I'm glad it's going to a third, as this one could go either way. I'm curious to see if Crownfall's going to change anything up compositionally, because for the most part, their comp has been working well. Youngstar, yeah, maybe getting the Vanguards off the Spider-Man and Iron Fist might work, but it's nice to know that it does work in those instances when it matters.
If you don't have Portal, you're still going to touch the point, and the only way to do that is with fast rollout characters. The fastest ones in the game, Venom, already banned out. Spider-Man, sometimes you got to do it. Jeff, you're already playing him. That's not going to make a difference. You just got to just rush as fast as you can. Iron Fist can make a difference. Iron Man can make a difference. Otherwise, Rocket to just try and get to a point for a BRB. But in this case, the Spider-Man did work. It broke containment, was able to touch the point for overtime and buy Youngstar enough time to get everyone onto the point, trapping Crownfall between 2 angles of a team fight, and they were able to take that fight in their favor. We head on to point 3.
If there's anything that we've learned from Chopper Mag, it's that weird and wonderful works in those kind of moments. Goddess of Death is going to be used early on as it was taken into this 3rd round from Crownfall, but it feels more like suppressive fire. Some of the bulwarks being forced out, and even the environment not necessarily doing WooPZ any favors with the firing squad that he was trying to put out. But he has the high ground, and the attention has now been taken over to the point that has opened up, which means that Hela has a little bit more space over to put the pressure onto Youngstar, and off the back of Teller, able to find that first elimination onto the enemy's side of the Magneto.
Let's through the Monkey Boy both fall. Youngstar's front line evaporates here as Crownfall take control of the point at 10% already. MLK trying to find any invisible friends who might be hanging around here. Not able to find any such targets. As such, Crownfall, they will hold the point here, and they're already built up towards 4 ultimates. Look at the other side. Youngstar close themselves, though. They're about to have silent seduction, Fate of Both Worlds, Meteor M, and Dance of the Butterfly is more than enough to turn this fight in their favor, unless Nil can land a perfect Fate of Both Worlds, or the Proteus to stagger them though, right at the start. Mid-ultimate Sovio, the Fate of Both Worlds is already down.
It's completely diminished. These Horns of Proteus from FHD have been hitting so well with the timings, but also Crownfall just throwing in a lot of damage to break some of those like healing thresholds. There's no damage boost. There's no Rocket or Mantis available in the server for Crownfall to make sure that that Horn of Proteus is a little bit beefier and a little bit more of a killer whale. But for Crownfall, it's just enough to keep by. It's staggered the fight again, 60%. Youngstar are going to be feeling the pressure now. They're going to have to hot step their way onto the objective soon enough, which means that there might be more space for the Namor and the Hela to find the openings and do a ton of damage on the flanks.
Crush going to be coming on in. Meteor M. Fate of Both Worlds takes out Woods, but everyone else is able to tank on through. No more bonus help for Nil, though. Meaning they just have to try and retreat back. We lose FHD. Teller barely tanks on through as Fate of Both Worlds expires. Dance of the Butterflies inspires. Bursting through the backline of the strategist. They lose the Jeff. The Luna survives a little bit longer, but Nil just cannot survive as Suvio is actually able to get the final hit on that.
Yeah, he's not able to survive for much longer in the end now. Crownfall gonna be still happy in this position, but they may be thinking about that second point of like, yeah, we were pretty much at 99%. This should be easy enough, and then Youngstar were able to claw it back and even take that second round. So it's pressure on both sides now to not make similar mistakes that have cost them so far. In this first map, this best of 5, it has been end-to-end stuff. And FHD, I have to be looking at the Horde of Proteus. That Namor ultimate is so well timed and so well placed from him, but everybody on the other side of the map on the enemy team is separated.
The Horde of Proteus did come out. We immediately see Silent going to be taken down. It's Jeff for Jax going to try and get the counterplay. The Carbon Crusher for damage output as Jax gets nuked here. Coming out from Teller with that Meteor M. Woods is taken to the sky with the Goddess of Death. Is able to get in the backline on some Mexon to keep this in favor of Crownfall. Looking for a counter pickup here. Like you say, Strange coming in from JDX for the push inside of Seduction from above with the Tidal Surge. Youngstar, they need that Strange to come in here because we're at 91%, but they can stagger it a little bit. Wait for the team to respawn. They just have to drop it now.
Yeah, they have to touch the point, and there's enough to sort of push them back if they're not careful. Overtime has been achieved, and the side of Seduction is available for MLK if he wants to start to pull people into a bad spot. It's Jeff is going to be used, I think, mostly just for the healing now for 7 Tro to keep the team alive. Nobody's really stepped through just yet in where it's positioned. Silent Seduction is going to do all of the work. 2 picks have gone down. You can see Monkey Boy getting low. He's going to get eliminated from FHD as the Namor is not playing from distance now. He's looking into the eyes of his victim. And it is going to be Crownfall taking this King of the Hill game mode, the first map Celestial Husk, in end-to-end fashion. Great map.
Nicely done. Crownfall looking spectacularly strong, but Youngstar making them work for it in those latter 2 rounds in particular. They are not out of this yet. Reminds us the best of 5. There's plenty of opportunities for Youngstar to bring this back. But a good start, Crownfall. Kind of living up to their name, but remember, the crown can be very heavy.
Very heavy, and it is a choice of the map from Youngstar, who I think, like, impressed, right? It was a little bit more scrappier. That second point of Celestial Husk tends to be a little bit messy in some of the engagements, and it has been, like, the story, not only of, like, this today, Tetra, I think, but just... Yeah. A lot of the tournaments that we've watched, right? They want to play around the Adam Warlock. It doesn't go well. They switch to something else, and they look incredibly strong doing so. But having Whoops and FHD pretty much sharing the load with the eliminations they're getting in the final hits is a good sign to know that your duelists can play that comp. It should get banned out, much like the last series we just saw.
Exactly. There was a little bit too much pressure. Hela, in particular, might be the solid ban out here because it capitalizes quite well with Venom if that somehow sneaks through. As, of course, that Soul Trader gives you now a tether that can slow down enemies for great setups here. So the Hela seems to be the key character when you go for that ban setup. And, of course, the long range that Hela can actually utilize can be extremely difficult to deal with. Phoenix last season was the character that sort of filled that role, but Hela has retaken her crown as the goddess of, let's call it, dealing death, as opposed to being just the goddess of death.
Dispensing it, I think, is probably
dispensing is a great way.
I think that's what she would like it to be worded as, I guess. But it seems to be like more of the story, right? Like, I think every time that we've casted MRC Tetra, it has been a lot of one-sided, like, best of, 3-0s, even a 4-0 best of 7 Virtus Pro were able to pick up last time against, I think it was the guys over at Chopped, right, that we saw, which we sort of know how that story went.
Finals, yeah.
Some of the players were able to get. And as a reminder, I think one of the players that's impressed me, I think, from, like, the last stage was Crisis when he was playing on Phased, and he had his moments where he very much impressed last week. So there's still a chance to see these guys in action. But before we go to that second map to see exactly what we're going to see from the losing team of that final first map of Celestial Husk, we're going to go for a break. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 우리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 생각던 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 대충을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 색이 오면 나도 믿어 나래까지 색이 오면
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back to the MRC for EMEA, the Marvel Rivals Championship. And it's fair to say that we're the best region in the world. We get to celebrate that from how well we did in Atlanta for the grand finals. But speaking of celebrations, it's also worth highlighting, it's Dredra's 23rd birthday today from Virtus Pro. So MVP candidate potentially, but certainly a way for him to celebrate what's been a pretty good couple of weeks, I think, for him and Virtus Pro. But back to the action, back to like boots on the ground for what has been a great testing ground for some of that talent that didn't make Ignite in the previous stage. It is going to be Youngstar taking us to Hell's Heaven, so more domination to cast Tetcher.
More domination. This does not have the limit that Ignite does, where you have to play each map mode. The maps here do not have that limitation. So we're going double domination, like you say, Hell's Heaven for our second map in this best of 5. Will Youngstar bring it back? They did have some pretty close moments in that last series. Are they able to adjust for the second domination, or will Crownfall continue to ascend to the throne?
Venom being banned out has been the popular like first ban out so far today. I'm trying to remember what Crownfall went for last time, because it wasn't the Jeff. The Jeff was actually in play quite late on. We saw bans of the Bucky. It was the Rocket actually that was banned out last time first for Crownfall, and want to make sure that the Daredevil isn't in play. And I'm curious of like kind of what compositions that these guys are working for like looking through in game and seeing like the heroes played in each of the certain maps for both these teams to get here. It was an eclectic bunch. It felt very rarely that we saw somebody that was just on Adam Warlock the whole time, or just on Moon Knight the whole time. It's certainly at this level of the game now that it's been out a year. Inflexibility is not a trait that you want to see at this high echelon of gameplay.
One tricks are very much a thing of the past. I would say a year ago, but we're still in our first year of Marvel Rivals, in particular for this pro play style. We're not, however, we're still, however, also in our first year of dive still being good. Season 0 was basically our only dive-free season, as the Asia meta of the Doctor Strange and the Magneto frontline seemed to be the biggest priority there, whereas moving on from Season 1 onwards, Venom and Captain America really spiked in terms of usage. But we'll see one of them banned, and the Captain America is going to be protected by Youngstar.
Yeah, Captain America, considering that he doesn't really have any team-ups to rely on. Sure, he has one with Bucky, but that's not really why you see him in play at all that much. it feels that just in a vacuum, he is very good, especially if you're keen on taking out the Venom to stop any symbiotic shenanigans happening between Jeff and Hela, like you mentioned. But the Hela's not going to be in play, so that Deep Wrath combo with Namor isn't going to be available for Crownfall this time either. I do want to see some of the like more offensive options that might be locked in, but it seems that both teams trying to make sure that their strategists, and even though the Cap's been protected, he kind of has like a strategist ultimate, that they have some form of big damage mitigation, and it might be a lot of triple strats to be ran here.
Yeah, in terms of backline, it is fully focused in terms of the protections here. Like you mentioned, Adam, Mantis, and Invisible Woman all going to be protected. Remember, these protects are universal, so now both teams have access to all three of those characters, which could be a solid triple strategist lineup if teams choose to go for that. But as we mentioned already, we're seeing a bit more priority in terms of the 2-2-2 setup these days.
Yeah, I think the draft makes sense of what Crownfall is instantly locked in. They're trying to take out some of those bigger duelist options in a more flexible lineup, really narrowing it down to playing Star-Lord maybe with triple strategists, or like we're seeing FHD locking in the Bucky. That combination with the damage boost from the Mantis, Comet Revival, you're playing the Groot as well for MLK. It feels like Crownfall are actually sort of changing up the script very differently to how they played comp-wise in that last domination. Make sure that Youngstar have to do something a little bit different. They are sort of hovering over the Jean Grey themselves alongside the Bucky and their own Groot. So they're trying to play a little bit more of like a 2-2-2 setup, but it is seeming like that Jean Grey is going to change over towards the Adam, and Mirror Comps might be in play.
Although we are potentially about to see something we haven't seen in a very long time here, and that's rollout strats that don't involve Rocket or Penny. We're looking over here at FHD, who will unlikely play this for the whole round, but is currently hovering on Hawkeye. There is still the Frost Arrow combo in the game. That team up, I know, I forgot about it for a bit too, but it's still here. The fact is, you can use that on rollout to just, if you know the right angle, try and freeze an opponent. We're just going to see if an arrow comes flying on past. Looks like no, and it looks like they might actually be playing the Hawkeye for the whole round, but we do see rollout compositions where people try to freeze, go for, and then immediately swap over to something else. In this case, we did see a freeze attempt, no freeze coming in, and FHD moves back over to that with the Sultan.
Yeah, trying to go for like if there's a strange portal play from Youngstar that you would just instantly reset that, like we saw a little bit in America's Ignite. But Youngstar didn't go for a portal play off the rip last time. Maybe there's some early VODs at Crownfall felt that this was the kind of go-to play. But it hasn't quite come to fruition. Both teams trying to play similar comps, but Youngstar reverting back towards that 2-2 with the Jean Grey, which, by the way, is the first character to go down in the hands of FHD. Traded out from the Bucky on the other side, though. It's a great bulwark to make sure that Youngstar still have the Winter Soldier curving his way through Crownfall. And with these Groot walls, you can see just how much Crownfall are trying to disengage and go for these fights. But they are being picked off, they are being staggered. Able to get 25% on the board, which is pretty decent, Edger. But it is seeming like Youngstar are going to take this early. If it wasn't for FHD going towards the Strange, they are still fighting for this.
Soul Resurgence coming in for the Mantis, straggling prison just outside of the barrier, beautifully executed there by Crownfall, and they just took a fight where they were down into a long delay, into a portal re-engage, into a fight win. Masterful execution there by Crownfall.
It was hot stepping their way to keeping things into their favor. That is backbreaking potentially for Youngstar. Not starting off well of their map choice of Hell's Heaven. The domination was a close one in the last map. Has to be a little bit different here as the objective is going to start to move. Getting a little bit closer for Youngstar to try and engage onto this one. But they have a Strangled Prison. They might try and combine this with that Endsong Inferno. But it has to be Jake's using the Fate Above Worlds to keep things alive off the back of Telesonic Seduction. Such a good ultimate for forcing those fights. The Strangled Prison is going to be used on the other side. Camera Revival is going to bring back those players that have come in. A Meteor M thrown in to see if he can send anybody else back to spawn. Soul Blonde is going to be used to mitigate some of that damage. So they're able to sort of hold on. Whoops is doing really well. Crownfall is doing really well. It's looking like they're going to get to 99%.
FHD knocking the Phoenix out of the air with the Trooper's Fist. They're dropping low, but the Soulbond kept them healed up thanks to that revive. And again, Youngstar, they take a fight, but it's the re-engages, the delays, and the ability to just come back after a fight lost from Crownfall that allow them a 100-0 frozen airfield.
It's so hard to find that confidence for one to be able to go for that play, because if it doesn't work, you just end up with egg on your face. For Crownfall, it's the fact that they were able to do that and just did good responses. The camera revival, well placed. We've seen already a lot of maps and a lot of series that the Adam Warlock just can't find the right kind of success because they're either banking on it too much when they could bring one person back or two important people instead of trying to save the whole team, or just poor placements or poor timings of it. It felt there, the Crownfall, they didn't really put a foot wrong at all. And that's a scary proposition for Youngstar that have to try and claw this series back.
Yeah, this is very different to that first round where we did see Crownfall lose out a little bit to Youngstar when Youngstar found some adjustments. But in this case, every fight Youngstar has won has not been transitioned to a single percentage worth of point because of Crownfall's flexibility and ability to work well under pressure. When they lose a fight, it's time for revives. When they lose a fight, it's time for portals, and then ult your opponents out of their most important defensive tool, that invisible boundary. As such, we're going to see JDX going to be bringing us out the Punisher to try and help turn this round and melt through this group.
Yeah, I've got a Mantis that's available in play because of the draft system. And that combination of like Soul Resurgence or just a damage boost onto the Punisher ult goes a long way. Invisible Boundary is going to provide some space for Youngstar to shine bright and potentially burn up onto the point first. But the Strangler Prison has pretty much backed them around onto a corner. Kraken's Impact snuffed the flame out very easily. And it's such a quick, decisive take from Crownfall. They're looking to stall out the Magneto for just a little bit more time. Youngstar is not looking great for them.
No. Unlucky times for Lettuce Fruit. Literally, like you said, just staggered out, delayed for so long. Still not even respawned, and their teams could have reached the point by now. Instead, they have to just hide behind the wall and wait, giving so much more percentage over to Crownfall. And Crownfall, ever since that first map, they so far just don't seem to even be putting a foot wrong.
Camera Revival is almost ready as well for Whoops. Got Fate Both Worlds that's going to fight up nicely against the likes of Meteor M, Kraken Impact. There's a lot of concentrated damage in spots that Youngstar looking to put down. So holding on for that Fate of Both Worlds. Even if people go down, is it going to be too shabby when you have a Camera Revival that can bring people back? But I have to look at Teller. He could stop that fight from happening full stop. And look at that side of seduction. A lovely flank that's able to connect onto multiple. And if anybody from Youngstar gets picked up, it's just going to force a reset on the fight. Strangler Prison at least able to take out FHD. 3 people going down. Perfect position for Whoops to be bringing in that Camera Revival. Oh, everybody's been brought back, and the Fate of Both Worlds is going to allow the recontest. But Youngstar were able to actually grab onto the point in that short window.
Meteor M plus Kraken Impact for a turnaround. Finally, Youngstar have been able to capitalize with the old combo. They lose Monkey Boy, counter-straggling Prison. There's no way. Crownfall, numbers down, are still contesting, still fighting, but finally Youngstar have some percentage on the board. And finally, Crownfall are deposed. It's regicide as Youngstar take control of the point. But they're still having to reinforce themselves as Crownfall, even though they're down numbers, they're still contesting the fight from the actual spawn room almost. FHD is rejoining the fight.
They are not afraid to keep on fighting this engagement, and it's no surprise. 66% on the board. Youngstar able to get something together. The Crownfall just having enough about them to take fights even if they're down. It's almost reminded me of like Citadel and stuff and how they played in their early days. Just not afraid to keep these engagements going because Youngstar are looking a little bit on the back foot no matter what. They're trying to bait in this engagement, force some damage and some aggression from Youngstar to bait out this Kraken's Impact. The hook tries to go through all of the shields that Emma Frost is putting down, but the Kraken's Impact is going to allow the follow through. And look at this focus. The rush down from Crownfall is toppling Youngstar, and I don't think there's going to be a chance for a portal to come through or anybody to even touch this point. It's a clean map for Crownfall. It was the choice of Youngstar. Hell's Heaven looking more like hell as Crownfall very much find their momentum.
Dominant round for Crownfall. They didn't get another 100-0, but the one fight they lost was basically literally everything used against them. They lost about 20%, and then they just came back and re-fought anyway. What an execution. Crownfall 2-0 up in this best of 5, 1 away from continuing to move on to those upper bracket finals.
Really nice map from them. The first map was really good to see some like back and forwards, and I would have liked to have seen, you know, a full best of 5 be played out a little bit more because, like we were saying at the start of this series, it doesn't tend to happen much. But also when you have games like that for like Teller, 21-1, one death that actually happens, it's so good to see your Vanguards able to clean up. And it is mostly them that's actually getting those final hits. It is MLK that takes the MVP, but that was a terrific Emma Frost performance.
It really was. They were able to get that wraparound. You called it at the beginning of that fight where they were able to turn it in their favor just by flanking from above, getting the right angle, but also just a big shout out, like you said, MLK with that MVP for good reason. Those straggling prisons were great. Whoops with the Karmic Revivals was great. FHD with being the carry, and both strategies barely went down at all. Overall, Crownfall, they just played insanely. That's just a Crownfall solid win based on their own merits.
It is hard, I think, for Youngstar to go from there because do you go to another domination? Do you try and take us to a different game mode? I can tell you it's a different game mode, but I'm going to keep it as a little bit of a secret as we go to a break. And when we come back, we'll see what the third map is going to be for Crownfall versus Youngstar, whether Youngstar can start to build things back or whether we see Crownfall, you know, setting their majesty up, setting their legacy up. We'll see. But we're going to go for a break. We'll see you very shortly.
내게 주어지는
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
It's like a London bus. I was muted there. I was trying to play it off smoothly, but me mentioning I was muted kind of makes the whole thing moot. But I was going to say, it's kind of like a London bus that you end up waiting for one Spider Island to show up, and then suddenly 4 show up at once. That's going to be the choice, actually. The young star not wanting to go to Domination, because frankly, it felt like Crownfall found their comfort to work with. And I guess the most impressive thing about it with Crownfall was just like they pivoted the entire draft to play something very different, and they played it with such skill texture. Makes you wonder why they weren't able to go for it in that first map at all.
Yeah, it was a little bit different. We saw Youngstar bring it back a little bit in that first map. This map, though, this last map, not so much. Crownfall just seemed to activate, and this seems to be a lot of the cases. These first rounds seem to be a little bit shakier for some of these top MRC teams and then they just sort of get better as time goes on. Of course, there is such a thing as a lower bracket buff. More games you play, more warmed up you get, more locked in you get. There is a limit on that, where fatigue starts to come in, but these teams have only just started playing today. They are far from that limit as we head on in, like you said, to Spider Islands.
It's why the second to last day of MRC is always fun, because it is just a day of playing potentially that you just get all of these games back to back. Up until now, you might have round 10 was on Tuesday, round 9 was on the Saturday beforehand, and then if you had to play this round, you had to play an extra day. Here, because these teams are in the upper bracket, they have kind of skipped out on a lot of the process that other teams have had to find themselves in gauntlet-wise. But looking at the draft, very different with what's been the focus here. And a Warlock makes sense. Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguard, very good. Stalling out on the defenses is very good when you're attacking first as Youngstar too. But also the Psylocke ban and then the Venom Daredevil protects. Crownfall looking to play this very differently. And I wonder if the Jeff has to be banned out from Youngstar, because you don't want that symbiotic shenanigans combination unless you intend on using it yourself.
They're going to take out the Captain America instead, though. Crownfall looking for a bit more of an aggressive dive, not wanting to give Youngstar the opportunity for a sustained dive. Of course, Captain America's Freedom Charge essentially being an extra strategist ultimate for a lot of these rounds. And they're going to once again secure themselves that Winter Soldier, as Mantis has slipped through the ban phase so far. And, well, it was the hyper carry for Crownfall in that last matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see just more of these teams, because, there was a lot of people at the start, even the invitationals and such. They're like, oh yeah, this guy's good, but the team just didn't really seem to go that far in the tournament. And now they're more household names, certainly going into 2026. I think when you see performances like this, the other thing I was going to say is this, we mentioned it right at the start of the show, there's a lot of Middle Eastern players and teams from Saudi, from UAE, from the Middle East and North Africa. One of the good things about it is because you have a lot more Middle Eastern players, you are playing more Middle Eastern servers, which means that there's less of an issue with ping, which means that you really get to see these guys shine. Because a lot of the reasons why we don't see the Saudi teams go that far is sometimes you have to play on high ping because you're playing up against people in the northwest of Europe, in the Nordics, in the UK, in France, Germany, etc. Ping becomes more of an issue. But because we are having a lot more of these kind of setups, we're seeing full force of what the Middle Eastern region can do with their skill, for sure.
I love how much of an EMEA problem this is, a first EMEA world problem of just, quite frankly, just by land mass alone, our region is significantly smaller, excluding Africa, because we don't have a lot of African players, but the ones that do come in, like you say, they really suffer with the ping. But then you compare that to the Americas, where it's pretty big. but it does make a difference. That ping, the server choice can be very important for a lot of these teams, and they will discuss it. We were chatting to Chopperback at LAN, and they said it's kind of hard to find teams who will scrim us on like a preferential server because we're miles away from literally everyone else.
Yeah, it's like, why would you do them any favors, as bad as it sounds? But that's unfortunately how teams are with scrims. I mean, we have arguments of bickering of like, I want to play France, I want to play Germany, blah, 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 blah. Like, you'd be surprised at how often scrims are just teams bickering like that. But for here, it is a little bit more of a concentrated effort as Youngstar on Spider Islands, their map choice, they're choosing the side of the attack. Wanted to see if they could barrel through this setup, expecting that Crownfall are going to be playing triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, but they're not. It is the triple Strategist. It is just that Bucky that's thrown in for FHD naturally.
We also see a Bucky on the side of Youngstar. No Storm for damage boost on the Moon Knight. Just going to let the Moon Knight do its own job and then use the Winter Soldier to try and isolate the front liners for Crownfall. Bionic Hook's going to be coming on in. Lettuce Fruit on this Thorn is also going for a little bit of zoning potential, seeing if they can trap anyone away from their team, looking to wait for the end of that Diamond Form. But here comes the hand of Khonshu. The backline is decimated here, and Crownfall, they may have to dip into the Doctor Strange pocket very early here.
This feels like it's a Moon Knight season. We've seen so much Moon Knight action. Again, it feels very fitting for this moment just to break some of these deadlocky holds from Crownfall. But it's like the adjustment. They managed to disengage enough that the pole play isn't having to come out too early. But this is a lot of free movement that Youngstar have been able to try and get. Crownfall trying to see if they can catch somebody that's overextended. The hook not quite connected, but very much in the right position to go for that fight. Forcing out the regen domain on this defense, as well as they got a mischief. Soul Resurgence and It's Jeff all used together. The Strangling Prison is going to be used on top of it. But the Jeff able to like protect some of the damage coming through. It is stalling out the fight though. A minute and a half has passed.
I think he just caught his team, but they're taken off the edge anyway. Monkey Boy and Lettuce Fruit is actually taken out by his own ally as well, as he tried to get them out of danger. We just saw one Jeff, It's Jeff, their opponents, drag them to the edge, try to split them off. The other Jeff tried to eat them as they were thrown off the edge, and then get picked off, sending them over the edge anyway. A little bit unlucky there, Youngstar not coming out on top and allowing Crownfall to try and set up another containment, but a beautiful bionic hook onto MLK as they pull on back into the regen domain to stay top. We have the full Beatific Vitality and of course the Vibrant Vitality coming in with that Mantis, Loki and Groot team up, and it's giving damage boost all over the shop for FHD.
And you don't really need to be damage boosted FHD all that much when he's throwing out that much damage. Silent Seduction as well, meaning that if there was much to mitigate that damage from Youngstar, which to be honest there isn't, it wasn't going to be able to be used, at least from the ultimate side. Soul Resurgence still in the hand from Crownfall. So yeah, it does feel like that team up is really earning its keep now for Crownfall. They managed to push pretty much all the way back towards the attacker's spawn. The payload stuck in the mud, not moving anywhere, as just over a minute is left. Strangling Prison is going to be forcing out a reset again. It forces out the hand of Khonshu, which isn't too bad for Youngstar. It's quite easy to farm it up in the end, but it's more the fact that this is going to buy another 30 to 40 seconds for Crownfall to hold.
It's like you say, it still buys time, even though the ultimate's quick to charge up. It's still not here right now, and Monkey Boy is close to having that Dragon Prison of their own. Beautiful bionic hook to try and take out JDX, but they were able to retreat back to the rest of their team. It's Jeff's now available for both sides, as here comes the push out from Youngstar, looking for the opening. Vexon up to 29%, but they have to crack an impact, which will give them some kind of follow-up to a Strangling Prison. If Youngstar try to pull the trigger, group walls being utilized to try and create some kind of isolation. The Emma takes a lot of damage. There's the prison. Regen domain.
Regen.
Damage. It's Jeff to try and burst on through to try and isolate any targets they can. Moon Knight with the chase, looking for the young, but sent off the side. We see Monkey Boy go down, but Jax will be finished off in exchange.
15 seconds, and it looks like Youngstar having to sort of back up. There's some people are able to touch the point, but one at a time they're being dropped. Monkey Boy, the portal play, is going to have to come in and look at who's trying to reset it. It's not going to be in use. The Kraken's impact to just make a statement to say to Youngstar, you're not able to touch it. Somebody's managed to grab it. In fact, it's actually moving ever so slightly, but the main convoy that's going to bring these players back to the objective isn't there. It's going to force out Youngstar to try and rush down with any character success as they have. And frankly, that was one of the things that helped them on that first map. But we did see the Spider-Man in play. It's going to be a different player than Monkey Boy on it this time, as it's a scramble, a dash in overtime to try and hold on the Strangling Prison, holding him onto the point. Yeah, if you want to touch it, that's fine, but it's going to make it easier and cleaner for us to take you out. Another pick of the Spider Islands today, Tetra. Another 0.1 hold.
A hold just short of a standard Olympic foot brace, 93.35 meters. And Cranful now moving over to the attack. They portaled themselves back in for that defense. They brought in Spider-Man themselves for a little bit of a faster rollout just to touch the point in time. Cranful, what beautiful defensive capabilities they have shown as this team. Their wombos have been so well timed every single time. And that Loki, we don't see it a lot these days outside of Adam compositions, but we also see it in this Vitality style team up. Beatific and Vibrant Vitality, the team ups all enabled by Mantis, gives you that massive area of effect on regeneration domain, meaning that you get invulnerability for a much wider area of your team, which can be a great counter to Strangling Prison.
Not having the Invisible Woman too, it just means that you have a little bit less to deal with. The put you in a position and then smash you on the head with a hammer repetitively. Quite literally in the case of 4, as Youngstar wanted to try and get Lettuce Fruit some time there, but more so, yeah, Hand of Khonshu, big bonk. You've got the Bucky with multiple bonks, and a lot of cleave damage that gets thrown in, and cleave healing from the Jeffs as it's available in this one too.
I'm enjoying the new measuring system we're setting up. How many bonks is that? As we're going to be moving on.
Where is it on the bonk scale, yeah?
The Moon Knight is going to be coming out from FHD this time with the Storm damage boost and the Mantis damage boost. Go for that go for that double strategist, double duelist here, potentially 3 times the damage boost here with the Goddess boost, with that Allied Inspire and that Deitic Vitality from the Loki Mantis team up, means that this Moon Knight is going to absolutely melt everyone on the side of Youngstar, and we may have to see them dip into those quick reinforcements like the Straight even faster here, because look at the speed coming out from Crownfall.
It is pacey, as Whoops is not even going for the speed boost themselves on the Storm. It's just damage boost. Why would you go on anything else? Trying to make sure that Youngstar, they're trying to sort of isolate the positions, maybe try and flank in behind to touch the point, make sure that it isn't going to be bottlenecked like fish in a barrel coming up, but it could just be fish all held down into one position as the Hand of Khonshu is available. There's a Soul Resurgence, there's the damage boost that's coming through, and ultimates aren't even going to be needed when you just have this much damage that's out for free. Soul Resurgence now hotting up the pace as its Jeff is going to be used. You've got the Omega Hurricane trying to sit on top of it to stop things being spat out. It isn't going to stop anything at all, actually, as 2 players have picked up in the end. It has actually broken a lot of that momentum that Crownfall were building up, but look how far it needs to travel, Tetch. You got to hold it 2.5 minutes, 6 meters or so.
It's not looking good, right? 7 meters to go, almost exactly. It's 6 meters just under. It's so close to this. And the fact is, Youngstar, they put themselves in a rough position here. They layered the Soul Resurgence and the It's Jeff, meaning that they now have no healing abilities until Jax can charge up a God of Mischief. They have to rely on a regeneration domain to try and sustain through this, which will be taken out extremely quickly if Teller just drops 1 Psionic Seduction here. But they'll take it down. If they can stagger them, that could make the difference. God of Thunder from above takes out Teller, removing that ability to try and sustain on through. They're trying to take out the regeneration domain. Lettuce takes down 2 more. 1 goes down. Jax is taken out. That's the only defensive ultimate they had, but they've staggered the side of Crownfall enough with 1 minute 46 to go that this is the opening that Crownstar might have needed.
Managed to bring it down to about 90 seconds. A combination of the 4 and the Angela is really working out well now for Youngstar as they're holding out hope. You got the God of Mischief that's going for the combination. It's gone for the Soul Resurgence copy, and the Storm is just throwing up too much damage. The Jakes, even with that ultimate, cannot survive. It is just the picks finding themselves as a Omega Hurricane might be the thing that might clear up the point and clear up this best of 5 in favor of Crownfall. Nice. Strangling Prison in the Hand of Khonshu feels like it is the full stop at the end of this for Youngstar. They're all being picked up one at a time. Even with the portal, it's just lambs to the slaughter as Crownfall making their way up to the upper bracket final. If it isn't for Youngstar, trying to stall whatever they have, whatever is available, but they're not getting the picks. It's just bodies they're trying to hold down. Whilst there's more of them showing, the portal has subsided. It's now just small inklings of pace here. Nobody is finding an elimination from Youngstar, delaying the inevitable for sure, as it is going to be a clean 3-0 for Crownfall, clearing up with a great first point hold and a nice attack.
A valiant effort by Youngstar to try and bring that back, but layering those two defensive strategist ultimates too early meant they were too reliant on Loki, meaning that all the targeting just came out from Crownfall. They were able to take that pickup and take control of that last point, and after that, you put it perfectly, it was delaying the inevitable. All the extra pressure just being applied, but all it did was just run down the clock a little bit more. You were always outnumbered that entire time. It was just throwing down those seconds. Great control by Crownfall. They move on. Youngstar not out though. This is an upper bracket game. They move down to the lower bracket to try for that redemption run.
FHD 30-2, 13 final hits. Mostly staying as like the Moon Knight on that attacking side to find and carve their way through. But also just on the Bucky, right? It makes sense that he seems to be the one that's outputting the most damage. You're not running that strict triple Vanguard, triple strategist. And it makes sense not to when you have the Bucky available. I have to imagine that whoever it's going to be facing Crownfall in the upper bracket or later in the tournament, you want to be taking the Bucky out. Not only to just force them away off of a very strong character, but just to get Crownfall away from running triple strategists. They seem pretty like coherent at running it. It's very succinct. It's very like hard to get right. And it feels like Crownfall nailed it perfectly.
I will say though, as once again, they are still only heading down to the lower bracket, so there's still a chance to try and turn this round. Nice attempt with the Thorn. It had 7 final hits by the end. That was a pretty solid attempt there to try and bring that back into this fight, into this tournament. They're not out yet. They move down to the lower bracket. We'll talk about that potentially later. But first, we have more games to bring you after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll continue with the action here at MRC EMEA after this.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손을 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 좁아 한도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 어디까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
And we are back here at MRC for EMEA Season 4. And we have another absolute belter for you. We've already seen some very impressive matchups from a lot of these teams. And we have one of the teams that me and Ryan and I have been talking about fairly consistently since the start. Virtus Dano already impressing us earlier today. They are going up against Planet Signage.
Yeah, this is a team that I think we've sort of mentioned quite a lot. It felt like they were the sort of iceberg team of EMEA and MRC, really, of just a squad that was like very good on certain characters. Their rosters probably haven't changed up a lot, or those players that might have been sort of more well known for one trick and stuff aren't one tricking as much as they used to. It's been a good run for them, but they have unfortunately, I think, sort of lost the upper bracket game earlier on to end up in the wrath of Virtus Dano, who we saw earlier sort of dispatch up against Legends earlier. And we seem to be starting off on the same map each time. I think it is a random domination, but Celestial Husk is free for free so far today. And Virtus Dano banning up the Jeff like they did last time in that series that we saw.
I'd say one of the odds, but we know the odds. They're 1 out of 4. So we're going to be heading on in to start us off. Jeff will be taken away nice and early, like you say. And the Groot, highly prioritized by a lot of these teams. You already mentioned it earlier. It looks like Plant Signage went down to Silent Nova to find themselves in this situation.
Groot protected, Venom protected, even though the Jeff isn't available. Bucky banned out too. It feels, yeah, don't really want to get those kind of characters in the hands. And for Plant Signage, for one, you've got Kylian Mbappe in the server that is a very flexible Vanguard player outside of, I think, being a PSG footballer still. It's a good mix to say the very least, but I think for players to like keep an eye on, you have got Side that's playing a lot of stuff. Storm, Mantis, Punisher, bit of Spider-Man here or there. And then you've got a very flexible like Vanguard on the other side that we'll guess we'll see a little bit later on.
I do want to talk about something quickly here, a little bit of history. Virtus Dano, they were sent down to this lower bracket in the upper bracket quarterfinals by Silent Nova, the same team that sent down Planet Signage into this lower bracket as well. So they were both taken down by the same team, and now they have to fight for that opportunity to carry on in this lower bracket for that potential rematch later on. Hela also going to be protected, so we do have that deep wrath coming in for that Hela Namor team up. Venom on the board as well, of course, going to be teaming up with the Symbiotic Shenanigans for the Hela as well, meaning that that Soul Drainer now has a slowing tether lockdown effect to it.
So final bans, it's trickier to sort of know what to focus on here because it is available for both sides, right? Like both sides want to run that Deep Wrath combination of the Namor and the Hela. You're not really looking to try and pick stuff out to make it worse because you are clearly showing intent to run it yourselves. But Angela's going to be taken out. Really, it is just the one Vanguard, I think, that is being taken off of the fray, really. And a mix of the strategists and duelists especially, but no Mantis, no Jeff, no Rocket. It does feel like we're going to try and steer away from triple strategist and run more of a 2-2-2, especially when you've got focus going in on the Namor on the Hela.
Which makes a lot of sense. If you came out of this watching the Ignite finals as well, and you look at the statistics for the top teams, the majority of them played the 2 Vanguard, 2 Duelist, 2 Strategist combo more than the triple Strategist combo. But again, that is the Ignite ban system. We are in the MRC ban system, which can be played very differently, as of course those mix of bans are universal. We keep reiterating it because new people might be coming into the stream. Again, we want to remind them of what is different here. But in terms of what is different, these two teams extremely similar in terms of setup, with the difference being that Planet Signage are going to be doing a little bit of Planet X side setup here, with a bit of the Groot and the Venom team up. Groot and Venom is the combo, whereas Virtus Dano, they're going for the classic X-Men team up with
Isn't it
Magneto and the Emma.
Is Plant Signage or Planet Signage?
It is Planet Signage, even though it's spelled Plant Signage, and they're running Groot, so it's fun to say Plant Signage.
I see. It makes sense from, I think it even like took Wikipedia by surprise, like for the name. That's why I was curious. But yeah, Virtus Dano, I haven't
had the Plant Signage for almost a year now, so you're not alone here.
I mean, it makes sense. You got Signage on the team, which I think is Mbappe actually. So yeah, lines up with the group. So you're perfectly fine on that one. But Virtus Dano, even though it is the elimination bracket, they were able to get a win earlier today. Planet Signage on the losing side. So it's whether these teams can like adjust to the situations that they found themselves in form-wise today. Both teams going to be feeling warmed up, but nobody's been eliminated yet. A lot of concentrated damage going down these tight chokeholds. Maverick has taken a good brunt of it, but it really is feeding up Fraud with some ult charge. He almost has an invisible boundary to go far before anybody else has anything to work with on either side.
Reminder for those who don't know, Fraud was part of the ex-Oblivion roster that won the MRC 2 seasons ago that qualified ex-Oblivion for Ignite. Now that roster did unfortunately break apart. They did sort of switch around who was playing for win. They almost re-qualified again through the open division on this roster for Planet Signage. So Fraud has been around. They're one of the most experienced players in this MRC, along with all this new talent that's coming in to try and show up some of these old heads. As we see Axie taken down, but Sai picked up on the other side.
Yeah, I've always seen Lipton quite a few times too over on the Namor, has a Horn of Proteus. You could see the neurons firing in his head of like, oh, if they stand like this and they line up a little bit more, this would be a perfect way to slam down with the Monstro. But Virtus to know disengaging, trying to reset their positions. They're not necessarily on a divey composition, but you can see the Vanguards going one way, trying to pull the focus from Planet Signage away to the left-hand side to open up a bit more space for the Hela and the Namor, and to force Planet Signage away from this high ground. It is the Monstro that's thrown in from the Horn of Proteus. The visible boundary is going to be used, whilst Virtus to know have got the Silent Seduction in play. It's a pick either side. Duelists taking each other out, but now Lipton's found himself just a little bit more. Alexi, that was really good in that debut series that we saw earlier on today, has been picked off and taken out. And Virtus to know still fighting, still dedicating with a fate of both worlds, despite losing a good bunch of players and not having control of the objective.
Lavender took the Hela duel versus Sai, but the rest of their team goes down. Planet Signage holding at 87% right now with all of their engage abilities at the ready. Tied on third, snipes Lavender as they were waiting for the rest of their team to show up on the flanks. They could try and go in for a wraparound play, and with no revives, this is now a 5 versus 6. Virtus to know not in a great spot to try and reclaim this. They might in fact just try to save ultimates. That's not the case for Kellyan though, who moves on in. Horn of Proteus to capitalize onto that strangling prison, and Planet Signage showing no mercy. They plant their signage on this first point, looking to take the 1-0 on this first map.
The roots are taking root on Celestial Husk. It was very clean, even with a portal play for Virtus to know. It just didn't seem to really matter in the end. You have a really nice strangling prison. You got the invisible shield that was set up from the invisible woman, the Virtus to know. That was broken. Horn of Proteus threaded through. Not quite an eye in the needle because it is a giant whale that you're sending through this gap, but perfectly placed to get the eliminations and to just keep Virtus to know consistently on the back burner. Planet Signage just looking really coherent, bouncing back after that series loss.
What a setup there. A lot of ultimates were used by Planet Signage at the end there with the Straggling Prison and the Horde of Proteus. But Planet Signage, they still have the Silent Seduction, they still have Goddess of Death. Look on the other side, Virtus to know, closest they have is Invisible Boundary at 82%. Everyone else is 50% or lower. I mean, not only did Planet Signage win that first point on this map, they have the ultimate advantage heading into the second and can probably get the early cap.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
See now what Virtus to know. Had a bit of a struggle last time. They did pivot over towards the Hela Namor in that first series against Legends, and it looked a lot more stronger from them. Could be repeats here, but the composition isn't changing up all too much. With the Venom in play now with the Emma Frost, which is a little bit different from what we saw earlier. But a Goddess of Death from Sai, not going to be needed for that first elimination. Lovely pick onto Debated, but he can really start to put a foot down on this point. Might not even be needed. I feel like we're setting this up touch of like, okay, yeah, Planet Signage have set themselves. Oh, they just get the eliminations. They just take the point for free. Foreboding for Virtus to know for sure.
Yeah, they didn't even use those ultimates there. Debated is now charged up with the Invisible Boundary. Axie doing a very quick charge up with that Horde of Proteus. Able to bring them back in as well. Now Draco with the fate of both worlds, which they might hold on to. No! The overlapping ultimates from Virtus to know. Fate of both worlds and Invisible Boundary both been coming out. Traded just for Fraud, using their own Invisible Boundary, but it's enough to take out the Emma Frost from Planet Signage. Zenny almost charged up for Fate of both worlds, but it's not in time to save Lipton as Sai takes to the sky, but is picked kicked down to the ground immediately here. And Virtus to know, actually, taking a pretty solid fight here, but a fadeable one from Zenny going to be coming on out with no defensive abilities left. For Virtus to know, they have first side of seduction just to try and zone and contest this for the turnaround with the counter from Ken as Lavender takes to the sky for themselves here. No defensive abilities left for Planet Siders this time. Virtus to know sustained through that fight beautifully.
It was a really nice fate of both worlds from Zenny as they were a player down. Now Lipton's back into the fray with the Horn Proteus. You see the tidal dirge thrown in to just add a bit more damage onto the objective. But Virtus to know, using so much Sonic Seduction, they used the Goddess of Death. Horn Proteus available on both sides now, but Virtus to know don't want to over-dedicate because this point has been trucking along nicely from Plant Signage as it's now reaching 3/4 done. It might be a very quick first map here, Tetra. Virtus to know don't get it together. They're able to get at least a pick onto the invisible, onto the Emma Frost as the invisible boundary is going to go up in time for Plant Signage to keep people going. They're surviving, but now the portal play is going to be in the hands of Maverick. It's going to be a quick turnaround, and even though the picks are going Virtus to know's way, this could be a very quick reset for Plant Signage. They're going to lose the point, but maybe not by much.
They swapped onto Strange, but it looks like they swapped off it, counter, and deciding against the portal play here. But assuming they didn't activate it, they can hold on to that for later. Maverick up to 47% towards their own side of seduction, whereas Kellyan already charged up with that straggling prison, which with a Horde of Proteus could be more than enough to burn through Virtus to know. But Virtus to know have both their defensive tools coming online once again after being dropped at the same time earlier, means they also recharge at about the same time.
What am I? Invisible?
Seeing if they can find themselves a gap. You see the dive maybe being set up from Virtus to know, but they don't want to overstep it. Certainly when you're up against Invisible Woman at Force Physics, and the freeze actually from Luna Snow could make that CC a little bit too much to deal with. Lovely shots though from Lavender from distance. Again, uncontested, just fighting from that back line, able to string a few picks together, and Plant Signage do need to try and reset here again. Everybody taken out.
Living up to the plant sidage here as Lavender's knocking them down like a knocked over bowl of potpourri. Just insane setup here for Virtus to know to try and bring this back up to 53%. Planet Signage, they still have their wombo. They're just not finding the angles. Virtus to know have set up such a good concave here that it's making it insanely difficult for Planet Signage's kind of wombo-based setup unless Sai can actually win the duel versus Lavender to create the opening.
Feels like Planet Signage would have a lot to line up. Strangler Prison, this has to be in line with something. And there's the Horn of Proteus from a good amount of distance. It isn't going to get the elimination final blows, but it has set up Maverick and Mbappe to find the good 1-2. The Tiki-Taka are able to bring up 3 picks in the end for Planet Signage. They now have the Sign of Seduction in play to try and clean up house. It means that Andreyko needs to move over to the Strange to try and contest this. But it's 90% on the board for Virtus to know. The point is going to flip over. There's going to be a touch right at the edge, only just. But you might be losing out players one at a time here as Emma Frost has got hands onto the Strange. He gets taken through. Everybody else is starting to try and pick a side, pick a fight. But look how Planet Signage are just cleaning up house. Invisible boundary put on the objective, making it a little bit more burdensome for Virtus to know to just have a toe on the point to keep this contested. Nothing left in the bank on this one. And whilst it's a 2-0 first map for Plant Signage, Virtus to know fighting back on second.
They contested a little bit there that time. They were able to hold it. They even swapped over, like you said, to the Strange. They adjusted to the Adam Warlock because if you're going into that final fight, Soul Bond's pretty good because it's always a reset charge when you swap over to it. When you go for a portal, it's a great setup to try and hold on that point. But it did not matter. That was a Planet Signage control there. Just literally nuking the objective from orbit. Hela took to the sky to try and buy time, but they were so split that they were just able to pick them off. 11 final hits for Lipton, going 24-3 that round.
Is very, very strong. You can see why they protected it in the end. They didn't want to just let their Hela through the Virtus to know we're protecting, making sure that they had that combination. But you could see just like how much like damage difference it seems to be. Not too much. Lavender and Anxie were able to sort of keep the numbers up. It's just you sort of looking at Jebaited having a bit more of a rough time with the healing output in comparison to like Fraud and Zenny. But I think that's just like positioning a lot of the time. When you're constantly being reset, you can't really get it together. And a lot of times Jebaited was just like shot from distance from the Hela or Namor, just picked off on these like fine gaps. Not too much for you to be able to work with it and work through it. But now it means that Verstino have a choice of map to go to. It's the first map loss I think that we've seen today. So they could sort of take a pick at domination again. They could go to somewhere different else. But it is going to be a break before we see exactly what kind of map Verstino want to take us to. So before we see exactly where it's going to be, we'll see you very soon. Be right back.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔는 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세계면
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Planet Signage have made planetfall here in the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 4 and are looking extremely strong. We saw Virtus Dano have a very good matchup early on and already find themselves on the back foot when faced by, well, the Planetary Force. I'm going to use the word planetary too much in these analogies, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Galactic, potentially. That feels like a good one. A big team to face up. And it is kind of weird to say Planet Signage is like the more experienced here, but that's kind of it. They've been through this gauntlet, this gulag so often that it feels that they are very well versed in being on the back foot in this position. However, Virtus are now feeling like that could have been just an out-of-form blip for them because they have brought us to another domination map. Not Hell's Heaven this time, but instead Krakoa. And I am curious to see if the draft is going to look a little bit different, if at all, because it did feel there the Planet Signage were happy to go onto that deep Wrath combo, the team up between Hela and Namor. Maybe Virtus do not want to go for something a little bit different in their approach because it felt that it was a bit of an outmatch from that.
We'll have to find out, like you say. Will we start to see the adjustments in this, taking out that Hela Namor? Will we start to see potentially something a little bit more brawly with the soldier potentially leaned on a little bit more? We'll have to find out as we're heading into the Hellfire Gala, as it is time for Krakoa in map number 2 of our best of 5 series here in the lower bracket. Winner moves on, loser is eliminated.
So Jeff banned out. We've seen little bits and pieces, but not really off either of these two teams, I think. Psylocke is going to be banned out as well for Planet Signage, which feels like that is probably the most dictating move of the draft so far. Of just, okay, you want to take out one of those stronger divey duelists. It might be worth Virtus to know, like, protecting something a little bit early because you know that they might gun for the Star-Lord, that they might try and take out the Bucky. Lipton is already hovering over it, so he seems good to be happy with no matter what happens. I guess the point is Virtus to know, going to protect the Mantis and maybe try and force out a little bit more triple strategist.
We have some options here, triple strategist, or even we could see people run the Mantis in the dual strategist lineup, harkening back to Season 0, where it was very much either the Cloak and Dagger or the Luna, along with a Mantis, sometimes when one of those was banned out as the main strategist trio. Going to be seeing Namor taken away, though. Virtus Dano not wanting to deal with that tidal dirge and to heal again.
And Namor taken out. Makes sense. You might want to leave the Hela in because it set up to the 2-2 a little bit more in a versatile way than Namor would do. But Angela banned out. You have some areas where you can certainly knock them off of the map, but just reducing and removing some of the other diver options, both Cap and Venom, are still in the fray, however. A Protect is going to go onto the Bucky. So if Planet Signage do get forced onto more like triple strategists, they have one of the best duelists to work alongside it.
The solo duelist setups, when we think that, we think of stuff like the Winter Soldier, like the Punisher, these characters that can just kind of win a game solo with enough damage output. Star-Lord also fits into that role very well, but you've got to be very careful there, as that Galactic Legend can be countered by a good Strategist Ultimate, so you've got to make sure that you're staggered correctly. But one more big Strategist Ultimate will be removed here if Star-Lord's looking to be played. You want to get rid of Luna. Fate of Both Worlds is an extremely long-lasting ability, less than it used to be, but it will still outlast the majority of a Galactic Legend.
Yeah, Venom is going to be banned out. Hela's still in the fray, so Venom's the anchor for that one. You still have that. Often gets overlooked, I think, with the symbiotic shenanigans, like with the focus being more on Jeff. I mean, it caught me out earlier, right? So at least you're able to make sure that the Hela doesn't find too much more success, but the comp looking more front to back from Planet Signage, looking to try and run the triple strategist with the Adam Warlock. Very different stylistic approach, but I think at this kind of like level of the tournament, Virtus to know are looking to ask particular questions about how versatile Planet Signage are as a team. They have to answer them.
There was also the risk reminder. We talked about this recently again at those World Finals. Adam Warlock on this map is a little bit risky. Moxie's the one who talked me through this originally, of how risky Adam Warlock is on this map. This objective's not so bad, but if they intend to carry over that ultimate charge, then while the Grove can do pretty well, but that high ground The actual gala itself can be okay, but when you enter into that central meeting area, you can have a very rough time because there's nowhere safe to karmically revive. When you're underground, it's pretty okay. You can just literally jump underneath the map, revive, and then teleport through the mutant gate to get back to the objective. This is sort of the middle ground, the neutral where it's not great, not bad. So we need to keep an eye on Psy to basically see how well they are able to execute finding the right position for these revives.
If it's anything like the last map we just saw, it might not even be mattering too much with how fights are going for Planet Signage, especially with the damage that Adam Warlock can put out and the Soul Bond to just spread out some of the damage and make it a little bit easier to farm up the strategist ultimates and to just keep everybody topped up and alive. Vertisto are doing the best to try and split this fight up. They're sort of trying to hit it from multiple sides. The barrage from the Star-Lord is going to come in and try and farm up a little bit more towards the Galactic Legend, but it is in fact Lavender that's able to find two. One of them is going to come back with a life cocoon, but potentially, yeah, Psy is deciding to opt away from it for the time being. Full reset required as Vertisto taking the point first.
Nicely done. Vertisto finally able to get themselves onto the board, taking down Planet Signage. So they are going to start getting that first percentage here, building it up, and they're almost already at Kraken Impact as well, and Galactic Legend. So if they can catch Planet Signage on the way back, they might be able to get there before any of the strategists are charging up their ultimates. 78% for Soul Resurgence, 74% for Visible Boundary, and of course Psy, not exactly a defensive ultimate in the form. They kind of have to wait for that Soul Bond in order to be able to survive those engagements.
Groot trying to separate the fight a little bit more as the clones are going to come through from the Magneto. All of this attention has meant that Lavender is able to actually find a good pocket of space to find a pick and attempts to get out if it wasn't for Signage themselves to actually try and get the pick in the end. Be right back for Lavender. It means that he's not too long for the world. He's going to be back into the fight. Lipton has got the Kraken's Impact, but he almost goes down in the process. The Groot does instead, mitigates the damage a little bit too close to face, and this is where Planet Signage have got the Invisible Boundary, but I think because they had so many people go down, they're going to try and prioritize the Camp Revival. A weird pocket, but that's the Invisible Boundary used off of the point. If Virtus are able to win this fight, which they do with a nice pick of Lipton, that's two big ultimates dedicated without actually fighting on the objective itself.
And we talk about it, it's hard to find these Camp Revival points. This isn't the worst point for him, but we see Virtus isolate where it was immediately and capitalize. Kraken Impact Media M directly into a grouped up enemy, means they were able to push on in and force them back after that revive came on out. Speaking of the portal, I accidentally let slip there. We did see Mabuk actually starting on it a little bit, but has decided against it and will be sticking with Emma.
Speaking of portal, like Planet Signage might want to try and bring up stuff now as it gets towards 90%. They're going to just go off their toes, not use it too early as they're able to try and touch the objective. And Anxie wanted to try and get in. He has the Galactic Legend, but forced away, forced to a health pack, gets a little bit of healing, and now seeing if he can wait for these bigger cooldowns to be used. No, he's going to actually come out with the Galactic Legend straight away, but Lavender's used it as a chance to flank around and catch up the side. That's brilliant work here from Vertisto.
And now we have to see a portal if Planet Signage actually wants to contest this, but they just don't have the time. We're going to see Kellyan take it down. We're going to see Psy take it down. No one's touching the point, which means no portal, which means Vertisto, in dominant fashion, flip the script of game number one, and they take the first round on Krakoa.
It feels like that's just like the theme of the day of like, Adam Warlock's available. You try and run it on the first point of a domination. It doesn't really go to plan. You move to something else, and then you start to look a lot stronger, which is seemingly what Planet Signage might stick to. Psy's moved away from the Adam Warlock to go onto the Hela, just to provide a little bit more offensive damage, because Vertisto don't really care about the Adam Warlock themselves. This composition seems to be working well, and the amount of space that Lavender has been able to find on the Bucky is truly impressive. He's found so much space and some great picks to try and disengage off of too.
Lavender has 100% been a huge boon for Vertisto. Also, I do like that Planet Signage are swapping off Adam for the second point. This is easily the worst point of the map when it comes to running Adam, as this is the one where there is nowhere safe to hide when it comes to Karmic Revivals. If you're going to bring back Adam, bring it back on the next point here. But for now, Planet Signage, whatever they were doing, something needs to change, because Vertisto just 100-0'd them.
Big switch around. It would make this a very interesting best of 5 if Vertisto are able to win in 2-0 fashion, the same way the Planet Signage were able to do. makes the drafts look a lot more engaging for sure. Certainly when you have both teams having to mirror the compositions for the most part because the bans are shared. But you have the Sinus Seduction available for Mbappe. The damage boost from the Iron Amplifier is going to be nice too, as Plant Signage able to touch the point, really make and bully Virtus to know back off a little bit more, but they have still control of the high ground. They're not going to give up the point for free, as it is going to be hotly contested, and with big ultimates to boot, Virtus to know now with the Meteor M, Alexi cannot get too much. Sai forced to use the Goddess of Death, able to at least catch onto the Star-Lord. He didn't have his ultimate quite, but there's another Meteor M in the hands of Maverick. Cannot quite connect. The BR back means that this is still pretty much everybody fighting on the objective, as Plant Signage is so close to actually taking it, still finding the picks, but as to know are starting to drop.
No grease in the game, and we found out it was not Plant, but Maverick still manages to hit the tree. They were able to hold control for the moment, finally forcing Virtus to know off the point as the percentage starts to tick up. But the fact is, these fights are going pretty long. Virtus to know are still contesting these, but Lavender is abandoning the Winter Soldier, as we talked about earlier, and it is the Hela that will be brought in to just try and outrange Sai.
It was one of the sort of main switchovers that benefited Virtus to know earlier. More so because he had that combination, but Sai's been finding so many picks, certainly on the backline. The strategists are the ones that are going down first in these fights. Just offside, taking pot shots more than anything. He is being pulled out of position, takes a lot of damage, but the peel at least is there off of the back of Fraud. They're trying to fight on this high ground together, really perch up the Hela to be a complete nuisance and force Virtus to know to go from this high ground.
Trying to fuel Lipton. For a Bionic Hook, but here comes the Galactic Legend for the first pickup. Defensive tools they have to burn. That Consecard Amplifier, and they do still go down. Zeddy taken out. Actually going to be just teleporting away with the Astral Jump to make sure that they are safe, but numbers heavily in favor of Virtus. So no Ken goes down, but it's brought back at the Battle Rebirth, needing to keep this fight going. And Blinded Signage looks like even though they are down, they try to contest it. It's not enough. Lipton still full. The Invisible Boundary coming in just a bit too late, and Fraud almost taken down themselves here.
Oh, Mbappe has done well. Fraud, the Invisible Boundary, has worked wonders to keep the team alive. Meteor M, if it can find a pick, this can keep things really nicely going for Plant Signage, and it does. Most importantly, onto the Invisible Woman on the other side, just after using the ultimate. Both strategists, in fact, using the ultimates for Virtus to know, starting to try and clamber their way onto the objective, but it's still in the hands of Planet Signage. 85% now. There's so much delay actually coming through. Now the Goddess of Death trying to just being up on the high ground is going to be pretty much instantly reset from Lavender, but 99% is looming for Planet Signage.
96, 97, it finally stopped. Virtus to know, able to get the flip and clean out the remaining resistance from Planet Signage. But that was Delay City. Ultimates had to be used from Virtus to know and Planet Signage just to make sure that that was picked off from the side of Virtus to know, and very importantly for Planet Signage to get them up to that level of charge. Great turnaround. They're setting themselves up beautifully. Virtus to know now have to hold this with essentially only the Goddess of Death until Axie, assuming they survive this, having to Astral Jump away, gets that Galactic Legend.
Yangtze just tried to bide his time, almost let the rest of the team take fights. Oh my god, Sai is absolutely destroying people with these hits. Even the Magnetos are having some really nice shots in the end. Everybody's feeling mechanically very set up on this one. Alexi finds the pick onto Sai as overtime is now being brought in by Planet Signage. They're able to actually take the point back with all of the ruckus and the hubbub happening just off of the point, able to bring it into their favor. It could be a 3-pointer here on Krakoa's. Virtus to know wanted to try to make this map choice theirs. The portal is going to come in from Ken, so you're down a little bit more of that mitigation. You still have got that 2-2-2 set up, but Andraco is taking so much damage as a rocket, able to disengage as more people are trying to get through the point, but it's mincemeat for Maverick.
Lavender and Lipton both go down, but Virtus to know cannot stand on the point. And Planet Signage even us up on map number 2. We are currently sitting at 1-1 on Krakoa. If Planet Signage take this, they go to match point. If Virtus to know take this, we are evened up here, Ryan.
It's all you could hope for, really. But it is more of the same of, like, almost the opposite of Virtus to know dropping the first point and being able to, like, claw it back in the end. But Planet Signage, a slow start on the carousel,
30 seconds before
moving away from the outer wall, things working out quite well. Fraud having the invisible boundary to boot. I think it is acting up a little bit, I think, in the UI. But
Yeah,
regardless, that is the one ultimate that's working with.
Well, we'll see. There we go, 94%. So yeah, we just have that's a bug we haven't seen in a while, but not a harmful one.
I remember it being a bug, but I was like, did they get rid of that? Am I? It's
fixed
used
for a
on the
while.
point. There we go.
There we go. We're charged up. All good as we make our way down to the objective. This is the map where if you want to bring out Adam, this is the point where you need to do so. But with all of those abilities almost already charged up, who would they swap for? It would be Psy, but with already 65% towards the Goddess of Death. Why would you? Just take the duels and just try and take out Lavender early.
Seems to be more of like compositions mirroring each other, which tends to happen at this level, and Planet Signage feeling that they are just pound for pound a little bit stronger. They have more time together as well, so you can't really say that things are not leaning towards their advantage. Is more of the picks whether or not Lavender can find the eliminations for Virtus to know with the space that's been created, but it's Anxi that's actually on the bookie this time, seeing if he can just get some more damage coming through. The hook is a nice one, tries to push back the Magneto, but he's staying in position, a bulwark, and the Meteor M is going to be used on the other side. Lovely pick in the end onto Lipton, spots him in the corner, but the Meteor M was used over onto the other side, taking out a duelist on Plant Signage too.
Execution, tracking impact to wait at the end of that. Iron Bulwark. Fraud goes down. Axie makes it a double. Maverick falls. Fraud will return at that battle rebirth beacon. They do will have the extra sustain, but with no ultimates, it is a routing here. Planet Signage will be heading off world as Virtus Deno take first control of the point once again, up to 5%. And they still have that Cosmic Yard Amplifier for all that bonus health, which can be matched by Planet Signage. But overall, Virtus Deno, they now have the advantage of positioning and numbers. Beautiful pickup from Lavender.
They've done well trying to push back this fight. It just means the Planet Signage unable to take the point first. Might start to sweat a little bit more. But as to know, trying to disengage, find a different area to try and take this fight. Happy to give Planet Signage the high ground as much as they can, just seeing if they're going to be coming through there, whether they're going to try and flank. Really need to be keeping an eye on where Lipton and Psy could be fighting from, but they're not as tricksy as I think Lavender is, who in fact has tried to find a barrier back, but I think it was picked up just in time from Zenny.
For an attempt, an opening to try and set up for this engage. Planet Signage, they lose Magneto early, but they're still going to pull the trigger with Silent Seduction. Able to pick up quite a few backline members, but the Battle Rebirth Beacon keeps the numbers even up as Virtus Deno with that Cosmic Yard Amplifier damage output of melting through Planet Signage, keeping control of the point. Fraud is just taken out like a clay pigeon.
Yeah, Lavender is cleaned up nicely. Plant Signage had the Silent Seduction, went off of that and the Yarn Amplifier, but it felt that nothing else was really looking threatening enough on the objective itself. 3/4 of the way there for Virtus Deno. Plant Signage, where are you going to try and take this fight from? It seems that the Magneto wants to go through the Route 1 approach, but you have to be careful where the Magneto is on the other side. In fact, he's going to be isolated, I think. Alexi might have got more than he bargained for, but he's very good at getting out of these like 1vx fights. He's going to try and go from the high ground with a Meteor M, and look at this positioning. Plant Signage is sort of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and they still need to touch the point.
97, 98, 99, they do touch with a nice little run up from the Emma, but Kelly is going to be dropped incredibly low, sets up the reset, and that might be the closing nail in this coffin as Virtus Deno clean up that last point. They control Krakoa and even us up to a 1-1 in this series.
They spotted really nicely of what Planet Signage wanted to try and do with the draft in that first map that we saw of Celestial Husk. Wanted to make sure that there wasn't an over-reliance onto Helen anymore. You can still play with pieces of it, but you can go for triple strategist. You can try to go for more of like the Bucky Hela setup. And Virtus Deno winning some really key and close fights in the end, and a good response. You get a map choice of Krakoa. You go to Domination again. And you have a solid performance, certainly from Lavender and Anxi, that just found so many openings and so many ways to stagger Planet Signage when they were regrouping.
regroup seemed to be where they, like you said, found the most advantage. While the stagger was good, it was also just where they got those staggers. Able to push all the way up to the choke points and almost all the way up to spawn at one point as well. This kept the members of Planet Signage busy, allowing Virtus to know to control the objective. The resets from Axie adjusting into that setup. Lavender, who we just keep talking up for good reason, because they are absolutely goated on basically everything we've seen them on today.
Means that we might get a full series of these guys. Elimination is on the line. For Virtus to know it's pretty much on a tightrope so far as you've been in that losers bracket for the entirety of the day. But for Planet Signage, had to adjust because you were pretty close to being in that upper finals of MRC Season 4. But unfortunately losing out to Silent Nova. A bit more to fight on. I can tell you again that we're not going to domination, but I feel like I like sort of keeping it a secret up until we're about to go into Game Tetra.
Agreed. Very fun to like keep it a little bit secret, keep the mystery alive as we are getting ready for our third map in this series. Remember, this is a best of 5, so both these teams still have to win 2 more in order to get in for that lead. But we'll be waiting to find that out, as we need to make sure that everything is sorted and organized. So make sure that you don't go anywhere, or if you do, make sure you're back in time for map number 3 after this break.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면
reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Our first 1-1 series of the MRC games we have cast so far, Ryan, as we see Virtus Dano bringing it back versus Planet Signage, which if you just looked at the first game, didn't seem likely. So great recovery from that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what Virtus Pro like to sort of pick when they're on the losing side, but I know that they had a good run on Yggdrasil's Path, which is what Virtus Dano have forced out here from Planet Signage. So we aren't going to Domination again, but it is a pure convoy. So we have seen already Virtus Dano playing the triple Vanguard, triple strategist over on Spider Islands before. You'd have to imagine that they're going to be well versed in playing it here, but also that Planet Signage know how to break those kind of bunker comps.
Most likely, or at least to be expected. We'll have to find out though, as we're going to be heading into map number 3. Winner will be one game away from continuing their journey. Loser will be one game away from being eliminated from MRC Season 4. We're starting off with the Psylocke ban, and Jeff will be removed. We've of course seen teams like Citadel very much innovate with the Jeff when it comes to this map. Of course, we started off with at the time with Na'Vi in particular, rolling in with a very aggressive Jeff-style composition with a Venom, but it was Citadel who kind of innovated on this last season with a Jeff Nado-style composition to really capitalize on the Storm already being played as a bunker breaker.
It'd be hard, though, to make the Jeff Nado work with Stano being very keen to ban out the Jeff almost first every other time. But I do like the Mantis Protect. It feels like Virtus Dano kind of want to force Planet Signage onto triple strategists if they can, and it feels that maybe the way that Virtus Dano set up that last map with Lavender and Anxi being on the duelists finding picks means that Planet Signage, they don't want the Psylocke in the server. That has been very clear from all of the maps and the series that we've seen from them so far. But even the Angela's being banned out here. You don't really have that many opportunities to knock people off the map, but it is such a good dive, consistently be on the objective option. It's hard to move her off of it.
She's also great at the reinforcements. If you get taken out early, you don't have the portal to come back, or you need to buy time for the portal to come back. Angela's another one of those very fast rollout characters, along with Venom, who's being banned more consistently, who can reach the objective quick enough to maybe buy enough time for a portal to come on out. We're going to see Namor going to be protected, as is Star-Lord, meaning that we could see a baited out Hela ban from Virtus Dano, as we will finally see that Venom removed from the board by Planet Signage.
You'd have to imagine, and I think it's kind of clever as well, like a protective, you can run it yourself. I think Lipton was the one that was really putting Hell down, and you sort of know, without the Namor last time, it was still very easy for Lavender or Anxi to be able to do damage on the Hela, so it's not as easy with Namor, I'd say, in comparison. At least you'd probably have to put in a bit more time to really get the most out of him. In the same vein, it's also a little bit better, I guess, against some of the Divia compositions, which is just maybe what they're expecting Virtus Dano to try and do.
Lavender moving on to the Winter Soldier on the side of Planet Signage. This is pretty standard here. Moon Knight with the Storm for damage bonus. You get the Groot in and the Emma, because both of them can set up barriers between your opponents and the characters that can heal them. Who, of course, with his Thorn Lash walls or his Iron Root walls, and Emma with the Might Aegis. If you interplace them in between your opponents and the front line and the strategist, it actually removes the healing output because it will block not so much line of sight when it comes to the Mighty Aegis, but at least targeting, utilizing that shield as a offensive tool as opposed to a defensive.
You don't want to find out. So I keep them to myself
Yeah,
for a reason.
offensive is putting it lightly. I think it can hurt quite a lot. Virtus to know on the defense to see Plant Signage try to set the pace after that map loss. It wasn't a shock, it wasn't a surprise, but certainly peaking of interests to see if this series goes to full distance now. Plant Signage trying to come out with the Moon Knight and the Storm. Damage boosts aplenty. Mantis is available for both sides. As a reminder, it was protected, but that extra bit of damage boost not going to be needed, at least as it takes down the Star-Lord who's brought back from the BRB.
That means that BRB is already taken down. Anxie dropped to half HP right off the bat again. Lipton charging up already at 75% towards a hand of Khonshu. But it's Kellyan who he may have to wait for as we're at 45% towards the straggling prison at the moment as Virtus to know take a more defensive position. But that first corner where a lot of teams will usually try and go for that first defensive hold has already been breached. Planet Signage are just rolling through this with the hand of Khonshu and that Cosmic Guard Amplifier at the ready. The rocket getting focused down into the backline and we see the Invisible Boundary and the Cosmic Guard Amplifier layered on top of each other from Virtus to know. And it's a huge opening that's being created for Planet Signage. While they'll lose this fight, they now have a great opportunity to try and break this hold with no defensive tools left.
They were on the back foot a little bit. It was the Invisible Boundary that was forced out, but they got so much value out of that Yarn Amplifier that came in from Andraco. Certainly Alexi on the Magneto's been able to output so much damage and wants to see if he can get the right click. Oh, onto Lipton. He absolutely decimates him. Just means that it's going to be staggered out a little bit more from Planet Signage. They have so many ultimates to try and combo, but this position on the map where the payload is stuck isn't benefiting him. However, that force physics is great. It forces Magneto onto the low ground. He kind of gets stuck on the step, but look how much damage Alexi's able to take. Meteor M is forced out to see if it can connect, and it gets onto two. If it wasn't for the hand of Khonshu was also throwing in onto the backline that takes three, it might have saved Virtus to know. Three players out of it of the defense. They have to quickly regroup, and they're going to go for the portal play.
Portal can come back in, but they've already got Lavender on the flank, or Anxie, I can't see who it was, to potentially try and delay. Looks like they've got one from both angles. Anxie going to be coming on in with the rolls, means that they can stay sustained on this with the bonus, help taking out the arc, crack and impact from Lavender, attacking from the other side, but the Omega Hurricane onto the point to try and zone out from the portal and prevent the sustain. Lavender's the first to fall here, but Zeddy removing a huge chunk of healing from Planet Signage as Fraud goes down as well, and it looks like Planet Signage will be repelled. Delay is just long enough for Virtus to know.
Just in time that they got everybody together to fight this one. Oh, what a fight. If it wasn't for some savior work from Alexi that always tends to turn a bad opportunity into a judo throw for his team. I Plant Signage finding free with the Strangling Prison Hand of Khonshu combo, but it still feels like it goes even in that fight. It's tough now for Plant Signage. They chose the map. They don't want to get full held. There seems to be a habit of that happening so far today. And now look at how deep actually Mbappe is in fighting the backline. He gets pulled in from the force physics. The BR back means that he's going to be into this engagement again. And just in time, there's less than a minute to go.
Everyone topped up, deflated on that Invisible Woman, making sure that the Ember is topped up for a potential Carbon Crush. We start to see a dive going for the aggressive pull with the pull into the Invisible Boundary from deadline of sight. Lipton is destroyed here. They've already swapped off of the Moon Knight onto the Winter Soldier, but they cannot turn this into a counter pull because they're already back as spawn. Side building up towards a final judgment. This may be the opportunity for Planet Signage to break this hold because Virtus took what looked like a hopeless push against Planet Signage into a beautiful hold on this final hallway. Galactic Legend going to be coming on in for the attempt at the turnaround. Side already been able to take down Ken though, and Anxie cannot find a target, Ryan.
He cannot find anything, but there is a final judgment so close from Sai. It doesn't really get the benefit of the Yarn Amplifier, but he's able to output so much offensive capability. In fact, he's able to take out Alexi in the process. You got the Star-Lord that's had to try and dip with the barrage, able to at least get to safety. but the final judgment could very much curve Plant Signage over this first checkpoint. Outside of domination, we haven't gone past the first checkpoint at all so far today, but there's no way to contest with the group walls. And in fact, look how quickly Sai is willing to get in and get involved. Tried to catch Virtus to know as they reset. He leaps into the fray.
Planet Signage playing from the core. They were able to hold just enough people up on that point. Sai in particular tanking on through that Galactic Legend of Anxi, allowing them to sustain that first fight, break the point, and they didn't even use Final Judgments. Virtus to know they're now going to swap over to Storm and Punisher from themselves on the defense here to try and sustain on through this. Planet Signage, they're already the Kazoni potential. The Thorn Lash walls just delete Lavender.
There goes the slam in. See if he can get any resets, but not likely. Maybe he's able to get onto Alexi that just somehow happens to be in a backline. He sort of understands the assignment of stalling out the objective as long as possible, but he just fight like, what is he doing all the way over there is the vibe that I always get from this player. But it means that these constant resets, it might be a very quick second checkpoint for Plant Signage if Virtus to know don't get their ducks in a row.
His own potential. Carbon Crush going to be coming on in. Look at the positioning on top of the green wall so that they can try and contest this. Final Judgment comes on out, takes out Draco right away. Ken is down, and Planet Signage are just carving an opening. Second point taken, and it was kind of a blink and miss it point compared to that first one where we saw a pretty solid hold from Virtus to know. But Planet Signage, they're back as they were at the very start of that first round. Heavy momentum, hyper push.
Yeah, it was out of sync a little bit on that first point with like the Iron amplifying the final judgment, right? But because we saw Plant Signage being able to like separate the fight, take the first checkpoint pretty cleanly, and then keep resetting Virtus to know, it meant that they had those big ultimates, those big win conditions for the second fight, and it's very easy to line it up when you have Virtus to know pretty much in a bad spot. The out of syncness is starting to show a little bit as Anxi's moved over to Punisher himself. Final judgments come in, but it isn't in combination with any damage boost. And in fact, Planet Signage have done well to just try to reset, whether it's the group walls that are taking the damage or using the terrain itself. No damage or eliminations have come through on the side of Virtus to know up until now.
Finally, Anxi's going to be able to take down one. Lavada makes it two, and they push them back around that first corner. It's a great point to hold here, and honestly, the cast in a great position for Virtus to know. They can use that for cover to retreat behind against Planet Signage as they make their way forward. Silent Seduction, Straggling Prison, and Kraken Impact. Planet Signage are going to be looking for a wombo. Virtus to know they want to drag them backwards, kite them until they can get into that good defense position while staying split and utilizing their high ground.
The Strangling Prison is looking for a key target. The wall's trying to separate or maybe put people into a little bit more of a set position. High ground has been pushed back. The Iron Amplified dealt with. Strangled Prison knocked back. Isn't able to really connect onto anything, but the Kraken's impact from Lifted X is still going to try and come through. The Invisible Boundary is going to be used as a response in kind, as well as Lavender bringing out his own ultimate from the Bucky. Meteor M, a lot of stuff slamming down into this concentrated part of the map, but no eliminations. The strategists are earning their keep so far in the Yggdrasil's path the way that it's ending, as everybody's able to survive, but is it going to be enough? Sai is the one that was going to try and put down the heavy machinery, but he's the one that was eliminated first from Virtus to know.
Every single tool used by Planet Signage just got countered. They tried to go with the Straggling Prison, it got countered. They tried to go with the Final Judgment, it got countered. And yet they're still pushing forward, inches away from taking this third map in the series, or at least getting the triple cap on it. Sai's moving over to Spider-Man to make sure that they have someone to touch the point as the time is down to the last 10 seconds. Lipton going to be able to portal in, but Sai has to move forward and touch it. But they're taken down. Lipton, can the portal reach? Yes, it can! Meaning that this round continues. But to know already on the point built up towards that Kraken impact to try and burst them through on the point. Kellyan has Straggling Prison at the ready and has to use it early because they're dropped low to try and finish off at least some of these defenders, some of these backliners. But the Silent Seduction from the side of Ken, blocked out by the group wall. The sustain is good with that Cosmic Guard Amplifier from both sides. For the extra sustain, Lavender rushing back to the point with the Kraken impact could be all they need to sustain this, Ryan.
It's so good for Planet Signage to bring this one back. You have to look at Maverick that was able to really go in and go fight this. It was looking like a full first point hold for Virtus to know at a point, but Planet Signage able to swing things around, start to oil up the wheels of the payload and pushed it all the way to third.
Well executed final portal there by Planet Signage, able to utilize group walls to block the Emma Frost there with the Sonic Seduction, and then they were able to sustain on through the Kraken Impact attempt from Lavender, allowing them to get that final push coming on in. It was a last-ditch effort, but it was executed very well. It seems to be where Planet Signage, they seem to only live in hyper push with all the momentum that cannot be stopped, or in the last 10 seconds of the game. Everything else kind of seems to be leading Virtus to no.
Yeah, it feels like it could be just on a dime, right? It felt like Planet Signage able to sort of win some of those like neutral fights where you're not playing around ultimates too much very easily. Virtus to no overstepping, either being caught out, not willing to give up space when they realistically should be because it's too easy to get staggered out. I'm really curious of whether Virtus to no can catch themselves here, but Planet Signage looking almost a little bit embarrassed with how it was going so far on that attacking side. Seen so many full holds of maps that you've chosen, certainly on Convoy so far today. At least Planet Signage were able to get past that hurdle.
Setting ourselves up, we make our way out for Planet Signage's defense now. Virtus to no, if they can get a triple cap, then as long as they do it faster, they can set themselves up for a solid map number 3 here. As you can see, 3 points for Planet Signage, but 0 time in the bank. Defensive position set up by Planet Signage, going for a standard 3-0-3 setup for this defense. Virtus to no, they're just trying to burst through it. They've got the Punisher and it's melting through those group walls very quickly, but Sai on this Magneto is actually blocking a lot of this damage output.
He's making sure that there isn't going to be too much fun for Virtus to no, and it's sort of showing you have a Yarn Amplified that's actually developing at a pretty good pace, as well as an invisible boundary. But there's only so much damage mitigation that can be done in the end. As now things are starting to pull apart for both teams. Spirit Backs might need to be relied on a little bit more. But Anxi, knowing that Sai is trying to stall out and make sure that that payload isn't moving, he has to go down in the process. Now you have a final judgment alongside the Yarn Amplifier within like a minute. Now there might be sort of a chance to fire back and push back. Maverick, I'm not sure about the portal because I feel like you're just going to end up as mincemeat.
But they can delay it. They can just hold this on the cards, basically using it as a windows, let's say, to give them a scout ahead to their opponents and potentially move their way back in for a contestation once you're in a better position, a little bit behind your opponents, just the portal for cover. But Storm is going to ignore that completely with the Goddess boost, dropping a big chunk of damage output, trying to take out those regeneration domain labs. Stephen's boundary comes on out because final judgment for Axie is burning through the members of Planet Signage, and the defense is evaporating for the second time here. With Portal already being used, they just need to swap to fast characters if they want to contest this. Otherwise, this is going to be an extremely effective and pretty quick, honestly, first pickup for Virtus to no.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about, right? That you go for this portal play and then it's just 2 ultimates combined. 3 even, sorry, with a Meteor M, but you still have 3 in the back pocket for Virtus to no. They are really setting a pace here, and for Planet Signage, yeah, you have got the Strangling Prison, but you're looking to wait alongside, like, the bookie, certainly for Liptonex to build his stuff up. Zenny has got a God of Mischief. I don't think it's going to be needed now, but a Mako Hurricane is going to be used pretty early on, maybe providing a bit of space for Virtus to no to switch off of the character, or at least clear up some of this more offensive play that Planet Signage are trying to lay down now.
Maverick from the top rope, dropping down from above to try and get that early pickup onto Alexi, but they tag on through. Kellyan also barely standing here, has from Dragoning Prison, just when he attempts at the turnaround, but it comes up as Tenlack is taken down. Alexi falls as well. The Battle Rebirth Beacon brings back the Emma, but the rest of the team is falling thanks to the numbers advantage. Sai is going to be the only person traded out. Never mind, Zenny goes down as well as Stonewall is dealing with Lavender.
He's so hard to deal with in all of the games that we've seen so far today. You got the group that's being grabbed up. The Carbon Crush is very effective from Ken. As Virtus to no stalled out a little bit more as Planet Signage have held the line, but you could see just how much of a dedication it was from the offensive team. Planet Signage now having to try and regroup. They're going to be forced through this choke point, but I'm a little bit scared that if Virtus to no overextend, that Sai's going to set himself up very nicely with his final judgment.
Could be enough to burst through and hold back Virtus to no, but they still have 3 minutes on the clock here, and one ultimate will not be enough to hold for all of that time. They've got to start building some other stuff up. They're going to push on in. Carbon Crush not able to find any targets. Meteor M is dropped from above, but Sai is trying to carve an opening. But the defensive play against a final judgment is
Where's he going?
behind the wall. Omega Hurricane from above. No, they carved their own opening.
Yeah, they haven't switched off of the storm because it's finding so much value in the end. And it feels, again, like Alexi using himself as bait, pulling himself out into a position. Planet Signage can't help but chase him. And it just opens up that space for the Omega Hurricane to just carve through. You've got already a tight choke point of Planet Signage you're trying to get through. And then they're trying to squeeze past the payload itself. Yeah, no wonder Virtus.no were able to sort of clean up house from that point. And again, of Alexi just sort of creating so much space as this Vanguard.
Space is created and the pressure is applied as they push on up. Lavender, Storm damage boost once again besieging in from the side. It's Storm versus Storm now as the teams begin to mirror each other even more. Silent Seduction comes on out. Sai and Axie both fall to mirror him, but Lipton goes down as well. All the damage is taken away for Planet Signage here as Virtus.no repel them beautifully and continue their march towards Yggdrasil.
There's no time on the board for Planet Signage. They'd be given an extra minute if we do reach the end for Virtus.no, but that could be a pretty big time like the Virtus.no might have. Still 3 minutes left on the clock to try and finish out, but it's not often that you're able to sort of win out a couple of good fights and finish here. It ends up being a little bit more of a slog, and you've just lost one of your front line. The Vanguard of Emma Frost is down, and you can already see Virtus.no trying to reset very quickly. Like, they don't want to overextend, and they certainly don't want to give Planet Signage any more ult charge because they have almost 5 ultimates to work with.
Look on the other side, Virtus.no currently sitting at Meteor M side, the Cosmic Guard Amplifier. Final judgment close to an Omega Hurricane. Cosmic Guard Amplifier is going to be the first to get dropped down, but this is the opportunity for Planet Signage to just take it down quickly. They burn Invisible Boundary and Meteor M take it out. Actually, Sai is brought back as Battle Rebirth thinking to keep this fight going with their own damage boost. Silent Seduction coming on out. Maverick trying to contain them, trying to zone them here as Virtus.no are starting to evaporate, but with 2 minutes left on the clock, they have time for 2 more pushes. One on foot, one on portal.
Maybe a little bit more if these keep getting staggered out in the end, but this is more time that's been bought from Planet Signage, all the way pushing to the attacker's spawn. We have seen this being punished in some areas, force physics more to deter and push away exactly where Maverick's found himself as opposed to pulling him in and being overextended. But with the full charge of that left click, he is happy to just be farming up for another Silent Seduction and make sure that the strategists have something to work with. They're trying to pull the Magneto into a precarious spot, but in the end, it's the Bucky that's tried to make this a little bit more of a brawl just on this, like, slivering snake way up to third. It is now Virtus.no taking their offensive capabilities, finding 3-4 onto Planet Signage.
Planet Signage evaporate one more time. With 1 minute to go, Planet Signage now have to win this and win the portal run back. Virtus.no, they have Invisible Boundary, they have Silent Seduction, they have basically everything they need, forcing Maverick over to Captain America. It's all about delays. Beautiful shot, though. Incredible hit from Alexi to keep this pressure on, continuing to stagger the members of Planet Signage as they push their way back onto the point. Right, Cosmic Guard Amplifier for a delay, but Virtus.no are going to be routed here. Maverick with the backline dive sets them up, and now with 40 seconds remaining, Virtus.no may have to portal back to this, especially as they're picked off all as a group, meaning they can make their way in as a group.
30 seconds left. Back and forward stuff. I think they're going to try and save it. This might be a little bit of a gamble play. Might just give them a chance to fight on if it doesn't go well, but there's not really many mobile characters that can create that distance. If you had a Venom and stuff, sure, it'd work, but the Omega Hurricane is going to make it a bit more of a hot step. The Invisible Boundary, that's big. It's not being used on the objective itself, and the Meteor M has found its way onto the Invisible Woman anyway. This whole approach of just trying to go in by foot has completely split the team, and whilst sure, Virtus.no can actually touch the point into overtime, they lose the whole taxi of players. Lavender goes over to the Strange, but there's no time. It was a gamble play for Virtus.no, and it didn't pay off in the slightest. Planet Signage narrowly making their map pick of Yggdrasil work.
Virtus don't know their investments here. Like you said, the gamble, they are bankrupt at the end of that, and they are now one loss away from being eliminated from the Marvel Rivals Championship. The turnarounds, the using of the invisible boundary to absorb the first hit from the Kraken Impact that was trying to just take out the Storm at the end of that Omega Hurricane, and then the Meteor M to prevent the reset onto that Kraken Impact, because that would absorb all of the Winter Soldier shots, and still, on top of that, able to snipe out Jebaited at the early part of that fight. That was just everything going in favor of Kellyan, of the members of Planet Signage, in order to go 2-1 up in this best-of-5 series.
I mean, it's a very close series in the end, but Planet Signage adjusting after the recent map loss that they had. But it could have been a really embarrassing Yggdrasil for them. They almost got full held. It wasn't just for some couple of mistakes there from Virtus to know, just they weren't able to try and contest the point after using the portal play. They go for it on the defense. Sorry, they went... Planet Signage went for it on the defense and got absolutely mowed down in that second round. And yeah, it's just that final fight, the choice to be like, let's save the portal, let's just try and go in by foot and then go for a portal play afterwards. It just completely fell apart. But it was really because Planet Signage had set up that fight to be a bit of a checkmate situation. No matter what you did, you were going to be on the back burner.
This has absolutely been one of the best series we have had today. Going all the way to map 4 so far. We could go all the way, Virtus to know, more than have it in them to take us into that final map. But to do that, they'll have to win this next map, which we'll be bringing you after this break. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion or the comeback will be coming up after this.
reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
And we are now one map away, potentially, from seeing the elimination of Virtus Danone, the team that started off our day in such dominant fashion.
And they do run into an opponent that was a bit more like upper, I suppose, because they were in the upper bracket a little bit earlier on with Planet Signage. So this is a match where both teams are sort of fighting for their lives here. It's a bit harder for Virtus to know. If they lose this series, they're completely out. But they've given us a very interesting curveball in taking us to Heart of Heaven, the newest Convergence map based in Konglon. We saw a good amount of it at the Grand Finals, but it makes its debut here, at least in the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4.
This is also our first Convergence map of the day. We have only played Domination and Convoy, and almost all of our Convoy maps have been Spider Islands, outside of that one Yggdrasil path we had earlier. But Convergence is where we'll be heading today. Like you said, Heart of Heaven. So a little bit of it at those global finals. And the character that was extremely valuable on it was Daredevil. Those waterfalls and that mist can give you a lot of cover. So how about someone with sonar to see you through them?
Oh, it's so valuable. The Jeff as well, from just vision, throwing multiple people off the map. And also Angela. Like, it felt that it was a good map for her to be in play. But so far, this first sort of bands very deep into the philosophy of how these teams want to try and play out here. Planet Signage want to go around the group, which has been a consistent pickup for them. Virtus to know, I imagine that they would have seen a lot of what made this map tick in the Grand Finals. So protect onto Angela is a very, very wise move.
Angela giving them, like you say, a little bit of extra isolation, a bit of dive onto the objective. When you get into those underground tunnels, it can be a little hard to find the right angles to get good value, but if you get into those tight and close spaces and Angela can get in there without being punished, then dropping down into that Icarus Axis form can be extremely difficult to deal with. Groot, on the other hand, fantastic in tight and close spaces and makes it much harder for Angela to approach if he can get a wall in the way. So after point one, could really jump up in value, and we see both Hela and Namora taken away.
Yeah, neither team want to actually deal with various parts of it, and it makes sense. We have seen this like draft evolve a little bit more. I am curious, I suppose, on like for Virtus to know, especially what kind of like compositions do they want to run with their duelists? Because so far it has just been the Protects over onto Vanguards and now a strategist with the Invisible Woman for Planet Signage. Maybe they want to go for something like the Star-Lord. Maybe the Daredevil, like you mentioned, is hoping to skip through the draft phase a little bit unnoticed, not needing a Protect potentially. In fact, Virtus do not want to go for the Venom here, which I feel like we've seen so little of it crop through in the end.
Woman on the board. You've already mentioned a lot of these characters that have slipped through. Another character that has slipped through is Emma. She's been very high priority in a lot of these pick and ban phases. In this case, will be showing up for at least a little bit of extra delay, extra sustain. Being taken away, though, means that it's much harder to control that first point on the defense.
What kind of comp do Planet Signage want to go for? They've banned out 3 duelists. Are they really going to put themselves... Yeah, like Lipton over the Daredevil makes sense, but then you've sort of put Psy over onto like the Jean Grey, the Phoenix. Feels like, yeah, both teams looking to try and play around it in the end, but yeah, it's such an odd draft in the end to really limit both the teams that don't want to try and run an Adam Warlock composition, right? It's almost sort of put themselves in a bit of a box.
See which team can break out of that box and take the first point. We're starting off with Virtus to know on attack, and there is that Daredevil. talked about it earlier, and the Mantis, and the Venom. You just look at Virtus to No's draft right now, and with the exception of maybe Phoenix and possibly Rocket, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a solid ban phase. No, that's what they're running. Oh my god. Whereas Planet Sidage, they're going with a little bit more defense here. They've got that Rocket for the BRB, and it's the Winter Soldier to try and pick people out as they try to step up onto the point.
Yeah, there was a protect onto the group, so maybe they were expecting that a bit more play. I think Virtus to Know have kind of given away their idea of like wanting to protect the Venom and the Angela. That it is going to be a little bit more of a divey composition. We'll have to see just how well that works in the end. Because Lavender and Anxie are going to go for the Daredevil Jean Grey combination, playing all of the most recent characters added into the game, actually. The last three. The Angela tries to dive in to push people off of the high ground. It ends up in a bit more of a squabble. Line of sights might not be the best for Planet Signage to try and actually keep people alive, but there's so much mitigation off of the Magneto being up there, it might not be enough.
Up to the high ground, Anxie tries to keep the siege onto the members of Planet Signage. With Maverick already down, they have a numbers advantage at least for a short period of time, but Maverick will be able to get back to the point extremely quickly. Being on Angela, a very quick rollout character. Lipton also falls but is brought back at the Battle Reaper Beacon, but Anxie, uncontested, finds a large group of enemies in a choke point while playing Phoenix, which means those Cosmic Sparks are going to do huge damage.
They are absolutely farming their way through. And you have an Endstock Inferno almost available for Sai, who has to use it almost to just survive. Able to get his the comeuppance, I suppose, onto Alexei that's over onto the Venom. But it is almost the point being taken. 80% Soul Resurgence for Virtus to Know. Seeing if it can get it quite over the line in good time, too. Just over a minute to be able to take this point. It has also forced that Planet Signage to go for the portal play, which has stemmed the bleed in a little bit. It seems that the defenders are able to hold on, but a good amount of progression made at least this early on for Virtus to Know.
Giving as much time as they can for this defense side. Continuing to ping away, at least for the moment. Virtus to Know, they still have Fate of Both Worlds and the Feast from the Abyss. But with Kellyan bringing them back, portal down, this is the last defense Planet Signage will have on at least this first point. That means the backline finds the Battle Reaper Beacon, which will be seeing a cancel. Feast from the Abyss takes out Fraud with the early pickup, takes out 3, and Virtus to Know just carved open the planet down to the core and to take the point, delaying as best as they can with the Assassin's Charge, but this is simply delaying the inevitable as Planet Signage will be forced off the point, and the first objective will go over to Virtus to Know.
If they've been watching Grand Finals, either teams know that they want to be taking these fights early and often. The objective is going to move itself quite a good amount of distance, but you can already see exactly where Planet Signage is trying to be set up, where Lavender's pushed up so he can get as much information where this fight's going to come from, what tip of the spear is going to try and dive in first, as they definitely see the Angela starting to loom over to the left-hand side. He's managed to pull down the Strange of Mbappe to the low ground. He's managed to find himself back up to safety. But an Endstock Inferno is going in almost horizontal to cut across and catch up to Fraud. This is great stuff for Virtus to Know to keep momentum going.
Sai gets the counter pick up though, meaning that they can keep this pressure going. They still have their own Endstock Inferno if need be, and the chase back is superb by Planet Signage there. And even with the beautiful opening from Anxie, Virtus to Know once again find their push stalled here. The point is still creeping forward, or at least was creeping forward at least a little bit until Planet Signage stepped onto it. But the fact is, Planet Signage now have a significant ult advantage.
And they have the payload stuck in a hard spot for Virtus to Know to get it moving. Very easy for the defenders to just keep a toe on the objective to keep it stalled out. And now you've got Lavender that's trying to find these like picks and openings of space. And there's so many like bottlenecked areas that it's quite easy for Planet Signage to hold on, especially when Sai's able to output a good portion of damage on a nerfed down Jean Grey.
Looking for openings, looking for an opportunity to try and make something happen. They have been detected here. You can see that mark just above Sai as Daredevil has been able to locate them. It does make it easier for their team to maybe get that isolation. You already see Sai forced to teleport away after nearly getting blown up. Zombie Rejuvenation going to be coming on in.
Oh, he's stunned.
Onto Ken to lock them down, but he's pushing onto the point as best he can still. Make sure that they still have a presence. In the meantime, Planet Signage, they have not burned any ultimates for them.
I think both of the strange ops got interrupted at the same time because they were both at 50%. It was a very weird fight, but both teams knowing to shut that down because that could have been the win condition for either side. 2 minutes left for Virtus to know to push this as far as she'll go. And now an Eye of Agamotto starting to come through. Doesn't quite connect, but the end song does, as well as the Kraken's impact. If that doesn't work, Mbappe has built up another Eye of Agamotto to have to follow through. I don't think it's going to be needed, however. It's Virtus to know starting to lose out on numbers. Defenders holding the payload in position still.
And once again, Planet Siding, they're able to do that while keeping a lot of ultimates available. They did use the guard amplifier earlier when I said they didn't use an ultimate, but the fact is they still have Heaven's Descent once Maverick gets back, and they still have their own Eye of Agamotto after surviving Virtus to Know's attempts at an engage. All Virtus to Know have right now is that Cosmic is the dive here for the Ends of Inferno, and soon they will have an Invisible Boundary, which is big, but if they get stunned out, it's not going to matter.
And Ken wanted to go to the high ground. It's taking a bit too much damage. Still trying to farm up an Eye of Agamotto. So now, seeing whether Virtus to Know can find a new route to try and touch this point, because being stuck on the underground, it's the same as like Arako. Once it gets stuck here, it is very, very difficult to get past it. The visible boundary is just going to add a little bit more misery in the end for the defenders to try and hold this spot. But Virtus to Know find themselves a couple of picks together. Ensong Inferno off the arm amplifier, able to connect onto two and to take it out of the server for the time being. It's a complete cleanup for Virtus to Know. They had so many ultimates to work with on the defense, but they were dealt with so quickly they had no time.
Everything Virtus to Know just did there was perfect. They were able to get the lockdown on the first pick of Option Doctor Strange. They were able to survive the Eye of Agamotto, pick off Kelly in early, and I was going to keep talking him up, but it's just become pointless because everything Virtus to Know did was perfect, and then Planet Sidage came through a portal and ruined their day, took their point, and with 10 seconds remaining, they now have to go for one last-ditch effort for the sustain with that Ensong Inferno for Sai at the ready. Maverick drops down, comes back in the Battle Rebirth Beacon, but that means that there's no revive for the turnaround. Virtus to Know in overtime, after getting completely wiped off the board, they charge the point, delay the objective, and they are still going, Ryan.
They're still fighting for this one. Kraken's impact is going to see if this could be an overtime push to the second checkpoint. It's got past the hard point, but you have to imagine that there's going to be a little bit more stall to come through. Leaping up to see if he can get some information, as he's not going to have time to get another reset over on this Kraken's impact, but he's seen the Angela try and flank around. This fight is still yet to happen. There's no place for either side of that thing, but an Eye of Agamotto. I'm looking at Ken.
Looking for an opportunity to try and make something happen. Ken is already charged. Kelly is almost charged on the other side. Little Battery going to be coming out from Fraud early. Eye of Agamotto to try and get onto Fraud. Down. They don't find him, and Lipton falls, meaning no Kraken impact for the side of Planet Sided. And Ensong Inferno for the blow-up. Eye of Agamotto onto the top line. It's a double. Counter coming out from Axie as the invisible boundary is going to be expiring. Alexi is going to be bringing out that freedom charge for at least a little bit of bonus health to give time for the team to respawn and make their way back to the point. The overtime is ticking down. Planet Sidage are running out of resources, but Virtus to Know have no bodies, meaning the points will be held by Planet Sidage.
Able to just push it a little bit further, but the Eye of Agamotto combo with Ensong Inferno, and then just a Maelstrom afterwards with that much damage, it's enough to burst through all of that healing that was being thrown at Virtus to Know. They have to defend now, hoping that they can pretty much stall stuff on the first point. I feel like if you have a good hold on first, you set yourselves up really nicely there. It was just that Plant Signage held on for a minute and a half, 2 minutes before they lost first. If you can make that 2.5, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes potentially on this defensive Virtus to Know, you have a good chance to take us to map 5.
There are opportunities available here. This could go in favor of Virtus to Know if they go for the lockdowns with double revive, Battle Rebirth Beacon, Cosmic, and the Karmic Revival for the sustain here. No Loki to make it a triple revive setup here. Just going to play it a little bit safer with that Invisible Woman. But Virtus to Know also not going to be embracing that third Vanguard here for the hold point. They want to make sure that they have the hyper carry. Winter Soldier needed to try and pick people off, especially Sai, who may be taking to the sky with Maverick, potentially creating a double aerial threat.
It's a little bit of peace and tranquility, but not for too much longer. As Planet Signage now seeing if they can get some of that success at the end. I like this spot from Ken, just in this little alcove of the high ground, see if he can go for a bit of a counter dive. And he's certainly going to be looking at Maverick, as there's not going to be too much follow-up that's going to be leaping up onto the high ground. It's not just scouting out for information without the Daredevil on either side.
Feeling themselves, trying to make their way up onto the roof, see if they can get an early pickup. Danger Voltage not finding a target there from Lipton, but they get a good shot into this doorway. This is where the strategists often like to hang out, where they can just send in those rocket shots, just bounce all around the room and keep everyone topped up. But the backline is vulnerable on the side of Planet Signage, as Alexi creates an early opening. Battle Reaper Beacon breaks back side, but that means there's nothing left for Lipton.
Seems to be fighting it out. Any touch from Planet Signage has been quickly diminished. No progression made, so you haven't even got a third or anything across the board. Means that that's one engagement done. A minute bought. You've still got 3 left to hold on to, but ultimates are going to start to show up a little bit more. And Lavender isn't as well built for the camera revival as you'd hope at this point. Less than halfway to go, but you have so much else that might sort of stem the attention a little bit more. It's certainly the Kraken's impact with that Yan Amplifier combined with it. Yeah, you got to be careful if your Planet Signage trying to make your way through here as they all try to move together.
Huge blow up from Kelly in there, getting the backhanded into the stand. The shot to take out Spaces will be brought back at the Battle Reaper Beacon to make sure that they can stay onto the point with the regeneration domain expiring. Planet Sighting, they're running out of tools to hold them through on the fight. Go for the clone onto the Cosmic Yard Amplifier from Zeddy to keep this fight going with the Endsong Inferno for the blow up, setting up for Lipton to create a triple with that Kraken impact. And they chase down to try again onto Andreko, who will get staggered. Portal from Axie may have to come out, but will it reach in time? They're trying to delay, but with everyone staggered, everyone taken down. Portal comes out, but it's too late.
Yeah, things are going to start to move across anyway. So this is First to Know missing the timings again. They've lost the portal play, and this objective, it's going to move on its own for a little bit automatically. So Virtus to Know, even if they tried to stall it, it was still not going to stop the Tortoise from trucking along. Oh dear.
Indeed. Solid setup here. Heaven's Descent coming on down by the Cook. Spider-Man needs a little bit of counter opportunity to try and take out that fear, which they do. Trooper's Fist, but Lipton quite isolated here. Their strategists get there in time. Meteor M finds no target freedom charge for the little bit of extra bonus health for Virtus to know to allow this hold to keep going with all that bonus health. And Planet Siders find themselves in retreat. They don't want to use Cosmic Yard Amplifier yet, but they're forced to. Out of time. Battle Reaper Beacon to bring back TSY, but they're already picked off as the Rebirth Beacon will be destroyed.
Oh, this isn't going well. At least Lavender's able to get that Comet Revival together. He's going to use it now, despite the fact that most people have sort of trucked their way onto the fight. It's only going to bring back 1 in this instance. And in fact, like, there's not really too much follow-up. Okay, 2 now. Alexi goes down. It's tricky now for Virtus to Know to try and hold this line. You got an invisible boundary, but you're relying on an awful lot on Anxie to be the one dealing the damage. A Kraken's impact to be nice. A damage boost on top of it with the Arm Amplifier would be good. Can you try to string it all together? Well, you've baited up the invisible boundary and you get Lipton all the way through it, actually. Just taking pot shots through the vague mist that's been put down from the Invisible Woman. The ultimate's not going to be needed, but actually this defense is going to hold on for a little bit longer now for Virtus to Know.
We're about halfway through the second point, which is about halfway towards where the side of Virtus to Know was able to breach here. But with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, Planet Signage, they're not out yet, but they've got to regroup because right now Virtus to Know are keeping the pressure on, giving them no time to reset, no time to regroup. It's a triple, and once again, another massacre for Virtus to Know, whose defense has looked beautiful after that first point.
They've got set up, but now Lavender's in a real good position to be output in the damage. He still has the Soul Bond in hand, and he's almost close to having another Comet Revival. It felt like he was the one that was missing on that first point. If he had that Comet Revival in that big team fight, it would have been a very different story. But now 2 minutes to hold. You're sat back very far away from what Planet Signage want to try and do, and the Yam Amplifier wants to see if there's just enough to scrape through. Freedom Charge is nice to try to deal with the damage that's been thrown out, but you've already lost onto the Bucky. Beerback is going to bring him into the fray, but now the Adam Warlock going to be brought back from the Life Cocoon. 10% away from having a Karmic Revival. Big stuff used from Planet Signage, but it's just bits of utility that's brought them back. Not even the big ultimates yet, as the strategists are just sat back, sitting pretty, waiting for it to become in use.
Trying to take the duel taking one down, means one more reset. Lipton off the board with the invisible boundary, keeping actually topped up with Lavender. Just staying so safe on the flank here for the Carbon Survival in case it's needed. And now on the backline, Sai is down, Maverick is down, another minute and a half off the board. We're about 2/3 of the way through.
Lavender is finding so much space and not enough attention from Planet Signage. Alexi is going to keep trying to take the attention there, seeing if he can just farm up a couple more hits, trying to get away and seeing if he can clear like the beer back or just get some of the armor even. You know, got hooked out, able to still escape. And now Ken seeing if he can go for a little bit of a flank here, try and work out where Planet Signage are going for this fight. But now Lavender with the camera revival, he's playing a little bit safer, still able to get a pick onto the rocket.
Nice quick blow up, giving them the opportunity to try and push onto the point. Lavender brought back, not needing to use Cocoon here, means they can contest this a little bit longer, and Planet Signage once again find themselves staggered. Was almost all the way back to halfway, exactly where they were over 2 minutes ago at this point. Planet Signage are running out of time, Maverick on the portal for what could be one last defense, but with Virtus to know having Karmic Revival, Battle Rebirth Beacon, and all of the other ultimates for defensive purposes, got the Guard Amplifier and Freedom Charge, what's left? Planet Signage had to just pull off the attack of a lifetime here while standing on Bruce. The heavy percent comes on in, but they're already going to be taking out the Angela. Battle Rebirth Beacon not available for this first. They got the invisible boundary expiring for Planet Signage. Carbon Revival brings back Angela. Can keep the numbers up in this fight. Soulbond stayed on through this fight, and Axie is resetting on the point once again. But the damage output is good. Battle Rebirth Beacon brings them back, but that means there's nothing left for Ken.
Oh, it's a rough one. It was an early play from Virtus to know to go for the Soul Bond, but it was waited out in the end from Lipton. Everybody comes through with a Strangling Prison. It was just that combination that was needed. And whilst Virtus to know having so much to sit back and rely on, they're running out. And there's not much that's going to put an end to a team fight here. Not when you look at the final judgment in the hands of Sai. There's not going to be much to damage boost it. But what's going to have to come together for Virtus to know? Freedom Charge is going to allow some more sustain. It's going to actually help a lot through this final judgment. But Anxie, it's so far away from having a Kraken's impact. You're looking at Lavender to just output the damage, but he gets taken down on the tail end of the Punisher ult.
And back to the point with the Angela to buy a little bit of extra time. 3 members down, Planet Signage. Their defense is, their attack is shattered. And Virtus to know, hold the line. We are going to a map number 5.
It just didn't feel like it was expected really in the end. Virtus to know had so much work to do to try and hold. I think it's like 3.5, 4 minutes. Certainly after the portal played, it was slightly late on first once it was taken. You're thinking that rough teams start to fall apart at that point. But Lavender sticking to his guns, wanted to stay on the Adam Warlock and made it work so well in the end. Really well played from them. You have to imagine for like map 5, Planet Signage, if they have the choice of the map, I don't know if you want to go to like a payload or convergence or convoy map when you know that like the Adam Warlock could be on the board there, because it found so much success, as did the Rocket.
It really did. It found success. It found control. The revives were good. The fact is, Lavender's been playing Hela so much that we kind of just forgot how good they were on that Adam Warlock, and it was game-changing. Lavender 14 and 12. They went down a lot, but the fact is, while they were up, they were helping. They got a lot of final hits. They got the revives. They were useful.
Yeah, I mean, there was only small moments, right, of just when that fight came back after the camp revival. You Soul Bond, you try and go aggressive with your own Kraken's impact, and then it just felt like in the end, it must have been Lipton.
Nice reset.
Basically just sat ready to use it himself, right? So he ends up being caught out a little bit more. But it is just being nitpicky more than anything. These teams are really giving it on the newest map as well, so they sort of know what works meta-wise and where some of those fights tend to happen and get stuck. And I think the whole plan of Virtus to Know's defense just around that position, around having the Adam Warlock set up where they were, worked tremendously well.
It really did. They executed that beautifully. While we did see some moments of brilliance from Planet Signage, this was not like our earlier maps where we saw them and they just kind of dominated. Even like Yggdrasil, we saw like Planet Signage just snowball and then lose in the neutrals. This was Planet Signage just sort of scraped points every now and again, but Virtus to Know had the full control of that game. They only really lost when Planet Signage were able to, you know, take the odd fight, take the wraparounds, take the snipes in the early positions, just due to how much attrition was needed to take down Virtus to no setup here. It was a unique setup that was executed beautifully.
Yeah, and they took out the Bureau back. The Kamet Revival wasn't quite ready there for Lavender, so it felt like you have to be a little bit more conservative with your positions and where you take those fights. But once you start to get into a swing of like being able to cycle ultimates, things felt a lot better from Virtus to No, and they really started to show up to the occasion. Again, we're like in the losers bracket for the most part of today so far, so it's elimination that these teams are playing for. But you have to say that both of these guys, the Planet Signage and Virtus to No, playing up to the occasion, which is nice to see. They're playing the game, but they're not afraid to play the occasion as it's required as well.
It's kind of devastating that one of these teams will be eliminated after this. This is the lower bracket, and we're in map 5. So no matter what, one of these teams will continue through that lower bracket, and one will be eliminated. It's rough to say because either of these teams could have continued. This honestly feels kind of like a grand final with how these two teams are playing, really taking each other to the edge for this whole series. We're going to be heading to a break before this map number 5 so that we can get rested up and hydrated. Make sure you hydrate yourself, it's important. There was a guy walking around at LAN with it's rehydration time, which was extremely useful for me. I do forget sometimes, but I won't forget this time as we will head to this break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 5 coming up after this.
내게 주어지는 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 하늘 닿은지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각던 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쫓아 한동이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔는 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 생각던 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쫓아 한동이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back. We've missed you, and you have missed, if you only just got here, an absolute belter of a series, as we are heading into map number 5 of Virtus Dano versus Planet Signage, right?
Yeah, it's whether this is going to be a question of whether the team of Virtus Dano is going to go further in this tournament, whether it's going to be a Virtus yes or Virtus Dano. We'll have to wait and see. But also Planet Signage, I think it's the furthest that they've managed to get into this tournament so far. They've been a regular fixture in the MRCs, but with there being a lack of the Ignite players from Stage 2 in this tournament, means that we get to see a little bit more of these squads that have been actually grinding through the process and looking really good when doing so. This is a perfect map 5 to take us to, and it is going to be Symbiotic Service to finish as well. So Planet Signage want to really bring us back to some of the well-drilled maps of the game.
classic, as it were. One of the release maps giving us a lot of potential because this is a map where long-range characters can be extremely viable because the distance between that first spawn and the first point is long. Followed up by a pretty solid hitbox, pretty solid skybox, sorry, allowing for characters like Wolverine to get some extreme value in the underground. We saw a lot of it in Ignite Stage 1, where we saw Hulk and also Thing Wolverine compositions being utilized by teams like Insomnia to basically just toss Wolverines around until they could pick people out of the sky. There are some great... This map has been one of the maps where we've seen some of the most creative strategies throughout our esports careers.
Yeah, it's certainly been a good way for these games to finish, for one. I certainly think of like Citadel versus 100 Thieves, which might have been the last time that we saw this map in play for the grand finals. It's, yeah, we have some good showings, but looking at the draft, a little bit different, actually, is the Jeff is going to be still in play for the time being, as Groot is going to be banned out for Virtus to know. Plant Signage wanted to still try and work with the side and lock, and actually protecting the Emma Frost to have something to work with, whilst the Adam is also protected, which was a saving grace for Virtus to know on the last map.
We see the Angela also getting removed here. That dive potential proved to be a little bit too annoying, and of course, the speed at which you could get back to the objective to delay even longer was a bit too much. So, Adam on the board. Are we going to see potential bans away from more dive-like characters that can give Adam a rougher time? Captain America, Venom. No, we see the board once again taken away.
See if it's going to ban out the Hela instead, but that seems to benefit more Virtus to know. Actually, it's going to be protected, so it is going to add a little bit more offensive capability. As a reminder, Plant Signage in that last map of Heart of Heaven were very keen to get a lot of duelists off the board. And it limited them more than it felt like it limited Virtus to know. So now with these protects, you see what's available. The Bucky is a good protection if you kind of want to go for the triple strategist yourself. Certainly with the Anna Warlock in play, means that you have got that combination of what your duelist flex players are going to be playing. But here, looking across it, you've got Namor taken out. Rocket is a really good option because whilst Adam Warlock got a lot of success, so did Rocket with a BR back.
Removing the Rocket from the board means one less revive for Adam, which means one less chance they get to drop a Karmic Revival as an example, which could set you up very nicely. Going to be seeing the Lunar Snow also removed in that last rotation here. Invisible Boundary still available for Invisible Woman, but now the damage boost from Fate of Both Worlds and the damage boost from Cosmic Yard Amplifier have been taken away, which immediately lowers the stock of characters like Phoenix.
Which actually had a lot of like build-up of stocks, I think, in that last map, like the damage amplifiers and stuff. It felt with the Daredevil as well, that synergy sort of worked out to just do a lot of like pot damage. But here, the final map of this series, which the general plan with these like rival rivals like championship seasonal stages, certainly on days like this, is to just kind of like really show some of the teams go through the games that are happening today. Just highlight some of the brilliance, and so you get games like this, you're really thankful for it. But of course, if there's any other maps or series that we have missed in the process, you get to watch them in game or watch the replays before we get into season 5. But this one is definitely not one to turn away from. Planet Signage want to try and claw back this series. Virtus to know of taking it all the distance. It is going to be Planet Signage attacking first.
Let's see what they can do here. The Jeff with the Venom combo, Symbolic Shenanigans with a speed boost from both that and the Storm means that they have opened up with an incredibly aggressive setup here. Virtus to know, they've gone for heavy on the defense with the Loki, with the Invisible Woman. Question is, can Lavender continue what they've done so far and just dominate with these long-range headshots?
Everybody's sort of coming from the same position from Planet Signage. Jeff Nadeau in play, which is scary to deal with. You have got a lot of options to mitigate it, either dodging it, trying to use the Bulwark for Magneto, Emma Frost having her own CC protection in Diamond form. But you have to be very careful with where you take these fights because these ultimates don't take too long to actually farm up. But Virtus to know, backing off, positioning very nicely and keenly, fully wipe out this attacking side.
And they're going to delay Fraud as well, picking them off one more time. That means that once again, Planet Signage have to wait an extra 5 seconds, which is all time off that clock. We're down to under 3 minutes, and we haven't got a single tick on this first point. We got a little bit of percentage, but not enough for the actual safety zone where the percentage will not drop below that first third.
So now the position up for Verstino, you can sort of see the general like rolling retreat style. Seeing if they can catch a hook. They can't. They're going to disengage, try and set up some of these crossfires, but you can sort of see where Alexi is playing from too. Not afraid to sort of get in behind them and take the shots. He hasn't quite built up the Meteor M, but he's not too far away as the strategists are really farming up comfortably. There's the Jeff ultimate, not in combination with size. He's moved away over to the Hawkeye instead of the Storm. So they don't have that quick clear up, and Zeddy's taken down. Even if it was managing to catch onto a few people, it's not going to matter too much, but enough pressure is put on for both sides that the invisible boundaries are going to come into play.
One-to-one Ked in exchange for Zeddy, but here comes Kellyan with their own Psionic Seduction. Alexi to the backline. Alexi with the Meteor M. This is enough damage to set up for Lavender to take out Lipton. Kellyan will fall, and Virtus no. Look unbreakable here. That was a Hawkeye flying past there for Psy, but they are taken down too quickly. Lavender not going to be losing the long-range duel.
Not losing at all. Yes, I'm staying on to the Hawkeye at this point, hoping that it's going to be enough to try and break on through. But Virtus playing like their namesake, just these like crossfires where these strategists are positioned, the sort of help that they can give each other and just set themselves up in a triangle to make it almost impossible to dive onto. Virtus might have overextended ever so slightly though. Alexi caught in no man's land, and Psionic Seduction is going to be used on one side. Meteor M alongside the Hawkeye ultimate is actually just taking chunks out of everybody just in the nick of time. There's going to be progression made from Plant Sandwich. They're not going to be full held, but it's Virtus because they're staggering themselves. I don't know if that portal play is going to come out in time again.
They've brought a little bit of time here, Virtus buying as much time as they can. There is no portal. Looks like they're going to abandon this. We're seeing people run onto the point 1-by-1, but no one's on Strange. The point's already been grabbed. The essence of Null begins to make its way forward as Planet Signage create an opening.
So now, stuff moving along. You could already see just how much Plant Signage want to try and take space. In fact, they're pretty much going all of the way to the defenders like spawn. They know that this, I guess it's sort of like an L shape, this sliver, the S shape that would go through the payload's traction. You see just how far Planet Signage are wanting to fight for the space to get everything else for free. So if Virtus don't get their act in order, this is going to be a lot of progression made for nothing. They want to try and fight for the high ground, but they're very scared of what ultimates Planet Signage might still be holding on to. Invisible Boundary is going to be forced out, and even just like the cleave healing from Zenny, able to find a pick onto Verstino. I'm getting flashbacks to Yggdrasil a little bit here, Tetch. I'm worried about Verstino stalling themselves out.
Not today.
So
Playtime's over. Oh, here they are now.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Your powers are mine. Not today. Born again.
Making their way in. Taking an opening. I have been muted. My apologies. Creating an opening.
That would where you were.
Yep, it was a mute because I had a tech issue, but I fixed it. Making their way onto the point with the Soul Bomb, trying to create an opening with the extra pressure from that Psionic Seduction, going for the duel, building up towards a Karmic Revival. The Bandit's already there. TSY, with their own up to 20%, having just used it as Planet Signage, will get repelled here once again.
Novandas find themselves a nice pick here. It's just at the edge of where this point wants to be. Planet Signage did so well to sort of take a lot of the space as Verstino were trying to recoup their losses. And this is a good position now to find themselves in. It feels very similar to what we saw on How Heaven Works so well. You have control of the objective, you can sit back a little bit more, and you have a Karmic Revival to hold on to as you see fit. And Planet Signage now with 30 seconds left, not really having many ultimates outside of the invisible boundary that's just come online, ready to go currently. They need to be very particular about where they take this engagement from, looking at Lipton and Sai to find these like picks to find an opening. But I don't know if it's going to be there first. Angsie's trying to bait them out into an open position to go in for the Kraken's impact.
Picked off the point and try to go for it with the regeneration domain for the duel. They chase back onto that diamond for the Emma with that regeneration domain. Not available anymore. The stun onto multiple members of Virtus. So no, they're forced to pull the trigger, but Lipton with the Kraken impact has already found the first pick, and now they've got low float to keep the resets going into the choke point. No regen domain, no invisible woman, and no defense. Virtus to know are being evaporated here. And Planet Signage, one by one, are cleaning on through. They're looking for the revive to try and delay this with the invisible boundary for a couple extra seconds. They can keep this out of Warlock.
Oh my God.
Revives come on in. Lavender falls. The Kraken impact is still going, Ryan.
It's still getting the resets in, and it's still a fight back from Virtus to know. I don't know if they went for the ball play. There it is. Anxie able to actually touch just in time. 0.06 away from hitting the checkpoint. It just means that as soon as those bodies are gone, and look at the position for Virtus to know, they tried to go in and sort of flip the spawns, and they are stuck in a position they really do not want to be in. Loki's managed to actually escape, or at least attempted to with the clones, but the mischief has been managed a little bit more, shut down, as they cannot, Virtus to know, cannot stop Planet Signage at any given point of this map. It's still going and it's still trucking.
But only with a minute to go. The fact is, Virtus to know we're eating away at that clock every single time they take these fights. But Karmic Revival available for Planet Signage. They may only need to take like 2 more fights to get this if they can just create some openings, whereas Lavender at 52% so far, looking to create some kind of opportunity. They need to delay for long enough in order to have the tools to do so. Draco with that It's Jeff at the ready though. That could be exactly what they need. They can get onto that backline. They pull the trigger early.
Managed to find that fight. You got Lavender trying to force out a little bit more, not quite having the soul pump, but not needed when everything's going this well. Offensive capability, 20 seconds left. You have the Silent Seduction used when you've already lost a couple of plays, but that's just to help out with a Karmic Revival. Silent Seduction had to be used on the other side alongside the Invisible Boundary. And Feast of the Abyss, you've got the Kraken's impact. It's all thrown into certain points, waiting for that Karmic Revival to bring everybody back before you shut them down. You've got It's Jeff being used over on the opponents, and it's not going to be a push off the map, but it's going to lead into an elimination. It's a brutal fight for both teams as Karmic Revival now used from Virtus to know, bringing back multiple, and these Kraken's impact are finding so many resets. I don't think they're ever going to stop.
Undercooked pulls on the Venom onto the point, but the pushbacks are making this very difficult for Planet Signage to stay on this. Debated. It's creating too much of a hostile environment by keeping people pushed off with the force physics. They make their way into this aggressive push, utilizing that Mind's Aegis for at least a little bit of an opening, juggling Witch of the Vanguards is up front to try and force out any mistakes and keep everyone topped up onto the point of Invisible Boundary. Coming on out, but Zeddy now with their own It's Jeff. This could be a huge one. What's left in terms of invulnerability tools from the side of Virtus to know as Zeddy comes on in to find anyone to eat. Lavender is just once again finding the perfect angle to just duel uncontestedly, finding its hit a little bit, but it's holding on to the point. Sniped Lipton out of the air, and Lavender with the spray on the point as Virtus to know will hold Planet Signage.
It seemed like it was going to be impossible to stop that ongoing reckoning from Planet Signage. It was such a good push from first into second, and then being able to keep stalling out Virtus to know. The fact that it was held there says a lot. As soon as defensively Virtus to know can get set up, they're so hard to like breach. But now they have to do it all themselves. It was a good first point hold from Virtus to know. Now they need to go onto the attacking side and hope that Planet Signage don't put up just as strong of a defense themselves.
Planet Signage have shown that their defense can be extremely good, though, especially in terms of being extremely scrappy. So with Planet Signage now having their opportunity to hold out, we immediately see that Adam Warlock is going to remain. They're still going to bring out the Invisible Woman. They've got all the tools for a hefty defense, whereas Virtus to know, what have they changed? They've got rid of their Adam Warlock and brought out the Hela. It's once again going to be long range, looking for snipes, pick up KOs early.
Rusted furnace. What are
Now,
these red words
all
repeating
comes
in
to
your mind?
this. Not going to be another round played, as it isn't Planet Signage meeting the end of Symbiotic Service. I'll stop saying showdown, I promise. I wanted to say Symbiotic Showdown. But this is the showdown of the ages, I think. Virtus to Noah really like giving it here. And now the attacking side has to be good. Doesn't look like there's going to be a portal play off of the rip, at least. And the environment broken down to provide some safer routes out for Planet Signage once Virtus to Noah start to really put their force down.
Locked out the change of voltage, finding the map environment here. Not going for the pickup. Venom causing a distraction. If they're facing where the Venom is, they're not facing the team because Venom is behind them. Swings in, swings out, creating a little bit of a distraction. Great play by Alexi so far. Slow but steady out of Virtus to Noah to try and create the opening here, but that is giving more time for TSY to charge up. Already at 28% of a Karmic Revival. Gotta be careful. Virtus to Noah need to try and land some of those shots with the Hela early and take an early advantage here as Diamondfall comes in, dive into the backline. Alexi almost going to be finished off, but Planet Signage, they're not looking the healthiest either.
No, it's really like even with how this fight is going. You've got an It's Jeff available from a Draco, but they were so low on HP. There was only so much that the backline of Virtus to Noah could do. Debated is holding on by a hair, as is Alexi. I don't think he has got the symbiotic resistance to work with. There's just not enough healing to go around as Planet Signage hold off now. It's still like a minute and a half. You're going to stall it out to be just a little bit longer for Virtus to Noah to get their stuff together. But you have got some nice ultimates available on the attacking side. It's just whether stuff can come out and catch Planet Signage before that Karmic Revival is available for Sai.
Kraken Impact, it's Jeff. Invisible Boundary, almost everything is charged up. But like you say, Karmic Revival is the game changer for the side of Planet Signage. They're just going to wait it out. 95%, as long as you don't get picked off by Hela early. And this is the opportunity, but you can immediately just see that health bar almost disappear for TSY.
Oh my God!
Is always on the point, but it's sustaining at least through for the moment. Everything is charged up, except for one ultimate for each team. Start introduction going to be coming in early immediately. The invisible boundary for the turnaround. It's Jeff drops as well, takes Bucky, and tries to remove them from the fight to buy at least a couple extra seconds here. This will give them a little bit of an opportunity to try and take the duel, and takes them down. And Draco finishes off Lipton, but the Karmic Revival was dropped, and it does bring out Lipton just in time.
They need to make progression on the point, though. It's still at 0. They haven't managed to get too much, and it's not looking likely this time either, as the Kraken's impact is starting to connect. You've got the two strategists focused on keeping themselves alive. That means that there's no support left for Lavender. You have got a pick that's actually gone in the way, so Lipton is down for the time, but it's still the bodies of Plant Signage pushing a bullying Virtus to Noah into an early reset. You've just got over a minute left. This could be a full hold catch if Virtus to Noah don't get their act in order.
They gotta start to get something going here. They just burned all of their ultimates. They still have the opportunity to Doctor Strange to portal onto the objective here to try and recontest at least once. But in terms of resources, it's Jeff. And that's about it. Otherwise, they're working on charge right now. But on the other side for Plant Signage, they don't have anything yet. All they have is positioning advantage.
40 seconds. It's Jeff. It's hard to really get too much out of it. It seems that both teams to be very good at dodging these ultimates that have come in from this pesky land shard. But Zenny has gone down early. That means that there's less to rely on. And Sai not having a Karmic Revival means that there is a clear window here. Invisible Boundary has to find all of the work to keep people alive. And it seems to be working. It's Jeff that's going to be used for the sustain more than anything. It also does go in for the grab onto the point. A third hasn't even been grabbed yet, as it's about to reach overtime. I don't know if Plant Signage want to go for the portal play. It might not even be needed because the Karmic Revival is going to bring back multiples. But there's enough time, actually, that the point is starting to be taken. It's pretty much on the precipice of Virtus to Noah to actually start to get the payload moving along. So the Karmic Revival might not be able to find too much in the end. Even though the picks are starting to maybe go Plant Signage's way, it seems that they're outnumbered, but it's hard to gauge at this point. Never mind, Virtus to Noah dying out one by one.
We saw Planet Signage get picked off early. Karmic Revival came on out, and they used its Jeff defensively to create a zone where Vertistano could not dive onto the point. They dropped Kraken Impact, and then with its Jeff being axe faced immediately, he had to Trooper's Fist up instead of into an opponent to try and get a reset. This meant that all the momentum that Vertistano had was shut down. They were unable to push on through, and by that point, all the defensive tools for Vertistano were used, all the momentum was gone, and it was just the attrition of the side of Planet Signage that was able to win out the day and control that point. They were even swapping over to Strange for a last-moment portal from Fraud, just in case to keep the numbers even. Planet Signage move on in the lower bracket.
Lipton getting almost 20 final hits.
Woo.
Found so much value, and I think the word attrition really does suit up this series. Both these guys already played a full best of 5 in their first game. Well, it wasn't a full best of 5, it was a 3-0, but it was a best of 5 regardless. And then they have to play out this one, which is constantly back and forwards. It isn't just domination, it can be very quick in the end. This in itself was a 15-minute map almost. So Vertistano, they've run out of steam. Planet Signage just having enough about them to get it over the line, but they still have another best of 5 to play a little bit later on at the same time, right? So it's very difficult to be running through this gauntlet, but this is what builds like the experience up for these players. And no matter what, Vertistano, I think, have done themselves proud to debut on a broadcast like this and to play as well as they did.
Couldn't agree more. 100% a convincing showing that this is some talent that needs to be kept an eye on. It's what we've said about some teams that some of you may have heard of. Ex-Oblivion, for example. Chopped, for example. Teams that came through MRCs as their first showing, and we're like, yeah, we need to watch that. That's very good. The fact is, this is where new talent seems to come from in Marvel Rivals. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, what a setup to start us off here. We're going to be heading it to a break before our next series because we have some spectacular games coming up for you, and we still have a little bit of time left. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the continuation of the Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 지워지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기우면 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세기우면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기우면 너도 믿어 날 때까지 세기우면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기우면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기우면 yeah let's go 아깝고 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군가를 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 시작해야 let's go 아무도 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손을 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠내려까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 흐르는 승리 완벽해 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠내려까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠내려까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손을 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠내려까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠내려까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 다널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾음
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
We're moving on with the action here at the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4. Here in the EMEA, the winningest region of all of the WAND. And we go to the winners upper bracket to look at some teams that we've seen a little bit of. Crownfall managed to make their way up there. And they will be playing up against Silent Nova, that were the team to actually knock down our boys over at the planetary roots. I've tried. This is the problem. I'm trying to do more today of like just remembering stuff off the top of my head. And this is why you take notes, because you go, I don't need to take notes, and then you do. You absolutely do. It's the upper bracket game here, as we get to see.
I think you're doing great, Wyatt, as we're getting ready to head into our upper bracket match here. Like you say, Silent Nova, not only the team to knock down Planet Signage, they also knocked down Virtus Deno earlier on in the tournament as well. So this seems to be like our experienced team slayers. This is the team that has dominated. They've got some experienced names here as well. You talked about Legendary earlier. We also have Saturn, who has been on the Vicious EU rosters. They've also the winner of the Prime E League. There's a lot of experience on the Silent Nova roster, but we also saw Crownfall earlier with a very convincing appearance as well.
Yeah, we're just pretty much looking to get into this one, as I believe that this upper bracket game started about 15 minutes ago, so really is just a case of like seeing where we can go from there, if anything. It's been a good day, I think, of the action. It's always a little bit tricky to sort of move over towards the likes of like a neutral mirrored bracket like this, just because like you don't have the individual like setting out to take stuff. But if anything, certainly when we have a lack of tier 1, tier even like 2 teams, because the Ignite players can't participate in this one, you do get a good chance to like test your mettle, and it has to be a lot of mirror matchups because it's just mirrored bands and stuff. It does require a lot more out of you, I would say.
There is multiple. The ban phase is very different. The fact is, like you mentioned, you don't get to show against some of the best players, but you do get to still show your stuff. This is where we mentioned it earlier. You see a lot of the newer players and teams seem to come up through here. You mentioned this earlier again. I will bring it back to it and just steal your point in its entirety and give you credit for it. Crisis is a player who came through MRC and showed their stuff a little bit in the past. There is a lot of opportunity to show what you're made of and either get picked up or to grow as a team to push on into whatever we have in 2026 when it comes to Rivals Esports.
Yeah, there's still like be interesting to see sort of where it goes, but I think no matter what, systems like this one and like the Clash system to qualify for Ignite, I feel like are likely to be staying as we've been seeing, right? I think having these like seasonal tournaments, and I think we have a bit of time before we actually get into game, because I believe we're waiting for the one to finish before we actually go in and watch it, as far as I know. But when we get clarification, we'll go in from that point. But I guess whilst we have a little bit of time, like it's been the kind of like system that you sort of want, certainly in like your first year of esports, as we're pretty much a month away from celebrating the first birthday of Marvel Rivals, as it was launched in early to mid-December. And so this is going to be like the last MRC that we have before we get to that like yearly anniversary, right? So with any luck, I would imagine that this would continue on in the future, because it is a 15K prize pool tournament, $15,000 spread across all of the different regions. They all have their $15,000 prize pools, and also across onto consoles as well. So it really does feel like you get a good mix, I suppose, of like a prize pool that teams can fight for without relying on third parties too much and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's kind of what you want from a game. Like, sure, Ignite is great when you have a $3 billion prize pool and you got teams from all around the world playing for it, but having regular tournaments like this one goes a much further distance than you might anticipate in esports, for sure.
Very much does. Also, we just changed what game was being hovered over on our preview monitor, so we might be going into that lower bracket game instead of the upper bracket one. So if that is the case, then apologies from us. But until we find out, okay, we go into a game on the stream. Again, because this is the last time me and Ryan and I will be on the official broadcast, at least before that stage 2, as tomorrow will be brought to you by Leg Day and Got Moxie, which are, of course, our wonderful co-workers. Then we'll take our time to wish Marvel Rivals a very happy birthday, as that will be coming up very shortly. And as we already mentioned earlier, it's another very special person's birthday, as well as it is also Dridro's birthday. So happy birthday to them as well.
Yeah, so yeah, we're going to be moving over to Crocsbrain versus Planet Sainage. I don't know why I'm messing up. Sainage is what I want to say. Planet Sailage. Again, I guess it is because of the Groot that you do have some Sailage from his natural form. But I think the main thing is, generally, I don't know how we vibe with this. I'm a little bit more like open and leading because I'm thinking like, we could watch this first map, which is domination between these two teams. It gives a bit more time to see where the upper bracket game is going to go. And then we can start to jump into the action, so it doesn't feel like we're waiting for those games to finish. So we should have polls. We should be polling like Twitch and YouTube chat, like, what game do you want to watch next? What map do you want to watch next? And just a soccer Saturday dash around as many of the different games as possible, because there's so much going on. We can't cover everything today. Multiple games happening at various points. So you do get the main brunt of it tomorrow, where it's all going to be on show, the losers bracket final and the grand final of MRC Stage 4 for EMEA. But for today, I kind of like just dipping around and seeing where these teams are going to go.
Let's talk about the journey that these teams took to get here. We have Planet Signage, who of course we've been covering a little bit. They took out Legends early on, knocked down to the lower bracket by Silent Nova, before in the last series that we just cast, beating out Virtus Dano in a 3-2. Very close series. Whereas Crocsbrain, they've been in the lower bracket since lower bracket round 10. However, they've had a heck of a journey to get here. They beat out what a team that a lot of people were looking at as maybe some of the favorites to win this season of MRC. We banned Daredevil, who proceeded to always pick Daredevil as a little bit of trolling. They beat them in a 3-0. They then took out the NA Imports in a 3-2. Just took a forfeit in the lower bracket just now. Took out the team we also saw earlier as well of Young Star to find themselves here in this lower bracket semi-final. Winner moves on to play against the loser of Silent Nova and Crownfall. Loser is eliminated.
So we're looking at like a top 4 finish. Whoever goes out here is going to be eliminated in 4th. So
correct.
Good accolades going into the 2026 season. And looking at the draft itself, Planet Sainage is looking to see, like, taking out the Venom. It seems to be pretty common. Celestial Husk, the Jeff is still available in players. Invisible Woman was banned out first from Crocsbrain. They actually want to go for the Protect onto Psylocke, which Planet Sainage was banning out first consistently. So a good spot from Crocsbrain to see if they can get it into play.
Final ban available for Crocsbrain. Let's see what they want to remove. They've got themselves the Emma, Psylocke, and Magneto combo. If they want to go very heavily onto that X team up, they're going to take away the Hela. With Hela left available, that does put them at the vulnerability of trying to dive with Psylocke and getting punished by a Hela Namor combo. So removing the team up, one of the team up members, the team up anchor for that setup, you massively lower that possibility.
And I think having the Namor still in play kind of works because you still have access to Mantis, you still have access to Rocket, you still have access to a lot of damage boosts that can make that hit a little bit harder. But it feels that with the Bucky Protect, with the Winter Soldier in play, feels that that would be the natural thing to sort of stock up a lot of that damage onto. And we know the Lipton can do the job, he can do the work as is required in series like this. But for Crocsbrain, we haven't seen him on broadcast so far today, so it's a good way to sort of debut what these guys have been up to, and who is going to be finishing out in a 4th place from this position, and who might be able to sort of sneak their way into a grand final tomorrow if this losers bracket tends to keep going into their favor.
TSY going to be bringing out that Adam Warlock at the start here, and they're getting a little bit of pre-armor from Fraud with the rockets packed to lunge, giving everyone that 25 bonus health rolling out onto that first objective. Whereas Crocsbrain, they actually have given themselves a little bit extra, as we did see a bit of Penny coming in from Rajin to give everyone the 50 bonus armor for that rocket network team up here. Going to be starting off with the rollout though, no Penny onto the actual objective here, as we keep an eye on Rajin here, who will be trying to go for the flanks of this silence.
Wants to try and set it up. Also a little bit of protection for the BR back that's been set up for Eritrea, which is a fantastic name for a rocket player. But the fight is going away of Pansainage. It's trying to see if they can find that opening. It has actually a great pickup from Mbappe, but the BR backs on either side means that it's going to be a short dash away. The point has opened up, but because there's so many bodies on it from either side, progression hasn't been made for anybody. Even like the gauge to see who's closer to get in this point is pretty much even, as both teams have been on it since the get-go. However, there is Planet Sainage that is trying to find these picks and having a good amount of success up until Rajin starts to show himself up a little bit more. That's a very quick. It's Jeff Ultimate trying to see if he can get the counter on the other player. Rocket's trying to put some offensive fire, but he's not really known for it too much. It's just going to be a case of throwing Zenny off of the map for the time being, and a Yarn Amplifier used on the other side.
We've got the Guard Amplifier, Karmic Revival, literally everything is used. It does bring Zenny back and Lipton. Raj is going to be taken down. So far, neither team able to get control of the point. Slayer will try to counter with the help of their own side production. Portals come out from Maverick, and Planet Silent have just decided that now is the time apparently to use literally everything to try and control that point first. As they take out Slayer, they avoid the It's Jeff and nuke the Sharks. Zenny is down again. The pressure is good, but Planet Silent, they can't seem to find enough momentum. They just took everything. But Rajin's on the flank, able to take down TSY once again. But they do have to Cocoon if they want to try and keep this fight going, which they will. Going for the revive. Rajin caught out of position, locked down, but escaped the main engage. Finding it picked up, making it 3 for 2.
It still hasn't been taken. This fight's been going on for about 2.5 minutes, and there's still nobody that's making headway. Agamotto comes out, connects onto 2, able to get 1 before the It's Jeff catches him up into the fray. Trying to leave. You've got the Emma Froster doing so much damage, it's able to stop it and even pull out the Silent Seduction just off of the back of it. If there's ultimates being built up, they are being used instantly to keep this fight going for both sides.
Delay is going here. Slayer's brought them back. Both teams have now used Portal. Both teams are trying to sustain this onto the point. Great Carbon Crush onto the Doctor Strange. Slayer's built up to 82% onto an Eye of Agamotto now. Here comes the Cosmic Guard Amplifier from Fraud. And Planet Silent looking to try and turn this around. Eye of Agamotto comes on out for the setup. Nuke the Shark. Take him down. Free your team. And Prepes is able to wipe the members of Planet Silent off the board. The Kraken Impact chasing down the stragglers. Rocket's trying to delay. Emma's trying to delay, but it is only a delay as finally, after several minutes, Crocsbrain are able to take control of the point.
Can somebody like that's watching time how long that was? Because that must be one of the longest fights that we've ever had before the point is actually unlocked. To the point that Sai has his second Karmic Revival now available and good to go, which is a good chance for Planet Signage to actually try and find a good fight in the end. You've got a Kraken's Impact that's now available, but I imagine that you want to wait until a little bit more is available as you're trading out into the neutral. Crocsbrain sat with quite a lot of ultimates, trying to still go for these fights. They're not backing off consistently. They're just trying to pull them into a position like this where the Meteor M and the Dance of the Butterflies can maybe work together onto this. The pick, the fact it goes onto Sai is major. He has a live Cocoon, but the fact that everybody's going down a quick succession, he's not going to reset here. He's not going to try and reset and go for the Karmic Revival. That is a very clean team fight for Crocsbrain.
Maverick sent off the edge there. Also going to be respawning with the rest of their team. Swapping off of Wood on Strange, sorry for that fight. They are on the Magneto, swapping over to that. Losing about 30% ult charge with the swap, but that's still pretty okay for them because 50% of a Meteor M can still be very useful, especially when you're trying to stop someone like a Winter Soldier from getting a reset. Sai! Insane again! Adam Warlock in the hit cam. People forget that with the pickup. The dive into the back like Kraken Impact coming on out. Zenny with the It's Jeff 40 attempt to turn around. But Crocsbrain, consider me officially Crocsbrain because they are popping off, controlling the point and continuing to wipe Planet Signage off the board.
What's the part of the brain that's it's like the something oblongata, right? I remember that from
Abdullah Oblongata?
Abdullah, yeah, because that's like the bigger part of their brain, right? And like the amygdala as well, I think has a lot to say. Certainly when it comes to sensing danger. And I think this portal play, whether Planet Sainage, it's been a long day for them. They've managed to get around the portal and they've managed to touch the point into overtime, along with the side of seduction and also the Yarn Amplifier. They're able to put out quite a lot of damage, but Sai cannot find a good moment to use that counter revival. He's had it for quite some time. It's the fact that Crocsbrain have been able to cut through them so cleanly and so concisely. There's no safe place for it at all to come through. It has to go out into play now from Sai, but they also have to be able to keep touching the point into overtime. So a couple of people are going to be brought back into the process, but I'm a little bit worried that this is going to whittle down.
Yarn Amplifier going to be coming out. That's a lot of the offensive tools used by Crocsbrain. If Maverick can sustain through this fight, and Aya Agamotto could turn this round in their favor, but Kelly is dropping low, Maverick's dropping low, and that's all the engage tools. Planet sided 100-0. Crocsbrain take control and take the first point of map number 1.
I think it felt more like 100,000 to 0 with just how long that fight went on. You can't say that Planet Sainage made it close, right? Because it was like a 4.5-minute fight on the objective before it actually opened up. It was crazy, but it goes to show, like, it's not really a problem with the game of domination, but this is kind of where things happen nowadays. You take that point first, and it's such a big advantage because retaking in this meta is so hard. That's why there's so much stock put in onto Adam Warlock. It's the whole idea that you take the point and you're able to hold it just a little bit longer, but taking it with Adam, very hard. Makes sense of Planet Sainage moving away from this to try and go for a 2-2-2, but because some of the options are taken down and Planet Sainage don't really put stock towards the Psylocke, they were going to go Jean Grey, but now we actually get to see Psy play it themselves.
Sai moving over to the Psylocke of their own. They played such an insane Adam, but it just wasn't enough. They realized that they need a bit more of an X factor. The revive is simply just forcing them to take losing fights twice. So the Psylocke comes out for extra damage outside, a little bit of backline pressure. See if they can force the mistake onto the Zootopia backline of Crocsbrain. Almost undiveable due to how mobile they are, but they can still go down like anyone else. They get dealt enough damage, like from a Dance of the Butterfly.
Both strangers having Aya Agamotto and about 30 seconds away from having Portal, so even if you lose this team fight, you might be able to like closely contest this one. Aya Agamotto is going to come out quickly, but it doesn't connect onto anybody from Slayer. It's going to be used now from Maverick, connects onto 2. Unfortunately, the eliminations have gone into the other side. The Meteor M not quite connected, but at least the volleys from Magneto follow up to make sure that that is a confirmed pick in the end. But Sai is finding himself some good success too as the Be Right Backs are starting to bring in numbers. It's a bit of a meddling amount on both sides to go with, and I'm sure that the portals are going to be available on overside. It's great stuff from Rajin to be able to catch onto so much with the Dance of the Butterfly, and it's not a 4-minute hold from Planet Sainage this time, it's about 40 seconds.
They still delayed it a little bit, and they actually looked pretty solid in that fight until Rajin hit you. And the second that Dance of the Butterfly came in, they flipped the fight in their favor. What a turnaround, Crocsbrain. Knowing exactly when to pull the trigger, even when you're down a fight, that does not mean you need to give up every time. Sometimes, yes, back up, regroup. Sometimes you've lost members, but that could be at the cost of weakening your opponents enough for that last-second dive to turn the fight in favor. Pensive drops low, forced to retreat, heals back up as Crocsbrain build up to 32%. Does Butterfly comes the Yarn Amplifier to try and tag on through, but we just talked about recently how strong that Dance of the Butterfly is, and it can burst through Strategist ultimates.
Incredibly powerful. This fight is certainly very scrappy, but it seems to be going the way of Planet Sainage. Whether they could actually confirm the point for the first time so far this series, Crocsbrain still have the numbers to actually keep this a little bit of a sloppy fight, but the main point is that it's still progressing upwards. 55% on the board before the likes of Lipton X could get the success and the few picks stringed together. There's still a long way to go. It's not only taking this point, but also bringing it to the third. See if Crocsbrain could hold on a bit longer when they have a Dance of the Butterfly Static Seduction lined up. I'm a little bit nervous, and the Kraken's Impact is going to start off this fight instantly getting Mbappe.
Dropping a lot of damage as well onto Lipton, who's trying to sustain on through to make sure that there's not more resets coming in. Lipton now able to get a reset off their own, but an attempted turnaround. It was out-sustained. Breathphase hold the point and nuke the crit. The Raccoon as it's chased off the point. Rajin falls, Era Terra falls, and Planet Signage are back. What is that? That's cool.
Maybe try to see if you could just get up and hide on the high ground for a little bit longer, but playing for the information. There's been a lot of like nuking of animals on this map, like nuking the shark, and it's tough, I suppose, but it is going to be the crocodile brains of Croc's brains that are trying to see if they can sense the danger to pull on for a little bit more. They found a pick, but the beer back is going to instantly reset it as the Emma Frost is looking to see if it can CC the Magneto out. Maybe summarizing whether he's got the Meteor M or not. And it's a great shot. Patient to try and catch on to Fraud that didn't have the dashes to escape in time.
Basic back onto the point, 72%, 73% Planet Signage are bringing it back. They're down members, but they're buying time, getting the percentage tick up. We're going to see the swap flip coming in favor of Croc's Brain, but it's a solid lead for Planet Signage. They can now regroup, potentially Portal in. Maverick was thinking about it. It's like they're not going to, though. The question is, did they use Portal and then cancel it? Or did they swap two Strange, think about it, and then swap off, meaning that they do have one more Reinforce?
Seeing whether there's a fight available here now. There's the progression actually in favor of Planet Signage for the first time, but it's still going to be a tall order now. You got a Jeff ultimate to worry about, and if it gets used on the other side, on the offensive in this retake for Planet Signage, you imagine that the Kraken's impact is going to be the thing that's used as a response. But that's the problem. Pre-phase actually goes down. I think Abir back is going to bring him into the fray yet again very soon, but you're going to start to lose other players. You've lost the Psylocke for one. It's Jeff is going to be used to see if it can try and turn things around as Planet Signage very close to actually taking the point, but it has been stalled out. The chase is on with the dance of the butterflies getting onto Era Terra, trying to peel the fight away. If he goes down, at least the rest of his team don't have to, as the spit out from Jeff is able to bring numbers into Planet Signage's favor. If this point goes the way of Croc's Brain, they've got the Strange ultimate to actually fight this again if they want to, but the point has been flipped.
Rajin just tried to take a 1 versus 6 essentially there, trying to buy a little bit of time, but all they've done now is make sure that their team does not have an ultimate, as Portal's going to be forced out. Crafez moves over to the Iron Fist to try and buy some time. Very nearly gets
so
directly out of the portal, but with overtime ticking down, the winner of this fight is likely going to take it all. Thron's going to be the first to fall. Thron being engaged, Era Terra is mirrored. Both Rocket Raccoons are taken out of Kelly with the silent introduction. Trying to buy some extra time as Croc's Brain are forced to try and split off the point. Rajin falls for a second time. Lipton tries to duel. Crafez is still on the point of this Iron Fist to try and melt through the front line, but the numbers are heavily in favor of Planet Signage. Maverick comes back on the Captain America to buy a little bit of extra time. Pensive is winning the duel though in that diamond form, and Preppers with the chase. Iron Fist onto the point, diving the backline to take out those frontliners with the percentage damage to try and take off everyone off the point. Side introduction for Pensive, and Wim has its Jeff to remove defense, remove resistance from the point. The point is flipped, Ryan, as timer ticks down. Croc's Brain have control. It's all about last second run-ins right now, but they can't reach.
Oh, it's a close one. Both the start of the first point and the end of the second. Planet Signage maybe just in a different universe potentially able to swing that by and make that a 3-pointer, even a 2-0 into their favor. It was just the picks in the end that came in from the silo pre-phase. The Iron Fist, it's like Bobo is here in EMEA. He's living strong, or at least his impression has. But a hell of a first match. Having to sort of pivot over to this one whilst we wait for the upper bracket final to sort of play out a little bit more. Generally, I don't know what the plan is, whether we go to that series. But honestly, I'm kind of happy to see where this one goes if all of the maps are going to be like this, Tetcher. That was terrific.
That was entertaining. I'm curious who knocked Croc's Brain down, because, wow, that was impressive. I'm going to have to look at that one after today's games, just out of curiosity.
So far, I mean, there's so many like numbers to look at. I think Rajin showing the Psylocke, the fact that it was protected, really doing a lot of damage, I think, to Signage, just because we'd seen them first ban out Psylocke consistently all of today. The one time that they didn't, they got punished for it. And it's not as if like Psy was a bad Psylocke themselves, but I think it's just naturally they as a team don't vibe around it. would prefer to play other compositions and build around different duelists, which makes complete sense.
It seems to be working, seems to be at least giving them some level of opportunity, and it looks like we are going to be potentially continuing with this one, judging by what our little preview monitor says here, which is delightful. I am more than pleased with this series of events for us here. I've just done a little bit of research just to see what's going on here. Some of these players, we have seen them before on the side of Croc's Brain. Pensive and Prefez played on Better Than Avengers in the Meta Cup, who proceeded to go into the top 8, so they in the Meta Cup qualifier.
Oh.
So we have seen them before. In the actual tournament, they didn't get too far, being beaten by Rad into the lower bracket, and then being taken down by Extinction after that. But they're back and seemingly better than ever. And we'll see if they can continue to keep this momentum going after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be heading into map number 2 after this.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
Continuing on with Croc's Brain versus Planet Saneage, and we actually got the Yggdrasil, which feels kind of fitting. Like this might be like our last official cast, I think, of this year, Tetcha. And we're going for the map that I think was the first that I ever played in this game back in like the closed beta. So it feels like a good way to see where this swings, because Yggdrasil has been giving us some really good maps recently, certainly with like the meta and the way that things play out.
It's a classic, I think it's safe to say. It doesn't matter how many series of meta we have gone through. It feels like Yggdrasil has always been there. It's always been pickable. It's always been highly prioritized. Along with, I think the only other maps I would say that have been like universal in terms of picks. Obviously, I can't include any domination maps because they're automatically picked.
For sure.
The only maps I would say that are universally picked would probably be Hall of Jalia. would
Yeah.
potentially be the other big one. We don't see a huge amount of symbiotic surface every time. We definitely don't see Araco, also it's new, so we haven't been seeing as much of that these days, and we haven't seen as much Spider Islands. Yggdrasil seems to be at least the convoy choice.
I would raise you Midtown. I feel like Midtown does
is a good one. That is a
contest
solid
it.
choice.
But you're right, like Central Park also feels a very like niche choice for Convergence. In fact, I would say like out of all of the Convergence maps, I feel like Heart of Heaven is actually starting to pull away as being like a top choice for teams, because Jolly is just almost too unreliable is what I would say. But this might be the potential like broadcast that we have today as Americas is going to be starting up fairly shortly, and it pretty much is just 24 hours of like Marvel Rivals gameplay from all of the regions rolled into one before we get to the grand finals tomorrow, which by the way, if you haven't found up your Twitch skins from Ignite and the previous weeks and everything now, yeah, still get them. Able to sort of continue on with this. But getting into the draft, Planet Sainage making the similar, I don't want to say mistake as last time because they've doubled down on it, going for the Venom ban, but allowing it to protect onto the Psylocke in the hands of Rajin.
Psylocke on the board once again, like you say, but also Groot going to be being played here. Maybe try to force out a Moon Knight strat or a Punisher strat, for sending us into the potential triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup that has become so common on this map. We have seen variations of this though, where instead of going for a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup, we have seen teams utilizing heavy usage of the Namor. On the flank side that we don't normally see, normally we see the left-hand building from the defender side being used as the main anchor point, whereas with the Namor, using the right-hand building with a strategist to basically pocket Namor means you always have a heavy damage flanker, making it very difficult for your attackers to step out of spawn.
Makes it very challenging indeed. Also, I don't know if you hear it in the background, but fireworks have started going off because apparently the 5th of November isn't the only day. But I guess it's a Saturday. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know if that's really celebrated as much where I'm at in the north of England, but
definitely is where I am.
Yeah, it feels very, very like people don't want to do bonfire night on a Wednesday, I think it was. So we're going to do it on a Saturday night instead.
That's reasonable.
But also, yeah, it's the problem with bonfire night is that it's like a week before and after. There's still just random fireworks. But I feel like it's a good way to like send off what could be potentially the last map from EMEA today, at least.
A celebration of what an incredible year it has been, as the Winter Soldier will be taken out by Planet Signage, and we now see our final ban from Crocsbrain to remove one more character. We've seen Winter Soldier taken out for anti-dive, but Emma is protected. Hela is removed, so it will be Luna. If we see someone like that Psylocke trying to dive in, then they don't want it to be supported, which is interesting because Crocsbrain are the one who seem to enjoy running that Psylocke, so they don't want to run it with idle aura.
I'm getting like flashbacks to that Heart of Heaven map though for Planet Sainage, where a lot of the duelist options for both sides have been sort of taken out, like the Bucky especially. It is Bucky and Hela, but they are just such big names, I think, with some of the more like duelist options that you have. It's not going to matter too much for Planet Sainage to begin with, at least, because they're going to lean towards having the Storm, the damage boost there to work towards. But I imagine for Crocsbrain, it's going to be the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist.
We're already seeing that as we head on in for a little pre-loading setup here, and we have about the heftiest defense we possibly can. Emma, Magneto, Groot only could really be boosted in the Vanguards if we decide to bring out Penny if you really want to commit to the defensive Vanguards, but we just don't need any. But on terms of strategists, Rocket, Battle Rebirth Beacon, Adam Warlock, Karmic Revival, and Era Terra on the Loki, with the God of Mischief, meaning second Karmic Revival. We've had one, yes. What about second Revival? With then the opportunity to swap over to Doctor Strange for even more reinforcements. This is about to be a slog for Planet Signage.
I've even seen some copies over towards the Rocket to just have another Yam Amplify and just put out a bit more damage. Like, it depends on the situation. But now Planet Sainage over on the attacking side, seeing if they've got enough damage boosts to stack up to really make this hurt a ton. But you've just got so much stall available on either side. You have to look at Rajin, that isn't on the Psylocke, is on the Adam Warlock, whether he could build up a Karmic Revival in time, because the Beerbacks have been used up on both sides. There's not going to be too much of a safety net to rely on this defense if you lose anybody else.
Pensive going to be taken down, as is Kelly, and both groups falling. Difference is Pensive had the Battle Rebirth beacon, so will come back thanks to Whiv. Good Spore Bomb up to the high ground, and the hold is solid here. Crocsbrain with the Italian front line right now, with Pensive and Preface holding everything beautifully, at least for the moment. But in the meantime, Lipton is still already charged up onto that Hand of Conchu and is just waiting for the opening from Kellyan as they try to push on in. Straggling Prison with the Hand of Conchu in the doorway, and it's going to be a double pickup for the side of Planet Signage. But the revives already not even coming in from Era Terra with the God of Mischief into the Karmic Revival.
Oh, and they get picked up by the Omega Hurricane. You might be able to get a life cocoon off here, though, in the end, to sort of go for another Karmic Revival for Asian. So yeah, it's the dirty double Karmic Revivals to bring back, I think, 8-9 people total. It might be sort of going into the double digits on that fight, but there's still enough for Planet Sage to keep fighting this one in the end. It's just that Cosmic Yam Amplifier is going to be a real pain to find a little bit more. You got to be like slamming your desk if you're Planet Sage. You thought that you did enough to deal with one Karmic Revival, but 2 was just a stretch too far.
VDRM going to be coming on out, looking to try and take out some of the backline. There's good evasion coming in here from Fraud and Zenny. But the fact is, Crocsbrain, they're already building back to more reses. We're at 44% for Rajin. We're at 50% for Era Terra. Lipton's charged up again, as is Kellyan, and they need to pull the trigger quickly. Because if they wait too long, Crocsbrain are just going to come back for a third time.
It's scary. You've got a Strangler Prison as well that might be able to stem some of the aggression, certainly when it was used on the other side. But have you got anything for the Hand of Conchu? Soul Bond was used as well as the regen domain that was destroyed instantly, but it still managed to get through, even without the ultimates. Those 2 big cooldowns did a lot of heavy lifting, but not enough to actually deal with the damage that was thrown in from Planet Sainage. They've done well to break on through. You have got the copy that's actually come over, but it is onto the Karmic Revival as well as the Yarn Amplifier to just provide a little bit more.
They just didn't have enough time. The first res comes out. Rajin's charged up for another. But the fact is, Planet Signage are making their way forward. They are creating an opening here. Here
my
comes revive
God.
number 4. Down goes Rajin with no cocoons this time. This is currently a 6 versus 5 with the Omega Hurricane. Try and take them down. Takes out Era Terra off the board. But Maverick is traded. The card is right there in front of the end. And it looks like finally Planet Signage breaking open before Rajin gets portal back for yet another hold.
He's gone for the Psylocke now. They've tried to move away from it. The bunker comp, doing its job right, just buying as much time as you possibly can. An extra 2.5 minutes added onto the clock. So 3 minutes total for Planet Sage to keep this moving. And if I think back to some of the series that we saw a little bit earlier on against Virtus to Know, they did struggle on that first point attacking, but were able to finish off the map with a really good take into the second checkpoint. Unfortunately, it looks like Crocsbrain are very well set up, using the high ground, using crossfires, making it very difficult to get the Strangling Prison and Hand of Conchu combination to work.
Big blow up onto Zenny, once again removing the Jeff Maverick, try to find them, but not able to find the full target. With that psionic seduction time to the backline, Preface is continuing to flank as well, and between a Psylocke and a Star-Lord, your backline just isn't safe, and Plant Signage will be pushed back at least one more time. But again, they have the wombo. Straggling Prison and Hand of Conchu available. Will likely see Lipton swapped off once they've dropped this one more time.
Again, but not again, because it's not Bucky. Close enough. But you got Galactic Legend ready for Preface to preface this fight, just jumping up onto the high ground. Even has a bit of the environmental jump down, but it has forced out the arm amplifier. It's provided a bit more healing from Jeff. The Strangling Prison trying to go more aggressive with this. Planet Sage aren't sitting back. They're not trying to sort of sit pretty and be comfortable. They want to go for the counterattack now that there's been an overstep and over dedication onto Crocsbrain, and it's somewhat successful, able to take out both of the vanguards. It means that trying to halt this on the side of Crocsbrain is going to be a little bit tough. It puts a lot of pressure on Rajin with that Dance of the Butterflies to find something, but I'm not seeing any eliminations line up, not until the rest of the team is able to sort of play off of the back of it. Planet Sage able to grab a few more, but that payload is moving uncontested.
They're pushing on in, and Crocsbrain struggling to find momentum here. They're moving into this defensive position, but they're actually just getting zoned out from the very split playstyle of Planet Signage here. Lipton, still on this Moon Knight, is getting massive damage thanks to this very small choke point entryway. And you can see the immediate push out here. PlanetSide is creating an opening, looking to try and push into your opponent's spawn point. If you fight them in their spawn, you're not fighting them on the point, and that's going to be a very quick pickup onto point number 2 by PlanetSide. And Crocsbrain are routed once again.
It seems to be 2 and onwards. PlanetSide having some good fights off the back of Crocsbrain being the ones that wanted to try to set the tempo themselves. Make sure that the attackers were having to go through this burdensome approach to even get near the payload. They're able to survive a little bit more. Offensive capabilities now in Crocsbrain very much in favor now that both of the duelist ultimates are built up, and as soon as that Dance of the Butterflies was available for Raging, he pulled it out. But it's the same again. PlanetSide just turned it around onto them. Call an ambulance, but not for us. Crocsbrain left in a bit of a wild panic.
Lipton arcing into the hallway to try and zone them out. You can't step through that doorway, but you can damage through it. This hallway is not a healing one, so it actually is you are able to try and punish your opponents as they try to step out for the defense. And Rajin may have to pull off something incredible here. They have no ultimate, but they need to try and finish someone. As Preface coming back in with a little bit of an extra Galactic Legend of their own. It's all hands on deck for Crocsbrain right now to take out PlanetSide, and they are doing so. It's a quadruple, quintuple, and Fraud is evacuating as fast as they can. They'll regroup and reset up as there's only 1 minute left for PlanetSide.
I don't know if Slayer's used the portal or not. They have to go without, but the Eye of Agamotto means that you're not going to be switching off it anytime soon. PlanetSide having about 45 seconds to make this work. Still having Lipton on the Moon Knight, and Sai still rocking it over onto the Jean Grey. Psychic Seduction would be nice, but you don't really have much to line it up with. Even the Amplifier might be able to find a good amount, especially if there could be a full charge on the left click of Emma Frost. It is going to come out a little bit more to see if it can catch people. It's forcing them into the corner to try and hide behind terrain, which I imagine PlanetSide want to actually try and jump on top of, make things a little bit more precarious for pre-phase. He's trying to go in for the fight, 50% to build up that barrage, and the Endsog Inferno crashes on through, and the Strangler Prison to follow.
The interruption onto the Eye of Agamotto. Slayers on the 50% cooldown. It starts with the butterfly. Comes in from Rajin. We've seen Maverick do everything in their power to buy their team time in this game. Rajin is failed. No more does the butterfly. Crossing guard amplifier had to be dropped before Breakfast is charged up on the Galactic Legend. He's going to pull it to try and get at least some of the damage output from it to try and take down PlanetSide with Lipton coming back on the Battle Rebirth Beacon. It's Jeff to try and remove some of the opponents. Takes out both guards. Zeddy, they have just created an opening. On the counter, though, is Wim removing the opponent's guards off the board. No one on the point. What a hold from Crocsbrain.
Yeah, it was pretty much either you were the Jeff stealing people away, or you were in the Jeff being stealed away from PlanetSide. You just didn't have the bodies to keep stalling that in the end. But these fights just tend to go on a little bit longer than you would anticipate. PlanetSide, they picked this map a little bit earlier on against First to Know and almost got full held, but were able to finish up the map. Similar sort of story here. Slow to start off, slow to build, but at the very least, you're able to move things onto a part of the map that doesn't tend to get touched all too much from the attacking side. So it's a tall order from Crocsbrain. It's just the fact that, like, compositionally, they seem very set up, and now I see Preface pulling out the Moon Knight himself.
For a little bit of counter burst to take down that front line. We saw heavy revives being utilized by Crocsbrain to try and buy as much time as possible. PlanetSide were able to burst on through it. Not going to stop PlanetSide from trying the exact same thing, but with a twist. They go for heavy defense on the setup here, but instead of going triple Vanguard for sustain with the Groot, they don't pick up the Groot, knowing their opponents will likely try and bring out a Moon Knight. They instead go for Captain America. Now they have 2 people who frontline and can eat some of that damage, but one who pressures them. Maverick now has the ability to not only give them extra sustain once he gets his ultimate, but also keep pressure on Preface and try and mitigate some of that value.
Attacking side for Crocsbrain coming out. It's the typical setups that we expect to see when running up against triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, which is exactly what PlanetSide are running themselves. Trying to see if they could go for the copy themselves of the copy composition of Comet Revivals. And Sai's doing quite a lot of damage to be building up his ultimate a little bit faster than most. Getting up into the 30s. It's the fact that the pick has gone out instantly for Rajin.
That's a Battle Rebirth Beacon already burned, which means it's not going to be utilized on an Adam Warlock or a Loki, meaning that that's one less revive potentially for your team if they start to get picked off. In the meantime, Griffith's already charged up on a Hand of Khonshu. They take out Magneto, meaning that all the momentum Planet Signage just getting outnumbered. 2 down, 3 down, looking for more, trying to take out Zenny. They get Lipton. All Vanguards are gone for Planet Signage, leaving just the strategist to throw bodies at the point and forcing a very early portal out of Kelly.
Not too bad, though. I think when you got side, it's very close to having a Kamet revival, and you got Zenny that's going to be trying to copy the same thing here. It's where you take this fight straight onto the objective. I like it, just to keep this stalling out, to make sure that you at least guarantee yourself another fight to fight from the objective. The Ion Amplifier is going to be used to sort of provide a bit more healing, damage boost as well. Alongside that, with the Omega Hurricane, it's going to swoop up for the team, and the Sharknado means it's going to be a complete clear up. Kamet revival is going to bring back all 4 players that were taken out from the ult dedication of Crocsbrain. It ends up being expensive, and if there's more to be thrown in, yeah, the Silent Seduction might be following a Strangling Prison. You've actually gone for the copy of the Arm Amplifier instead of trying to go for another Kamet revival.
It's taken out quickly, but it gives time for an up. Nakamoto following up on the Straggling Prison, but that's both your engage tools, but it does give you time to set up defensively. Planet Signage create the opening. They use almost everything, but they've bought enough time to reset here. We're down to just under 2 minutes. Crocsbrain have the Hand of Khonshu, and that's about it. Looking at the build-ups here, set 41% for Zenny, already creeping towards another God of Mischief, which could be a Karmic Revival, and Fraud is already charged.
Managing to make this work. I don't think Crocsbrain were expecting Side to have farmed up that Kamet revival as quickly as he did. And the Khonshu, it's able to put a lot of damage in, but there's no picks in the end. In fact, there's a Bira back that's been reset. Means that Crocsbrain are still stuck in the mud with less than 90 seconds to go. Haven't quite built up a Kamet revival on this defense. You still have a road to try and take to get out of the way here. But I imagine that it's Jeff is going to be looking to see where that backline is. You might have that suspicion that Sai is good to go. At the very least, that Zenny might go for the copy as he's got it now. Strangler Prison, Eye of Agamotto potentially from Mbappe. He's wanted to try and get some of the shields out. Hopping into the high ground, connects onto Free. I aren't seeing any picks, though. Everybody's on full HP off of the It's Jeff, helping to sort of protect the fight. He's able to get the Strange and to split them off the map. He's not going to have the levitation because he used that to go for the Eye of Agamotto play. But Karmic Revival has been copied from the God of Mischief himself. Bring it back Free.
They can't reach off the Strange, though, at the other side of the point. Straggling Prison to trap the team in Khonshu.
They get Adam.
Sai needs to back away, needs to revive, but he can't reach. He's been taken off the point. Goes down to 4, meaning that there's no more revives. And Crocsbrain push on through and take point number 1.
There it is. So yeah, pretty much the same time on the board. I think Planet Signage did a little bit more on the attacking side. But it's more of the case of, like, if Sai was able to get out of that fight, that Kamet revival definitely catches more out after that Strangling Prison. But he was right in the center of it. It's a good focus from Crocsbrain to just make sure that if there's one person that you want to take out, it's the Adam. Yeah, he's kind of a high priority in these fights.
Only 2.5 minutes to go, but like you said, that Karmic Revival still at the ready. Zenny has abandoned Loki and has brought out the Mantis. This gives them the Vibrant Vitality onto the group, giving them the extra revive. That's going to be an Omega Hurricane. Very deep, used almost just to get into the backline here. You're now very split from your team. Going to go back for that Battle Rebirth Beacon. You spotted early, just doing a bit of damage to that. But in the meantime, Straggling Prison, Hand of Khonshu, Maverick looking for a defensive Moon Knight here, is able to break the attack of Crocsbrain.
You have that Kamet revival too. Yeah, odd play. I think they just wanted to get the Storm Ultimate out so Rajin could get back to the Psylocke. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. You've even swapped over Slayer to go onto the Emma Frost, so you have that team up. Lots of damage that can be done. You're just looking for these picks, and I mean, priority number 1 is going to be taking out Sai. He might have that Life Cocoon back online available for him individually, but the Kamet revival, you know it's in his hands. You know you haven't seen it for quite some time. Amplifier is going to be used alongside the Hand of Khonshu. Everything's grabbed up in the point with the Strangling Prison, but I'm not seeing Sai in the middle of that fight. He's waiting for the chance. There it comes into play. And it's not enough to actually be able to sort of stall onto the point, but 4 people going to be brought back to keep going for this fight, and a Silent Seduction off the back of it on both sides, actually, to try to temper the pace.
They're going to find a big angle, but here comes a big, it's Jeff taking outside, and Lipton, no revive, but also no Moon Knight damage. This is allowing Crocsbrain a little bit of an opening to try and get some pressure. They find another BRB taking out Maverick, but it's too late to take out the BRB as Maverick will return from that. And now they can come in from the high ground with Dragon Prison if they want, but it looks like they will just save it for what could be one more defense. Planet Silence will be able to make it, assuming they can break this choke point.
Move stuff around that size off of the Adam Warlock going onto the Punisher. It feels like you could get a lot of merit from this Moon Knight still with the amount of damage it's put out. There's not as many strategist ultimates to sustain through it, and not much to deal with Rajin. It has got the Dance of the Butterflies too, so if you could force them into fights, yank up onto the high ground, forcing people down. Yeah, Amplify is going to be used on the defense, and the Strangler Prison is going to try and pull these attackers into place. Dance of the Butterflies was used from Rajin. It didn't really lead to any picks, but his own left click is going to do all of the damage. The dash resets are clean and crisp, and whilst the Hand of Khonshu was used on the other side, it's just one elimination onto Crocsbrain that is instantly brought back from the BRB. A great fight from them on this attacking side.
90 meters, 19 centimeters is all the distance that Planet Signage made it into point number 3 here. If Crocsbrain can beat that, they go up 2-0 in this series. If Planet Signage can stop them with 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining, then Planet Signage even up the score. It's Jeff at the ready, very soon to be at the ready for Wiv to match it. Pensive though, they have the engage tool. They have the Straggling Prison, but they do not have a lot of follow-up, but they commit anyway. Straggling Prison coming on out, groups up the team, and it's just pure damage output to take outside, to keep the momentum going, looking to make it 2, to try and capitalize with the battery buffing and brings back side.
The stun out on the sign of Seduction means that Kylian Mbappe is going to be without it for quite some time. That's a hell of a statement I didn't expect to say today, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's Jeff is going to be in use. The Amplifier is available for Aeroterra if he wants to try to keep this attacking side going. There's not going to be much stall. You've got the Psylocke just facing, almost making a statement to try and take this fight, but no chance for Planet Signage to say this one. They took us to Yggdrasil. They won it earlier, but Crocsbrain snap up a second map.
Crocsbrain, nicely done, showing why they are so intimidating, that they've taken down some of these favorite teams, and now we're seeing how, continuing a hefty momentum push here, they were able to break through those first pushes and push on in. They are 2-0 up versus one of the favorites to win Planet Signage here.
It's really giving it 14 final hits from Pre-Phase gets the MVP. Barragin getting a little bit more, just less eliminations on the board. 40k damage though. That's across multiple different characters. And you have to even say like Lipton, mostly it's the Moon Knight, I think, doing a bit of the heavy lifting there, but it's still a ton of damage and so much healing being put out from the Zootopia backline, as we've seen consistently throughout this map and throughout this series as well. But yeah, it's a bit of a bittersweet moment, because whilst this has been a really good series to watch, it's pretty much going to be ended here for the broadcast after this one, which means that you can go into game and watch this series. It's all in game in a tournament client. You'll see it at the top, very easy to follow and see. But you also have the upper bracket final to be able to catch up on going into tomorrow. The good news is that tomorrow, the lower bracket final, whoever's going to be in that like top 3 finish is going to be there. And of course, the grand final of Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4 is going to all be broadcasted, all available tomorrow. It's just today is more of a show the region, show as many different teams, as many different cool maps as we can. And I feel like we got that today. Good 6 hours of action.
We absolutely did. We had an absolute delight. Those games tomorrow will be brought to you by our fantastic colleagues of Leg Day and Got Moxie. But like Ryan said, we are going to be having to end today very shortly, because we're actually a little bit over time right now. The American casters call time was about 6 minutes ago, so they will be having to get ready and get sorted. That stream will be starting in about 54 minutes at the time he's saying this. By you guys watching it, it'll be about 52, give or take. So make sure you stick around for that, especially if you haven't farmed up those drops yet. Here is the results that we've had for today's game up to this point. Virtus Dano has been a big standout for me just due to how solid they were. Crownfall in that upper bracket, we've yet to see them really get contested so far, but of course that upper bracket game will still be happening, and we'll get to see that tomorrow, I believe. And of course, Crocsbrain. I'm so curious who knocked them down to the lower bracket, because what a performance so far.
It was really good for them so far. Able to beat up Ego Breakers earlier, which was a best of 5, and then Youngstar, and then playing through Planet Sainage. So they have been very much on a tear so far, as Planet Sainage started up in the upper bracket, as you see, and lost to Silent Nova, which are currently still playing Crownfall. So if you want to see what's happening in that action, you can go into game. I'm sure that there's going to be somebody watch partying them going through the games too. So have a look through the discovery of Marvel Rivals to see if anybody's watching it. There's always some people checking in and chipping in. It's part of like the scene and the season, like stuff like this. You get to check out all of the different people that are covering the scene, as well as like us, of course.
Exactly. Support Rivals Esports not just on the main stuff, but support the people who actually put in the work just out of passion. It's how we got our jobs, quite frankly, by just really enjoying this game and putting the work into it. A quick reminder that you can roll in with some style right now, as Hualdo, the immortal piece of the Undercity, has teamed up with Logan, as we have the Wolverine Dog Brother X costume available as of now in game. So make sure to jump on in and purchase that if you're a little bit of a still in the Halloween spirit and want to roll in with a very werewolf-like akin costume. It looks gorgeous. Once again, available right now.
We also got a few more stuff working with the Spider-Man Man Spider, the Iron Man Big Shot, and the Scarlet Witch Queen of the Dead skins, all inspired by the recent showing of the Marvel Animations Marvel Zombies. Definitely worth watching. You missed the spooky season for it, but it's still spooky all year round. I know that that's people's identity to an extent. But this is in-game. It has been since the day before Halloween. I don't know when it's due to go out, but I imagine that you have like a little bit more time. If you're watching this, you have enough time to go and get it if you haven't already. That is what I would typically say on that front.
Exactly. Plenty of opportunities here with 3 incredible skins. Make them remember your name, as you can roll in style. I know a lot of people have been playing the Marvel Zombies mode, so playing that Queen of the Dead one to Maximoff Scarlet Witch is going to be spectacular. And of course, Big Shot Iron Man, one of my absolute favorites, as a bit of an Iron Man fan myself. But from us, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you've all enjoyed. Ryan, thank you very much again. What was your favorite game so far from today?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think the full best of 5 for Virtus to know that we saw against Planet Sainage. So it's been a long night for Planet Sainage, so I am cheering on them to go out with a bang, as you'd expect.
But it will be going out with a salute from us, as thank you all very much for watching. It has truly been our pleasure to bring you Marvel Rivals Esports this year. We hope you enjoy the Americas and tomorrow's games with our colleagues, and we hope you have a wonderful night. Remember to ignite the battle, and we will hopefully see you in 2026.